Jeffrey was taken aback when both his father and Kenneth slapped him simultaneously for questioning Charlie's identity. He could somewhat accept Kenneth's aggression since he knew he was the reason Kenneth was in this state. The very medicine he had given Kenneth had led to his current situation. Thus, it made sense for Kenneth to harbor resentment toward him. What truly shocked Jeffrey, however, was his father's unexpected response. Jordan had rarely raised a hand to him throughout his life, yet here he was, delivering 2 swift slaps. Covering his face, Jeffrey looked at Jordan and pleaded, "Dad. Why did you hit me again? Did I do something wrong?" "Shut up, you idiot!" Jordan snapped, glaring at him. Inside, he was frustrated. Why couldn't his wayward son understand the gravity of the situation? With Anthony acting on Charlie's orders, it was clear that Charlie was the only hope for the Weaver family. Even if Charlie was perceived as worthless, it was unwise to offend him. After scolding Jeffrey, Jordan quickly turned to Charlie and said, "Mr. Wade, I apologize for my son's behavior. Please don't take it to heart." Kenneth, feeling anxious, kicked Jeffrey and coldly warned, "Jeffrey, stop talking nonsense. If you offend Grandpa Wade and he refuses to help me, I swear I'll make you pay." Jeffrey cried out in pain as he was sent rolling about 3 meters away from the force of the kick. After delivering the kick, Kenneth laughed derisively at Jeffrey before turning to Charlie and saying, "Grandpa Wade, please ignore this trash. He's not worth your time. Just focus on treating me." Jeffrey was utterly dumbfounded. Charlie, a mere son-in-law of the Wilson family, was often dismissed as a loser who relied on feng shui tricks to deceive the wealthy. Yet here he was, facing punishment for merely stating the truth. Charlie regarded them with a cold demeanor and declared, "If Liam hadn't begged me, I wouldn't even be here. So remember, it was Liam who resolved your family's crisis today. He deserves all the credit." Jordan, hearing Charlie's words, quickly praised Liam. "Liam, you did an excellent job. I'll definitely remember this." Liam felt a rush of excitement, believing that if Charlie could cure Kenneth's affliction, he would rise to become the chairman of Weaver Pharmaceuticals. What Liam didn't realize was that Jordan had ulterior motives. To Jordan, Liam was merely a mistake from a brief fling with a village girl from Mount Gallman, someone he had no intention of marrying. Jordan's claim that whoever resolved the family crisis would become the chairman was merely a way to motivate Jeffrey to come up with a solution. Instead, it was Liam who brilliantly managed to invite Anthony and Charlie to help Kenneth. If Jordan fulfilled his promise, he would have to make Liam the chairman of Weaver Pharmaceuticals as soon as Charlie cured Kenneth. But how could he possibly do that? Liam was just a worthless nobody who should never have existed. Initially, Jordan had stumbled upon a beautiful girl in the village at the foot of Mount Gallman. He had deceived her, intending to have a little fun without any thought of marriage. Unexpectedly, she became pregnant. Even more shocking was that she chose to give birth on her own, despite Jordan having refused her marriage proposal and leaving Mount Gallman without looking back. Upon learning about Liam, Jordan's wife nagged him incessantly, causing him considerable unrest. As a result, he had developed a deep-seated dislike for Liam even before meeting him. Jordan was, at his core, a very selfish individual who had several illegitimate children he refused to acknowledge. In his eyes, those children were the result of their mother's lack of self-respect, and he felt no obligation to take responsibility for them. They were all just having fun, and because of that, Jordan thought the women should terminate their pregnancies upon discovering them. Why on earth would they choose to give birth to a child? This mindset was the core reason behind Jordan's long-standing disdain for Liam. If his father had not uncovered the existence of another grandson, Jordan would never have accepted a child born out of wedlock, especially one given to him by a village woman. Even though Liam had made significant contributions to the Weaver family, there was no way Jordan would ever consider handing over the family business to him. What gave Liam the right to deserve it? Despite these feelings of resentment, Jordan kept his true thoughts hidden. His only desire was to rid himself of the troublesome Kenneth. So, with a respectful tone, Jordan said, "Mr. Wade, please assist Chairman Wilson." Kenneth cast a bitter look at Charlie. After all, the reason he had called Charlie grandfather and apologized was solely to seek a cure for his illness. Otherwise, why would he endure such humiliation? With a playful smile, Charlie responded to Kenneth, "Come, let me take a look at your pulse." Kenneth quickly extended his wrist. Charlie pretended to check his pulse and then explained, "Your illness stems from blood stasis in your body. The downward movement is obstructed, and you have taken medication that could lead to liver and kidney damage. This has caused a buildup of substances in your lower region, resulting in ulceration. Unfortunately, anti-inflammatory medication alone won't cure this." Kenneth found Charlie's explanation convincing and eagerly asked, "Mr. Wade, what do you recommend for my treatment?" Charlie smiled slightly and replied, "Your condition requires a blend of 18 different Chinese herbs to create a medicinal soup." Afterward, Charlie gestured, "Please provide me with a pen and paper so I can write you a prescription." Kenneth was filled with excitement and exclaimed, "Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Wade." He quickly turned to Jordan, asking for paper and a pen, which he handed to Charlie with great respect. Charlie wrote down the names of 18 of the most bitter Chinese herbs, prescribing them in large quantities. Anyone who tasted or even sipped this concoction would likely find their tongues overwhelmed by its bitterness. Once he completed the prescription, Charlie gave it to Jordan, saying, "Since the Weaver family operates a pharmaceutical company, gathering these herbs should be straightforward, right?" Jordan glanced at the prescription and nodded, relieved to see that the herbs listed were all relatively common. "Yes. We have all of these Chinese herbs at home. I will arrange for someone to get them." He then called over one of the servants, handed him the prescription, and instructed, "Go and prepare the medicine." "Understood." The servant hurried off to gather the necessary ingredients. Meanwhile, Kenneth, trembling with excitement, asked, "Mr. Wade, will I be cured once I drink this decocted medicine?" Charlie nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, you will definitely improve after taking this medicine, but you still need a drug primer." "A drug primer?" Kenneth inquired eagerly. "What do I need?" "Just tell me, and I'll have someone prepare it right away." Charlie smiled and explained, "Given the significant blood stasis, you will need to use human urine as the drug primer for your medicine." "Using human urine?" Kenneth exclaimed, his face contorted in disbelief. "Isn't that a bit disgusting? Do you really need to use urine?" Charlie let out a scoff. "You think I'm joking?" He gestured toward Jordan and posed a question, You've been in the pharmaceutical industry for years. Tell me, don't ancient medicinal practices utilize the urine of young boys as a base?" "That's correct," Jordan affirmed with a nod. "Many traditional remedies do indeed use the urine of little boys as a medicinal foundation. There's even a custom in the southern regions of consuming eggs soaked in urine, which is believed to have certain health benefits." Turning his attention back to Kenneth, he reassured him, "Don't worry, Mr. Wilson. The urine of little boys is considered a pure ingredient in Chinese medicine, it's not as filthy as you might think." Kenneth felt a slight sense of relief, realizing that little boys' urine didn't seem as repulsive as he had initially assumed. He remembered seeing references to it in classic Chinese films, and it didn't appear as bad as it sounded. However, just as he was starting to wrap his head around the idea, Charlie interjected, "Actually, for your situation, we can't use boys' urine as the medicinal base. The yang energy in boys' urine is particularly potent since they haven't yet experienced intimate relationships. You have an excess of Reiki in your body, so consuming boys' urine would only worsen your condition." Kenneth looked shocked. "So, Master Wade, should I use girls' urine instead?" "No, that won't work either," Charlie replied, shaking his head. "To address your issue, you need to use the urine of an adult male. It's even more effective if the man has had multiple partners. The more women he has been with, the more yin energy is present in his urine, which will be beneficial for your condition." Kenneth was taken aback by this statement and asked, "Master Wade, no offense, but are you messing with me because of some past grievance? Why does this sound increasingly strange and convoluted?" Charlie maintained a serious demeanor, stating, "Charlie Wade, swear on my life. If you follow my instructions precisely, your ulceration and necrosis will be completely healed. If not, I'll accept whatever consequences come my way." He then shot Kenneth a disdainful look and added, "That's all I can offer. If you choose not to believe me, there's nothing more to say." As Kenneth observed Charlie's earnestness, a sense of trust began to form in his mind. Noticing the lingering doubt in Kenneth's eyes, Charlie suggested, "Let's do this. When my medicine is ready, I'll give you $100 million if it doesn't work within 10 minutes after you drink it. You all can be witnesses." Having spent $100 million on a 300-year-old purple ginseng at the Chinese Medicine Expo, the group was convinced that Charlie could easily provide another $100 million for this wager. With this, Kenneth felt more confident that Charlie was telling the truth. After all, why would he risk $100 million on something as outrageous as drinking urine? If it failed, Charlie would be at a loss. Determined to proceed, and thinking of his own well-being, Kenneth declared, "All right. Let's do it." After a moment of contemplation, he added, "Master Wade, I've been with many women in my life, at least 100. Would it be okay for me to drink my own urine? Would it still be effective?" Charlie frowned in disdain. "What do you think? If your own urine would work, why would you need to drink it? It should have worked while it was still in your bladder." "Ha!" Kenneth replied, stunned. "I can't drink my own urine. So, who should I use?" Charlie glanced around the group and said, "All right, everyone, please share your experience in this matter. Be honest, or you'll be held accountable if Mr. Wilson's treatment fails." The men in the crowd exchanged silent glances before all eyes turned toward Jordan, the patriarch of the Weaver family. It was common knowledge that Jordan had been quite the ladies' man in his youth. In fact, he had once consumed a dangerous concoction made from billies, driven by his desire to pursue women, a reckless choice that nearly cost him his life at the age of 60. Among everyone present, he was notorious for having the most romantic escapades. Feeling the weight of their attention, Jordan broke into a proud grin. He stood tall and declared, "Master Wade, just so you know, I was quite the charmer in my younger days. I estimate I've been with around 300 to 500 women." Charlie nodded, albeit with some reluctance, and gestured toward Kenneth, saying, "All right, he's your guy." Kenneth grimaced slightly at the thought. Was Charlie really asking him to drink the urine of this old man? That was absolutely revolting. Yet, Charlie had mentioned that greater experience would yield better results. Given Jordan's reputation, he was indeed the most suitable choice. With a resigned sigh, Kenneth muttered, "All right. I guess I have no choice." Charlie turned to Jordan and instructed, "Mr. Weaver, please drink 2 liters of plain water and hold your urine. When you feel the urge to go, collect it in a basin. Let me know when you've filled a 1-liter bottle." 1 liter? Kenneth nearly collapsed. "Isn't that a bit excessive, Master Wade? What if it doesn't work because there isn't enough? Are you trying to cheat me out of that $100 million? "Oh no, no." Kenneth waved his hands in panic. "I just thought a sip or 2 would suffice. 1 liter sounds terrifying." Charlie looked at him earnestly and replied, "To treat the necrosis, you need to drink a full liter. Don't blame me for any side effects that may arise." Kenneth felt a mix of agitation and despair, questioning if Charlie was pulling his leg. However, Charlie's serious demeanor and the weight of the $100 million wager made Kenneth realize he was not joking. Just then, the man who had gathered the necessary ingredients returned, carrying 2 large bags filled with dried and dehydrated medicinal materials, weighing around 20 pounds as per Charlie's instructions. Charlie directed, "Divide these materials into 4 equal parts. Place each part in a casserole with 10 liters of water. Boil everything on high heat for 1 hour. After that, combine it into 1 pot and boil for another half an hour. Finally, add 40 liters of water and reduce it down to 1 liter of medicine." Turning back to Kenneth, he added, "When the medicine is ready and Mr. Weaver's urine is collected, you'll have 1 liter of each. You must drink the urine first, followed by the medicine. Is that clear?" Kenneth felt like he might faint. Was Charlie seriously expecting him to gulp down 2 liters of horrendous liquids in one sitting? 1 liter of intensely bitter Chinese herbal medicine, combined with 1 liter of the old man's urine, what a dreadful combination. But he didn't dare negotiate for the sake of his manhood. Instead, he sheepishly asked, "Master Wade, could I take the medicine first and then the urine? The bitterness of the medicine might mask the awful taste of the urine." "Are you joking?" Charlie frowned, clearly unhappy with the suggestion. Do you understand the role of a primer? It's meant to enhance the medicine's effects. So, you must take the primer before the medicine. If you switch the order, the medicine won't work. Charlie's comment left Kenneth feeling dizzy and confused. After some time, he finally grasped what Charlie meant. Since urine was being used as a primer to enhance the potency of the medicine, it made sense that he needed to drink it first. But 1 liter of urine. Kenneth once again succumbed to his worries and drifted into a troubled slumber. Meanwhile, Charlie wore a cheerful smile and said, "You can't put this off any longer. If your penis becomes completely rotten, don't blame me for not being able to save you." Kenneth shuddered at the thought and blurted, "All right. I'll do what you say." Charlie nodded approvingly and turned to Jordan, saying, "Mr. Weaver, please drink some water first, then arrange for someone to boil the medicine." Jordan bowed respectfully and replied, "Understood, Master Wade. I'll drink the water now." Kenneth let out a long sigh, resigned to his fate. For him, healing his penis took precedence over everything else. Conversely, Charlie felt a wave of delight wash over him. The urine and the intensely bitter medicine weren't truly necessary for Kenneth's condition. All that was required was a small amount of the magical elixir Charlie had concocted, and his ulceration would be resolved. The use of Jordan's urine as a primer was merely a clever trick to deceive Kenneth. Before long, the extremely bitter scent of the medicine filled the air of the Weaver household. Just inhaling the aroma made everyone feel parched and their throats dry, making it hard to imagine how unpleasant it would be to actually drink it. After boiling several pots of medicine and water over high heat, it reduced to a liter of concentrated black liquid, resembling crude oil. Jordan still hadn't returned after the medicine was prepared, and Kenneth anxiously urged someone to find him. Jordan was experiencing his own torment. Given his age, his kidney function wasn't great, making it difficult for him to drink so much water at once and then urinate afterward. 20 minutes later, Jordan dashed out of the bathroom, holding his nose. "Master Wade, the 1 liter urine is ready." Charlie stepped back to avoid the overwhelming stench, pinching his nose as he said to Kenneth, "Go ahead and drink the primer, then take the medicine." "All right." Kenneth nodded eagerly. The intensifying pain in his penis reminded him just how urgent the situation was. He quickly reached for the yellowish liquid from Jordan, holding it up before him. Jeffrey felt a wave of nausea at the sight. As Kenneth prepared to drink, it brought back memories of his urinal licking incident at the Glorious Club the other day, making him want to vomit right then and there. Kenneth himself felt queasy. The tumbler was large, containing a full liter, and Jordan had even urinated a bit more, surpassing the 1 liter mark on the glass. Shaking his head, Kenneth tried to convince himself to see the repulsive yellow liquid as a lifesaver. He lifted the glass, closed his eyes, and gulped down the liquid. In an instant, the overpowering stench exploded in Kenneth's mouth and nostrils. The taste was so foul that his immediate instinct was to vomit, but recalling Charlie's words about how the urine could enhance the medicine's effectiveness, he clenched his mouth shut and forced himself to swallow it again. The onlookers felt a wave of nausea wash over them at the scene. Kenneth's predicament was reminiscent of that notorious wealthy individual infamous for a scandalous act that took over the internet. Without hesitation, Kenneth gulped down the urine, wiped his mouth, and anxiously demanded, "Where's the medicine? Hurry up and give it to me." Charlie, with a sly grin, took the bowl filled with thick, black medicinal soup from the servant and discreetly added a sprinkle of the magical elixir into the mix. He then presented the concoction to Kenneth, saying cheerfully, "Here you go, Mr. Wilson." The strong stench of urine lingered in Kenneth's mouth, pushing him to quickly take a hearty sip of the soup to mask the dreadful taste. The bitterness hit him like a freight train after that first gulp. He had never encountered such a wretched flavor in his life. It felt as if a mountain of licorice had been dissolved into this medicinal brew. To make matters worse, the medicine not only tasted terrible, but it also burned fiercely. As soon as his tongue made contact with the soup, it went numb, followed by his entire mouth. Once the medicine settled in his stomach, it felt as if he were swallowing sulfuric acid. Simultaneously, Kenneth felt a peculiar warmth radiating from his stomach toward his penis. Remarkably, it alleviated his pain almost immediately. It was nothing short of exhilarating. Overjoyed by the sensation, Kenneth disregarded the bitterness and poured the remainder of the medicine into his mouth. As he neared the bottom of the bowl, he was met with dregs as thick as black sesame paste, causing him to grimace as he forced it down. Yet, he swallowed it all for the sake of his health. At this moment, his mouth was entirely numb and burning unbearably. Unbeknownst to him, the medicine had temporarily destroyed his taste buds, rendering him unable to taste anything for the next few months. Moreover, as the medicine wreaked havoc on his digestive system, he would endure countless episodes of diarrhea in the coming months as it worked its way out of his body. In short, he was in for a rough time. Despite the discomfort the medicine caused, Kenneth felt a refreshing sensation coursing through him, soothing the agony in his ulcerated penis. Overjoyed, Kenneth removed his pants in front of everyone, nearly overwhelmed with tears of joy. The ulceration on his penis had healed remarkably fast. It was truly astonishing. Charlie remarked flatly, "The ulceration should be healed by now, but the nerves in your penis have become necrotic, so regaining full function may be challenging. Also, be cautious with what kind of medicine you take in the future, otherwise, you might face a similar situation again." Kenneth nodded vigorously. When the ulcerations had first erupted, he had lost all hope of regaining his former allure. Now, he felt grateful just to have his penis intact. His relief was immense, as he now realized his penis was unharmed. Charlie continued, "Kenneth, you should be thankful that I was the one who successfully bid on the 300-year-old premium purple ginseng recently. If you had taken any medicine with that ginseng, your penis would have rotted the moment you ingested it. There would have been nothing I could do." Kenneth shuddered at the thought. He no longer dared to assert dominance over Charlie. Instead, he bowed respectfully and said, "Master Wade, I sincerely appreciate your assistance." Charlie acknowledged him with a nod and asked, "Now that you've recovered, will you let the Weaver family off the hook?" "Absolutely, without a doubt," Kenneth replied eagerly. Though he had endured much suffering, there was no longer any need to confront the Weaver family now that his penis was healed. His sentiments toward Orrishill were filled with sadness and despair, as if his troubles had begun the moment he set foot in this place. With his recovery, all he wanted was to return to Eastcliff and escape this dismal locale. After enduring so much suffering and hardship, Kenneth longed to return home more than ever. He realized that no one in Orrishill could help him reclaim his dignity, so he decided to try his luck in Eastcliff instead. In addition, he had an important event to attend, his mother's 84th birthday. As her eldest son, it was his duty to return and celebrate her special day. His mother had asked him to invite Anthony to the birthday banquet, but it was clear that Anthony still held a grudge against him. Even so, Kenneth gathered his courage and asked, "Uncle Simmons, with my mother's birthday approaching, I would like to invite you to join us in the celebration." Anthony replied coldly, "Mr. Wilson, I've made it clear that I want nothing to do with your family anymore, so don't waste your breath trying to persuade me to attend the birthday banquet." Kenneth sighed, feeling disappointed. Although he felt an urge to argue with the old man, he instead responded humbly, "All right, Uncle Simmons. Since you've made up your mind, I won't pressure you. Please excuse me, I'll return to Eastcliff now." Anthony gave him a small nod of acknowledgement. Kenneth looked at both Anthony and Charlie, still harboring resentment but ultimately swallowing his pride as he left quietly with his bodyguards. Jordan felt a wave of relief now that Kenneth had finally departed. Even more unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon a fortunate discovery, a valuable remedy. He realized he could treat penis ulceration using a combination of Chinese medicinal ingredients mixed with his own urine. This was incredible. He could use this method to treat anyone suffering from such a condition in the future. He stepped forward and said, "Master Wade, you truly are Orrishill's genius doctor with extraordinary skills. Thanks to your intervention, our family has survived Kenneth's aggression. We will forever be grateful." The others bowed in agreement. "Thank you, Master Wade, for saving our family from this crisis." Charlie regarded them indifferently and said, "I'm not here to listen to long speeches." He pointed at Liam and said to Jordan, "Since Liam resolved the family's issue, as promised, he should now be appointed chairman of Weaver Pharmaceuticals, right? When do you plan to make the announcement?" Jordan felt irritation boil within him at Charlie's bluntness. As the head of the family, he didn't need an outsider telling him what to do. Moreover, he had no intention of handing over the chairman position to an illegitimate son. Jeffrey was equally infuriated by Charlie's interference. How could he allow the bastard to become chairman? He was the eldest son of the Weaver family and the rightful heir to the company. Liam, however, felt overwhelmed with excitement and gratitude. He looked at Charlie with admiration, almost like a second father. Yet, Jordan kept his composure and replied, "Master Wade, this is a family issue, and the appointment of a chairman is a serious matter, we can't rush it." What he truly meant was, "Charlie Wade, you're an outsider. Stay out of the Weaver family's business." When Liam heard his father's cold response, it felt like he had fallen straight from the heavens into the depths of despair. He realized, painfully, that he had been deceived, cruelly. His father had never intended to give him a chance. Even if he had offered his mother's precious snow ginseng in exchange for Charlie's help, Jordan would still never consider making him chairman. Charlie frowned, surprised and displeased. "Oh? Are you thinking of going back on your word?" Jordan quickly tried to smooth things over. No, Master Wade, you misunderstand. I recently told both of my sons that whoever could resolve the family's issues would have a better chance of becoming chairman. Naturally, I acknowledge Liam's contributions today, so when we vote, he will have a greater chance." Jordan's words were dripping with insincerity. He had shifted from a firm promise to a vague possibility, regaining control of the situation. It was like tossing a coin he already owned, letting himself decide the outcome. Feeling emboldened now that Kenneth had left and the crisis had passed, Jeffrey lashed out. "Charlie, this is our family's business. It has nothing to do with you. Please leave while we're still being polite. There's no place for your rudeness in our home." Jordan, equally ungrateful, echoed his son. "To be honest, I will never pass my company to the son of a wretched woman from Mount Gallman. I've had affairs with many women, but that boy's mother was the worst. I was young and foolish and only slept with her to relieve myself, otherwise, she wouldn't have even caught my attention." Liam trembled with fury. "What did you just say about my mother?" Jordan raised an eyebrow arrogantly and said coldly, "What? Do you want to challenge me? You truly are the son of a disgrace. After all these years of providing you with shelter, food, and an education, this is how you repay us. How dare you think you deserve a place in the Weaver family business? From now on, you are no longer part of this family. Get out." Feeling crushed, Liam lowered his head and stood quietly to the side. He realized he had only himself to blame for trusting Jordan. If that was how things were, then there was no reason to stay tied to the Weaver family. Clenching his fists, he declared through gritted teeth, "Fine. From this moment on, I have nothing to do with the Weaver family." Jeffrey was thrilled and sneered, "Who do you think you are to say you're leaving us? We've wanted to throw you out for years. Don't you understand? It was a waste of time raising you." Charlie turned to Jordan, his voice like ice. "Jordan Weaver, are you sure this is the decision you want to make?" Jordan sneered dismissively. "Once again, this is a family matter and has nothing to do with you. You've overstayed your welcome. Leave." Jordan was convinced that Charlie had no real power, just someone who knew how to cure Kenneth's condition. In his eyes, Charlie was a nobody. With Kenneth cured and gone, he felt no need to consider Charlie's presence. Even if something unfortunate happened to Charlie, it wouldn't concern him. So why bother with him at all? Charlie wasn't particularly shocked when Jordan went back on his word. In fact, he had anticipated it all along. In families with multiple children, it's common for parents to struggle with treating each child fairly and impartially. Lady Wilson was a perfect example of this. She had little affection for Claire, primarily because Claire defied her by being with Charlie. As a result, Lady Wilson favored the more obedient Wendy instead. Jordan had never truly regarded Liam as his son. To him, Liam was merely a servant in the Weaver household, so the idea of handing the family business to him was impossible. Charlie glared at Jordan again and said, This is your final chance to settle the issue of the chairman position. Think carefully before you answer." Jordan sneered, "I don't need to think about it. I'll say it again, I will never allow Liam to become chairman. Honestly, I've never once considered him for that role. Even if he saved the Weaver family today, he is still nothing more than an illegitimate son, a bastard born of the village slut, and I never consented to his birth." He then turned to Liam and shouted, "And you ungrateful wretch! I've kept you in this house all these years to train you into an obedient servant. How dare you aspire to be chairman? If I had known how greedy and ungrateful you'd become, I would have let you drown in the lake after that woman died." Liam's eyes burned with disbelief as he shot back, "Jordan Weaver, insult me all you want, but don't you dare insult my mother." "Your mother?" Jordan scoffed mockingly. "A village slut who didn't know her place and dared to dream of marrying me. What a shameless woman. She disgusted me." Liam trembled with fury, his fists clenched so tightly that the veins along his arms bulged. "Jordan Weaver, you keep insulting my mother. I'll kill you." Just as he was about to lunge at Jordan, Charlie stepped in front of him and said calmly, "Liam, stop. Don't get your hands dirty with that crippled old man. It would tarnish your reputation as the head of the Weaver family and the chairman of Weaver Pharmaceuticals." Everyone stared at Charlie in disbelief. Jordan was stunned at first, then burst into sinister laughter. "You're really entertaining, aren't you? Do you seriously think you have the authority to decide our family's affairs?" Charlie nodded confidently. "When I say he is the head of the Weaver family today, then that's exactly what he is." Jordan smirked scornfully. "Listen, kid, I'll overlook your rude behavior because you helped us with Kenneth, but now get out before I stop being polite. Otherwise, you'll see how ruthless our family can be." Jeffrey chimed in, "Charlie, I haven't forgotten about our last encounter. If you meddle in our family matters again, I won't let you off so easily." Charlie moved like lightning and slapped Jeffrey across the face, sending him spinning. No one saw it coming. The Weaver family members prepared to retaliate, but Charlie shot them a freezing glare and declared, "Listen carefully. From this moment on, Charlie Wade, declared Jordan and Jeffrey Weaver marked men. I'll issue a hit list to the entire underworld. If any of you dare to stand up for them, I'll be more than happy to add your names to the list." A hit list in the underworld was like something out of John Wick. Once issued with a high reward, every underground force would move to claim the prize. Ichiro Kobayashi, who was currently tending Don Albert's dogs, had only a 50 million reward on his head, and many still sought his life. If Charlie placed a similar bounty on Jordan and Jeffrey, they would never know peace again. Jordan scoffed at Charlie's threat. "Who do you think you are? Do you really think you have the upper hand? My family is worth over $1 billion. I could easily put $1 billion bounty on your head and hire a hitman." Charlie smirked. "Nonsense. You don't have the capability." He then pulled out his phone and called Albert. Albert answered respectfully, "Yes, Master Wade, how may I assist you?" "Albert, issue a hit list for me. I want Jordan and Jeffrey Weaver hunted down. The reward is $100 million, effective at midnight." "Understood, Master Wade. I'll issue the order across the entire city immediately." Moments later, Jeffrey's phone buzzed non-stop, vibrating like a swarm of angry bees. He was in a group chat with people who had connections to the Weaver family, and their panic was immediate. "Jeff, what did you do to offend Don Albert? He just offered $100 million for a hit on you and your dad. It goes into effect at midnight." Jeffrey's face darkened as terror crept over him. Before he could reply, another message popped up. "Damn! Zeke White just added another $100 million to the bounty. What? Graham Quinton is joining too. That makes it $300 million. Oh my God! The Moore family is in as well. Another $200 million. The total bounty is now $500 million. Jeffrey's face drained of color. Cold sweat streamed down his body as he dropped his phone, shattering it on the floor. Jordan urgently asked, "Jeffrey, what's going on?" Shaking uncontrollably, Jeffrey explained everything. Jordan felt his mind go blank as though struck by lightning. What was happening? How could this young man wield such frightening influence? Even Don Albert bowed to him. The White and Quinton families treated him with utmost respect. And now even the Moore family, the greatest power in Oris Hill, wanted to curry favor with him. $500 million. With such a bounty, every criminal organization in the country would be after them. Fear swallowed him whole. As he looked at the emotionless Charlie, his legs gave out and he collapsed to the floor, drenched in cold sweat. Master Wade, please have mercy. Spare us. Jeffrey fell to his knees beside him, begging, Master Wade, I'm so sorry. I regret everything. Please forgive us. I swear we'll serve you faithfully. Charlie stared at them with icy contempt. So now you want to live? What happened to all that arrogance just moments ago? Jordan slapped himself desperately. Master Wade, I was wrong. I wasn't thinking straight. Please have mercy. He hurriedly added, Master Wade, Liam will be the chairman of Weaver Pharmaceuticals and the head of the Weaver family from now on. Does that satisfy you? Charlie replied coldly, I would have been satisfied if you had said that earlier. But now? It's too late. Jordan gasped. Master Wade, what can I do to make things right? Charlie looked at him and the terrified Jeffrey with complete indifference and said, You despise Mount Gallman and the woman who gave birth to Liam, don't you? Fine. I order you and your son to go to Mount Gallman to gather ginseng for the rest of your lives. You are never to leave that place. Then, with a chilling expression, Charlie pronounced each word with deliberate emphasis. Listen carefully. You will not leave Mount Gallman, for the rest of your lives. Jordan cried out in sheer desperation when he heard Charlie's command. He found Mount Gallman, its perilous terrain and frigid climate, utterly repulsive. If not for the necessity of retrieving medicinal herbs at the beginning of his business career, he would never have set foot in such a bone-chilling place. His hatred for the bitter cold extended to Liam's mother as well, whom he had regarded merely as a temporary fling. Little did he know that decades later, Charlie would punish him by confining him to Mount Gallman, with no chance of escape. This was the very place he despised the most. Being forced to remain there for the rest of his life felt like a death sentence. He was convinced his health was already failing, and going to Mount Gallman would only accelerate his decline. For someone like him, who lived for comfort and pleasure, the mountain was nothing short of a living hell. Desperate and defeated, he looked at Charlie and pleaded, Master Wade, I don't have much time left. I beg you, please show mercy. I will hand over the entirety of Weaver Pharmaceuticals to Liam if you allow me to remain in Oris Hill for the rest of my days. Charlie replied coldly, Have you forgotten that Liam's mother has been gone for 20 years? You've lived 20 years longer than her, you bastard. You should be grateful. Now spend the rest of your life repenting at Mount Gallman. Every day, you will enter the mountain to search for ginseng, and you will visit Liam's mother's grave without fail. He then turned to Liam and ordered, Liam, once you take charge of the company, assign someone to monitor them daily. Ensure they visit your mother's grave every morning. Then they must spend their days gathering ginseng in the mountains. They are forbidden to use phones, browse the internet, or watch TV. They must live a life that rises with the sun and sleeps with the stars. If they dare to slack off even once, break their legs and leave them to freeze in the snow. Liam was both shocked and exhilarated. Charlie had not only helped him acquire the company but had also imposed a punishment on Jordan and Jeffrey he could never have imagined. For them to spend their remaining years in a place they hated was both ironic and satisfying. He knelt before Charlie and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Master Wade. Rest assured, I will follow your instructions. Charlie nodded, then cast a stern gaze at the weeping Jordan and Jeffrey. If they try to escape Mount Gallman, the $500 million hit order will activate automatically. They will die the moment they attempt to leave that mountain. Jeffrey burst into tears, snot and tears running down his face. As the second in command of Weaver Pharmaceuticals, he had enjoyed wealth, privilege, and countless connections in Oris Hill. He had lived a life of indulgence and luxury. Being confined to Mount Gallman for the rest of his life was worse than a life sentence. At least in prison you could still interact with people. But how could he endure the cruel, freezing conditions of Mount Gallman? No! I don't want to go. I don't want to go to that hellhole. Jeffrey cried out frantically. Turning to Charlie, he pressed his forehead against the floor in a pleading gesture. Master Wade, please forgive me. I'll leave the country and never return. I swear I will never bother Liam again. Just don't send me to Mount Gallman. But Charlie remained unmoved. He addressed the other family members coldly, saying, listen carefully. From this moment on, you have two choices. You can either work diligently under Liam's leadership, and he will take good care of you, or you can follow Jordan and Jeffrey to Mount Gallman and dig for ginseng. With a firm stomp, Charlie declared, you have 10 seconds to decide who you want to follow. At his command, everyone scattered like frightened ants. As expected, they quickly lined up behind Liam. Jordan and Jeffrey shouted angrily at the crowd, ungrateful fools. Our family raised you for nothing. But their anger meant nothing. Once father and son had lost their authority, no one was willing to join them, especially not if it meant being trapped at Mount Gallman forever. Jeffrey continued to wail while Jordan sat in stunned silence. Desperate, Jeffrey crawled toward Liam and pleaded, Liam, my dear brother, even though we don't share the same mother, we share the same father. We share the same blood. Please, I beg you, speak to Master Wade for us. I'll give you everything, the family, the company, I don't want anything. Just don't send me to Mount Gallman. Liam looked at him coldly and replied, I won't disobey Master Wade for someone like you. You've never treated me as a brother. You've insulted me and my mother for years, and I've always despised you for it. You deserve every bit of this punishment. With a trembling voice, Jordan interjected, Liam. I am your father. Aren't you afraid of karma for treating your own father this way? Not at all, Liam replied coldly. But you, after all the pain you've caused women and your own children, aren't you afraid of retribution? Liam continued, in fact, your retribution has already begun. You know you don't have many years left. Even if you somehow survive a little longer, every moment will feel like hell for you. This is the punishment you earned. You, Jordan stammered, coughing violently as his rage overwhelmed him. Charlie then spoke calmly, you have 1 hour to gather your things. In 1 hour, I'll send people to take you to Mount Gallman. He then called Albert. Albert, send some capable men and 2 cars to the Weaver estate. Pick up Jordan and Jeffrey and take them straight to Mount Gallman. Understood, Master Wade. I'll handle it immediately, Albert replied. Once you arrive, Charlie added, take them to the village at the foot of the mountain. Purchase a small house for them to live in so they have shelter. Then buy them groceries and enough food. They will remain at Mount Gallman forever. Even in death, they will belong to that mountain. If they are cremated, bury their ashes at the foot of the mountain. Do you understand? Yes, Master Wade. Perfectly, Albert affirmed. Jordan and Jeffrey sat on the floor, tears streaming down their faces as they struggled to accept the harsh reality of being sent to Mount Gallman. Seeing their despair, Charlie remarked bluntly, even though it's autumn, it's already quite cold there. If you don't pack enough warm clothes and jackets for winter, then you'll have no one to blame but yourselves if you freeze. Realizing the urgency of the situation, the two exchanged sorrowful looks before reluctantly getting up to head to their rooms to gather their belongings. They understood that if they delayed any further and Albert arrived, they might be forced to leave for Mount Gallman empty-handed. At this point, they had completely surrendered to the fact that Charlie's power was beyond anything they could resist. The influential families in Oris Hill had placed enormous bounties on Charlie's head. Jordan and Jeffrey knew they needed to leave quickly, staying in the city could spell disaster. Meanwhile, the rest of the family avoided the pair entirely. No one dared to offer help, even though Jordan struggled to walk due to his worsening health. Everyone feared offending Liam, the new head of the Weaver family, and Charlie, whose name carried terrifying weight. As Jordan and Jeffrey continued packing, Albert arrived personally with his men. Albert had brought 6 of his strongest subordinates along with 3 high-performance land cruisers built for the long northern journey. The trip spanned more than 2,000 kilometers and would take at least 2 days. The men Albert chose were all highly capable, ensuring that neither Jordan nor Jeffrey would have any chance of escaping along the way. Charlie did not believe they would attempt escape anyway. If they did, the bounty on their heads would be activated, and countless people would hunt them down. Accepting their fate at Mount Gallman was their only safe option. Half an hour later, Jordan and Jeffrey walked into the living room, each dragging 2 large suitcases, their faces filled with gloom. Charlie instructed briskly, "All right, the men and vehicles are ready. Get in the car, we're leaving now." The father and son nodded silently as they were led away by Albert's men. They glanced back repeatedly, unwilling to part with their home. Jordan felt nothing but regret and despair. If he had foreseen this outcome, he would have handed over the chairman position to Liam as promised after the crisis. If he had done that, Liam would not have expelled him, and he wouldn't be on his way to Mount Gallman. He had no one to blame but himself. Liam watched in silence as Jordan and Jeffrey were ushered into the vehicles and the convoy set off toward Mount Gallman, over 2,000 kilometers away. His eyes filled with tears as he watched them until the cars disappeared. Turning to Charlie, he knelt and said in a trembling voice, "Master Wade, I can never thank you enough. You have helped me fulfill 2 of my greatest wishes. From this moment on, I pledge my life to you. Weaver Pharmaceuticals is yours, and I will do anything for you, no matter the risk." Charlie responded with a gentle smile. "Liam, you are courageous and you are a good son. All you needed was an opportunity. I'm giving it to you because I admire you. But remember, do not become the kind of man you despise. If I ever discover that you, Liam Weaver, have turned into another Jordan Weaver, I will personally end you. Do you understand?" Liam lowered his head and replied firmly, "Yes, I understand. If I fail to live up to your trust in any way, I will take my own life." Charlie nodded and said plainly, "Stand up. Take care of the Weaver family's affairs and manage them well. I may need your help in the future." "Yes, Master Wade. I will always follow your instructions," Liam replied eagerly. For him, today marked a major turning point. 2 thoughts filled his heart. First, he felt an overwhelming determination to repay Charlie's kindness. Second, he vowed never to become another Jordan Weaver. Charlie gave Liam a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Focus on your work and make your mother proud." Liam nodded vigorously, tears pouring down his face. Turning to Anthony and Zyla, Charlie said, "Everything is settled. Let's go." Zyla gazed at Charlie with admiration, almost as though looking at a divine figure. She was amazed at how someone could be so charismatic and commanding. The way he handled Jordan and Jeffrey's expulsion was breathtaking. Even the well-read Anthony felt increasingly impressed. He believed that staying in Oris Hill had been one of the best decisions he'd made in years. On the drive back, Zyla sat in the driver's seat while Charlie and Anthony sat in the back. Anthony sighed and said, "Master Wade, your handling of the Weaver family was both just and brilliantly executed. I'm truly impressed." Charlie smiled. The most effective punishment is forcing someone to face what they fear and despise the most. Mount Gallman is a national treasure filled with natural resources, yet Jordan Weaver cannot bear even the thought of it. So he will live there for the rest of his life. After a moment, Charlie added, "If he realizes the beauty of Mount Gallman before he dies, he may correct his mistakes and change his path. But if he remains stubborn, he will suffer until the end. Either way, it's his fate." Zyla exclaimed, "Wow, Master Wade, you want Jordan to realize his mistakes." "Not exactly," Charlie replied. "I'm not that noble. I only want to deliver a punishment that cuts deeply. Whether he reflects is up to him. He might not withstand the harsh environment and end his own life, or he may awaken and find meaning. Either way, it doesn't concern me." Anthony sighed deeply. "Master Wade, your wisdom is remarkable." Charlie waved dismissively. "I'm not wise, I just have some cleverness." Suddenly, Charlie reached into his pocket, pulled out a wooden box, and handed it to Anthony. Mr. Simmons, this is the medicine I prepared for you. Anthony accepted it carefully. Thank you, Master Wade. Charlie then produced a newly refined rejuvenating pill and offered it to him. Take this before bed tonight. It will make you feel at least 10 years younger, and if I am correct, it will extend your lifespan by a decade. Anthony's eyes widened in shock. Ma! Master Wade, is it really that miraculous? To many, the rejuvenating pill might seem like a miraculous potion capable of reversing aging and extending life. However, for Charlie, it was simply a low-tier remedy listed in the apocalyptic book, lacking any extraordinary qualities. This time, Charlie prepared 30 pills. He set aside some for himself as a personal supplement and designated the rest as rewards for those who demonstrated loyalty and good sense. Although Anthony held a prestigious position within the Chinese medicine community, Charlie viewed him merely as his disciple. Anthony was dedicated and earnest in his support, always striving to repay Charlie's kindness. While he might not have provided significant help on most occasions, his sincerity made him deserving of the reward. As Charlie handed him the pill, he advised, "Don't save it for later, take it tonight and get some rest." Suppressing his excitement, Anthony replied, "Okay, thank you, Master Wade." Charlie nodded. "I hope it brings you health and vitality so you can continue contributing through your clinic." "Absolutely. My goal in running Serene World Clinic isn't profit, but to treat patients and save lives. I've never charged for treatments, I only ask for a fee to cover the ingredients for the medicines. In fact, I often waive those fees for patients facing financial hardship." "That's wonderful to hear. Keep up the excellent work." Upon returning home, Kenneth arrived back at the Wilson family residence after visiting Silverwing Hospital. His main reason for the trip was to seek a second opinion on his penis necrosis, wanting to confirm his recovery. The doctor was astonished by the remarkable improvement. What had initially been a severe case of ulceration that required emergency amputation now appeared perfectly normal and intact. After a thorough examination confirmed that the necrosis had healed, Kenneth felt immense relief. Stepping out of the hospital, he gazed up at the sky, shaking his head in disappointment. He believed that Oris Hill had brought him nothing but misfortune, prompting him to pack his bags and return to Eastcliff without delay. Oris Hill had become a dismal place for Kenneth. He vowed never to return unless absolutely necessary. Before arriving in Oris Hill, he had been someone of elite status, among the best in his field. However, after moving here, he had lost his manhood, endured countless humiliations, and nearly lost what he valued most. Yet what had he gained? In truth, he had gained nothing at all. He had only experienced a brief affair with the young and beautiful Wendy before losing his manhood, spending a staggering $15 million for just a few days of fleeting pleasure. Thinking about the wasted money and the suffering he had endured left Kenneth heartbroken. Meanwhile, Wendy remained blissfully unaware of Kenneth's feelings. She believed he would return to her, ready to reclaim his former masculinity. As Kenneth stepped into the Wilson family home, Wendy rushed toward him, her face lighting up with excitement. "Kenneth, you're finally back. Did the Weaver family manage to fix you?" Kenneth let out a frustrated huff. "They couldn't fix me at all. In the end, they had to ask Charlie to cure me." Wendy's eyes widened. "Charlie? Charlie Wade? So, did he actually heal you?" Kenneth sighed heavily. "Yes, he fixed the necrosis, but it's still not usable." Wendy spoke up indignantly, "You shouldn't let the Weaver family get away with this, especially Jeffrey. He tricked you into taking their terrible medicine and caused you so much pain. You need to make them heal you, no matter what." Kenneth's expression turned cold and distant. "I'm letting the Weaver family go because of Charlie. But once I return to Eastcliff, I will definitely pursue this matter." Wendy was taken aback. Kenneth, are you really going back to Eastcliff?" Kenneth looked at her blankly. "Of course I'm going back. Oris Hill has already brought me enough bad luck." Panic surged through Wendy at the thought of losing her source of support. She clung to him and pleaded, "But Kenneth, I don't want to be apart from you. Please take me to Eastcliff with you." Wendy understood that the Wilson family had little hope of recovery this time. Kenneth had only given them $10 million out of the promised $80 million investment, which wasn't even enough to settle their debts. She felt utterly lost. Everyone in Oris Hill already knew she was Kenneth's mistress, making it nearly impossible for her to find a suitable husband in the city. Her only option was to cling to Kenneth. This was her only chance for a fresh start. But how could Kenneth take her to Eastcliff? He was married, and if his wife discovered her existence, chaos would follow. Furthermore, bringing Wendy along was pointless to Kenneth. She had lost her value to him as a lover. So he replied bluntly, "No, I can't take you with me. Eastcliff isn't a place for you. Just stay in Oris Hill." Wendy panicked, raising her voice in distress. "Then what am I supposed to do? What can you do? It's over between us. As for the future, we'll see if circumstances allow us to meet again in Oris Hill," Kenneth responded, his tone final. The rest of the Wilson family was equally bewildered by Kenneth's sudden decision to leave. Lady Wilson had been counting on Kenneth to provide the remaining $70 million he had promised. If he left now, their family would face collapse, possibly leading to bankruptcy. With outstanding debts looming, even their deteriorating mansion might be at risk of being sold to cover the costs. Lady Wilson viewed Kenneth as their lifeline in a sea of debt. Without him, the Wilson family would be thrown into despair. She implored Kenneth tearfully, "Kenneth, if you go now, our family is finished. We are family, Wendy is your lover, you can't just abandon us." Desperation pushed her further. "Why don't you take us back to Eastcliff? We'll follow you loyally, you are our boss." Christopher chimed in, "Yes. Kenneth, during your time here, we treated you like a VIP. My father saved your father's life. Please, I'm begging you, show us mercy and take us to Eastcliff." A flash of irritation crossed Kenneth's face as he sneered, "That's amusing. We aren't related at all, why would I want to take you to Eastcliff?" He continued, "And yes, your father saved mine, but I've already repaid that by investing $10 million in your company. That's where our obligation ends." Kenneth looked down his nose at Lady Wilson and the rest of the family, indifferent to their desperate situation. At this moment, his only focus was on getting back to Eastcliff as quickly as possible, followed by a visit to the city's top doctor to address his erectile disorder. Lady Wilson pressed forward, attempting to persuade him once more, but Kenneth irritably pushed her away, stating, "That's enough. I need to pack my things now. This conversation is over." Lady Wilson's complexion paled. "No, Kenneth, you can't just abandon us like this. You know our current predicament. Without your assistance, we'll face bankruptcy." She then shot a knowing glance at Wendy. Wendy latched onto Kenneth's arm, pleading, "Kenneth, Grandma is right. Besides, didn't you mention wanting to invest $80 million in our company? So far, you've only contributed $10 million, and that's not nearly enough to resolve our crisis." She continued, "How about giving us the remaining $70 million to keep the company afloat? We could be back on our feet by the time you return to Oris Hill." The rest of the family looked at him with a mix of hope and desperation. Kenneth had the freedom to leave whenever he chose, but the pressure to provide financial support before departing was immense, otherwise, the Wilson family would face ruin. Harold joined in, saying, "Kenneth, everyone in the upper-class circles knows that my sister is your lover. Her reputation is at stake now. If you leave, she'll become a laughingstock." The family didn't anticipate that Kenneth would react with fury to their comments. He spat out a curse, his expression dark and stormy. "Money, money, money. Is that all you can think about? You should be grateful that I haven't taken back the $10 million. How dare you ask for more? It's laughable." Lady Wilson was relentless. She squeezed out a few tears, saying, "Kenneth, please, we truly need your help." The rest of the family echoed her plea, their voices overlapping like a chorus of beggars on the street. Kenneth, growing frustrated, slapped Lady Wilson across the face and growled, "Get away from me. If you utter another word, I'll have my lawyer seek compensation and demand the return of the $10 million. Deal with it." Lady Wilson covered her reddened cheek and fell silent. If he truly pushed the issue to the point of legal action regarding the $10 million, they had no means to repay him. With a heavy sigh, she watched as Kenneth grabbed his bag and walked out, flanked by his bodyguards. Once Kenneth was gone, the remaining 5 members of the Wilson family were enveloped in a somber silence. Lady Wilson was distraught, while Harold and Wendy felt lost. Christopher and Hannah exchanged knowing glances, both with ulterior motives. In fact, Christopher still had some savings tucked away. He possessed around $10 million in his account, plus an additional $5 million that Kenneth had given to Wendy as pocket money. They had initially intended to use this $15 million to purchase a house. This money could cover a significant portion of the Wilson Group's debts, but he had no intention of doing so. The current state of the Wilson Group felt like a black hole. Using his funds to settle debts was akin to throwing money into a pit with no hope of return. Why would he ever do that? Moreover, since the company was registered under Lady Wilson's name, she was the one liable for the debts. If the court took action due to debt failure, they would only seize her villa and personal assets, leaving him untouched. He could keep the $15 million as his safety net. Clearing his throat, he addressed the family, ready to shift the burden back to Lady Wilson. "Mom, we still owe a substantial amount to the banks and suppliers. How can we settle those debts when they come knocking? I'm afraid the bank will seize this house and auction it off, so you'd better prepare for the worst." Lady Wilson was feeling quite despondent. What options did she have? What could she possibly do? The Wilson family had no alternative income streams. They were buried in debt, and their financial foundation had long since crumbled. The only way out of this dire situation was to secure investors quickly, otherwise, their family would face collapse. Unfortunately, Kenneth, who might have been their savior, had also departed. Who else could they turn to now? With a heavy sigh, Lady Wilson remarked, "For now, we must tackle this one step at a time." In a sudden burst of inspiration, her eyes lit up. She turned to Wendy and exclaimed, "Wendy, Kenneth entrusted you to Jeffrey Weaver, didn't he? While the Weaver family may not possess the wealth of Kenneth, their net worth is still around $1 to $2 billion. Why don't you reach out to him and ask for a few million to help our company out of this crisis?" Christopher clapped his hands in excitement. "Absolutely. How could we forget about Jeffrey? Wendy, you had a brief romance with him, didn't you? Surely, he wouldn't let us suffer." Wendy, disregarding any embarrassment about being around men, quickly pulled out her phone and dialed Jeffrey, believing he could resolve their issues. What she didn't realize was that Jeffrey was currently riding in a Land Cruiser, heading north. The tune "North to Alaska" by Johnny Horton played on the radio, leaving Jeffrey unsure if it was a deliberate choice by the driver. As he listened, he felt a chill in his heart, as if it were bleeding. Moreover, Albert's men had confiscated his phone per Charlie's orders, prohibiting both Jordan and Jeffrey from using their phones or accessing the internet. Therefore, he was completely unaware that Wendy was anxiously trying to reach him. Wendy felt a twinge of confusion and surprise when she couldn't get through. She muttered, "What's going on? Did Jeffrey turn off his phone? Shouldn't we be celebrating since they've just resolved Kenneth's issues?" Lady Wilson suggested, "Perhaps his phone battery died. Give it another try later." "All right." Meanwhile, the chaos that had erupted within the Weaver family had spread like wildfire throughout Oris Hill, causing significant upheaval, particularly in the pharmaceutical sector. Rumors circulated that Jordan Weaver, the head of the family, along with his son Jeffrey, the heir to Weaver Pharmaceuticals, were being sent to Mount Gallman. A hit order had even been issued against them by several influential families, indicating they had likely offended someone powerful. No one was certain who they had crossed. Members of the Weaver family were too fearful to discuss the matter, let alone Don Albert. The news spread rapidly across the city, reaching Christopher in no time. He was utterly devastated to learn that Jeffrey and Jordan had lost their influence and were on their way to Mount Gallman. He immediately shared the devastating news with his family. Lady Wilson's blood pressure spiked, and she nearly fainted, only saved by Christopher's quick reflexes as he caught her. Christopher helped his mother settle onto the sofa. The distraught woman wailed in despair, striking her thigh and lamenting, "Oh, dear God, you want us dead, don't you?" Lady Wilson was engulfed in utter despair. She couldn't bear the thought of losing the legacy she had tirelessly built over her entire life. This villa was her sole possession in Orris Hill. If they went bankrupt, the villa would surely be seized, leaving her, her son, and his family homeless. Suddenly, a thought struck her: Christopher must have some savings. She swiftly asked, "Chris, how much money do you have right now?" Christopher felt a rush of panic. He responded, "Mom, I only have a few million." "A few million? Why is it so little?" Lady Wilson frowned, clearly disappointed. "Kenneth gave Wendy 5 million. Over the years, you've lived here with minimal expenses, plus you even receive a salary from the Wilson Group. Where has all your money gone?" Christopher's expression turned grim. "Mom, I don't have any savings. Yes, my living costs are low because I live with you, but I still have to support Harold, Wendy, and Hannah. I tend to spend quite a bit, so I haven't saved much." "In that case, invest whatever you have into the company right now. It might buy us some time. After that, I'll look for additional investments," she insisted. "Mom, I've put all my money in fixed deposit accounts. I can't access them right now." "Oh, just stop it," Lady Wilson shouted. "Do you think I don't see through your selfish thoughts? You want to keep that money all to yourself, don't you?" Christopher fell silent, feeling awkward. Have you heard the saying, when the nest is overturned, no eggs remain unbroken? If the Wilson family falls apart, do you really think you'll be okay? Christopher nodded vigorously. "Yes, Mom, you're right, but the money is truly locked in those accounts right now." "So what?" Lady Wilson retorted. "Do you think I'm not aware of banking procedures? You can withdraw the money before the maturity date, you'll just lose the interest. Is that what you're worried about at a critical time like this? I'm giving you 1 day to take out all your money and transfer it to the company account. Then, I'll contact our creditors to see if we can set up an installment plan for the payments. This could give us a year or two to get back on our feet." In recent years, it had become increasingly difficult for creditors to collect debts. Therefore, if a debtor was polite and proposed a clear repayment plan, most creditors were likely to agree, especially if they received some payment up front. Lady Wilson intended to use Christopher's funds to appease the creditors and buy herself some time to address the debts. Otherwise, the villa would be seized next month. Christopher felt extremely reluctant to comply with his mother's demands. He understood that the Wilson Group was a financial black hole now, and he didn't want to throw his money away. Nevertheless, he nodded in response to his mother's intense insistence, saying, "Okay, Mom. Don't worry, Hannah and I will go to the bank later and transfer the money to the company's account." Lady Wilson felt a slight sense of relief at his words. "I assume you have at least 10 million in cash, right? Transfer 8 million first, and we'll see how things unfold." Christopher cursed under his breath, thinking, "Damn, she's so greedy. How can she expect 8 million when she assumes I have 10? I don't want to give her a single penny." He masked his true feelings with a nod while secretly signaling Hannah with a wink. "All right then, Mom. I'll head out with Hannah to take care of this, you just stay home and wait for our good news." Lady Wilson nodded in satisfaction. "Good. Now go." Once outside, Christopher dragged Hannah along. She exclaimed, "What on earth, are you out of your mind? How could you agree to her outrageous request? Do you really want to give her 8 million? We only have 15 million total." "No, I'm not," Christopher exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice. "I'm just trying to get my mom off my back. We need to spend our money fast so she won't keep bothering us about it. Ideally, we should find a good house today and buy it." Hannah, taken aback, responded, "What? Right now?" "Yes," Christopher insisted. "My mom thinks I have 10 million, right? So let's use that 10 million to buy a house. Then, we can show her the purchase contract and tell her we've used the money on a property. What can she say then?" Hannah's face lit up with excitement. "Wow, Chris, you're a genius. Alright, let's go house hunting. As the Wilson family found themselves in yet another tricky situation, the Weaver family became the talk of the town. The situation with the Weavers served as a stark reminder to everyone: if you're not at the top, you risk being crushed by those who are. Weaver Pharmaceuticals stood out as one of the leading pharmaceutical companies in the southern region, and as a result, Jordan and Jeffrey had reveled in unrestrained luxury and prestige. But in an instant, their fortunes changed. They were sent to Mount Gallman, relegated to the role of humble ginseng pickers. It was a fate more miserable than anyone could imagine. Meanwhile, Liam Weaver, Jordan's illegitimate son, who had always been overlooked in the family, suddenly found himself at the helm as the head of the Weaver family and the chairman of Weaver Pharmaceuticals. The shift was both shocking and remarkable. This marked a new chapter for both Liam and the Weaver family as he stepped into leadership, guiding the family and the company forward. Rumor had it that behind the scenes, influential families such as Don Albert, the White family, the Quinton family, and even the Moore family were supporting Liam's rise to the chairmanship. This suggested that Liam had connections with these powerful families, which would significantly enhance his influence beyond the Weaver family. Prior to this day, Liam had been a target of bullying in Orris Hill. As the illegitimate son, his standing within the family was no better than that of the household staff. Whenever he accompanied Jeffrey, he would often be bullied for no reason, with many insulting him just to curry favor with Jeffrey. They believed Liam would never ascend to a respectable position due to the pressure from his father and brother. However, he defied their expectations, rising quickly through the social ranks. Starting from noon, visitors began arriving at the Weaver family home, bringing generous gifts to congratulate him on his new role as chairman of Weaver Pharmaceuticals. Among these guests were individuals who had once tormented and bullied him. Not only did they come bearing lavish presents, but they also hoped for Liam's forgiveness, wishing he would not seek revenge now that he held power. However, Liam had no interest in retaliation. He greeted everyone who had wronged him with a warm smile and genuine kindness, recalling Charlie's advice to avoid becoming the type of person he despised the most. He viewed the humiliation and adversity as tests from God. Without those painful experiences, he might never have had the fortune to be supported by Master Wade and achieve his current position. Thus, he refrained from arrogance. It wasn't his desire at all. Liam aspired to be a humble, good person, managing the company effectively to earn Master Wade's approval. Moreover, he aimed to gain more experience and skills to repay Master Wade's kindness. When news of the Weaver family's troubles spread, Charlie was busy in the kitchen, preparing lunch for his wife and in-laws. This was in stark contrast to the chaos that had recently engulfed Jordan and Jeffrey, whose lives Charlie had helped turn upside down while aiding Liam's rise. At the dining table, Jacob and Elaine were deep in conversation about the Weavers. Gossip was Elaine's favorite pastime, and she would revel in the misfortunes of others for days on end. As Elaine derided Jordan and Jeffrey for their plight, Claire interjected, "Mom, it's not kind to mock others like that." Elaine scoffed. "I might overlook others, but I won't pass up a chance to take a jab at the Weaver family." Then, with a conspiratorial tone, she added, "Oh, and did you hear that Wendy was supposedly seen with Jeffrey a few days ago?" Claire's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? No way. Isn't Jeffrey in his 30s? He's at least a decade older than Wendy. I can't imagine she would be interested in him." Elaine chuckled. Do you really think Wendy is some kind of saint? Let me tell you, I heard she was Kenneth's lover for a while. You know Kenneth, right? Kenneth Wilson, the chairman of Modestway Group in Eastcliff? Apparently, he's the one who passed her on to Jeffrey. This revelation left Jacob stunned. What? You mean Kenneth from Eastcliff? Wendy was his lover? That can't be true. Kenneth is older than Chris. Elaine replied, "Your mom tried to win Kenneth's favor to secure an investment for the company, so she told Wendy to get close to him. And guess what? Kenneth kept his word and invested $10 million into the company. Everyone knows it's true." Claire gasped, "Oh my goodness. How could Grandma do that? How could she ask Wendy to be with Kenneth just for money? How could my uncle and aunt go along with such a plan?" Elaine sneered, "Them. I bet they were thrilled about it. She continued mockingly, well, the old lady had high hopes, but it's too bad Kenneth only invested 10 million and nothing more. Claire pointed out, the Wilson Group's debts are around 30 million. That 10 million is just a drop in the bucket. I can only imagine how tough things must be for Grandma and the rest now. She deserves it. Elaine spat. Your grandma has bullied us for years. I hope they go bankrupt soon, and I can't wait to see her end up on the street. Only then will she realize all the mistakes she's made. Honestly, it gives me a sense of relief just thinking about it. Jacob chimed in, that's enough. Mom might have made mistakes, but you can't wish that on her. If they really do go bankrupt and lose their home, do you think we can just turn our backs when she comes to us? Elaine shot back angrily, are you serious? I don't care. If she ends up on the street, so be it. I wouldn't even care if she starves. Have you forgotten how she treated us when she kicked us out of her family? I will never forgive her. Jacob sighed, choosing not to respond further. While he was frustrated with his mother, his anger didn't match Elaine's intensity. With a triumphant smile, Elaine declared, I can't wait to see the downfall of the Wilson family. When they're finished, we'll be moving into the magnificent Thompson First Villa, and it will feel like heaven compared to them. Until then, I'll make sure they know that fortune only knocks once. Turning to Charlie, she urged, Charlie, have you been in touch with Mr. Zeke White? Ask him to push the contractor to speed up their renovation. I want to move in next month. Charlie nodded in agreement, saying, yes, Mr. White informed me that the renovations will be finished next month, and we can move in then. Claire replied, is it really a good idea to move in right after the work is done? Shouldn't we wait a bit for the paint smell and other odors to dissipate? Elaine chimed in, oh, don't worry. I visited the site with your dad the other day. They used imported, eco-friendly materials that are completely free of formaldehyde. There was hardly any smell at all in the house. Plus, they've installed an advanced air purification system that circulates fresh air 24/7, making it really healthy. Claire nodded silently. While she felt somewhat indifferent to the idea of moving into the Thompson First Villa, she recognized that Charlie was right. Once they moved, they wouldn't be on the same floor as her parents, which meant they would have more privacy and personal space, something that was sorely lacking in their current living situation. Additionally, Claire had promised Laureen that she would save a room for her in the villa and invite her to live there. It was hardly fair for a girl to stay alone in a hotel. As for Charlie, he was largely unfazed by the villa. Having lived a luxurious life until he was 8, he spent the rest of his childhood and adolescence in an orphanage. Now, he had reached a point where he found little joy in material possessions and was not troubled by personal losses. At that moment, Elaine received a text that made her smile. She glanced up, her eyes sparkling, and said, an old friend invited me over to play 8 rounds of mahjong this afternoon. I won't be home for dinner. Jacob expressed his surprise, 8 rounds? Isn't that going to take around 10 hours? Elaine rolled her eyes. What if it does? I used to play for 2 days straight when I was younger. Jacob adopted a more persuasive tone. You mentioned that you were younger then, but you're not now. Long hours of sitting can lead to all sorts of health issues, lumbar disc herniation, cervical problems, high blood pressure, all because of sitting too long. Elaine waved her hand dismissively. Oh, come on. I'm feeling perfectly fine, don't jinx me. Claire frowned, concern etched on her face. Mom, I don't mind you playing mahjong for fun, but I have 2 requests. First, don't play for too long, and second, please avoid games where you could potentially win or lose thousands per round, okay? Ugh, you're such a killjoy. We're just playing to pass the time. Elaine retorted nonchalantly. Besides, I'm doing this for our family. Look at your dad, he's a loser. And Charlie? Not only is he a loser, but he's also a liar who goes around deceiving people. I'm sure he'll bring trouble to our family. And you're just starting your business and haven't made any money yet. How else can your dad and I retire comfortably? I'm counting on mahjong to bring in some extra income. Charlie felt a surge of irritation at his mother-in-law's harsh words. she still found ways to mock him, branding him a liar. In his mind, he envisioned a scene where he would confront her, saying, "If you believe I'm such a liar, then don't move into the villa I secured through deceit." His mother-in-law certainly needed to learn some lessons of her own. With people waiting for her, Elaine decided to skip finishing her meal. She swiftly grabbed her bag and took a cab to the West Garden Villa, an older villa complex located in Orris Hill. An old friend of hers resided near this villa complex. Once a symbol of prosperity and luxury in Orris Hill, the West Garden Villa had lost much of its former elegance over the past 20 years. Although it was no longer as lavish as it once was, Elaine remembered how impressive it had seemed to her in the past. Back then, she thought living in a villa like this would be beyond her reach. However, times had changed. Now, as she anticipated moving into the prestigious Thompson First soon, Elaine found herself feeling somewhat dismissive of the West Garden Villa. Her old friend who lived there was named Summer Gibson, someone Elaine had known for many years. Summer came from a well-off family. Her husband had made a substantial fortune early in his career, and after he tragically passed away in an accident, he left her with a significant inheritance. After ensuring her child received a quality education abroad, Summer spent her days playing mahjong for leisure. Despite her wealth, Summer wasn't particularly skilled at mahjong, often losing to Elaine in their games. Elaine, with her luck and skill, consistently racked up more points. As a result, Elaine affectionately considered Summer her god of wealth, and made it a point to join her whenever she was invited for a game. When Elaine rang the doorbell, it opened almost instantly. Summer, a woman of similar age to Elaine, greeted her with a warm smile. "Sister Elaine, you're here. Come on in." Elaine quickly returned the greeting as she stepped inside, saying with a smile, "Summer. I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting." They made their way to the living room, where two other friends were already seated at the mahjong table, waiting for Elaine's arrival. "Sister Elaine, you're finally here," one of the women exclaimed with excitement. "Come and sit down. We're starting with 8 continuous laps today." As soon as Elaine and Summer settled at the mahjong table, the game began in earnest. While Elaine shuffled the mahjong tiles in her hands, she turned to Summer and asked, "You've lived in this villa for quite a while, haven't you?" Summer responded with a smile, "Yes, I bought this villa over 10 years ago, mainly as an investment. After my child moved abroad, I found myself alone in this large space, and it often felt overwhelming. Have you considered renovating or refurbishing your villa?" Elaine inquired, her interest piqued. "My daughter owns a renovation and refurbishment company and is collaborating with the Grand Group. If you're thinking about upgrades, I can ask her to offer you a special deal. She could transform your villa into a stunning palace." "Thank you for your kind offer, Sister Elaine," Summer replied with a slight smile. However, she sighed before adding, "But I'm actually planning to sell this villa." "Sell it?" Elaine asked, puzzled. "Why would you want to sell? You're not lacking in funds. I know your husband left you several properties, and you've invested in real estate as well. Wouldn't it be beneficial to keep this villa as an investment?" Summer shook her head, then smiled and said, "Actually, I'm planning to move to the United States soon. I intend to settle down there and won't be returning to Orris Hill anymore." Elaine, taken aback, asked, "How do you plan to settle in the United States?" Summer nodded gently and replied, "I might not have mentioned it before, but my son went abroad to study in the United States. He hasn't returned since he left, and he's now married there. My daughter-in-law is expecting as well. My son has no plans to come back to Orris Hill, so he wants to bring me over to live with him, so I can help care for his children in the future." One of the women at the mahjong table suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, Summer. Are you really going to sell all your properties in Orris Hill?" Summer responded, "I'll keep one of the smaller condominiums in the city. If the opportunity arises, my family can come back to Orris Hill for a short vacation." Hearing Summer's words, Elaine couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness and disappointment. She wasn't upset about losing a good friend to chat with and play mahjong alongside. Rather, Elaine felt that she would never find another person like Summer, someone who, despite being wealthy and not great at mahjong, never got upset and was always willing to lose money to her. Meanwhile, outside the West Garden villa, Christopher and Hannah had just parked their car at the villa entrance, waiting for their real estate agent to arrive. Christopher was looking for a suitable house that would cost them under $10 million. He had contacted a real estate company to help find a villa within that budget. The average home price in Oris Hill was just over $30,000, but villas were, of course, more expensive. Finding a brand new villa for $10 million was nearly impossible, so they were limited to viewing this older villa. Hannah stared at the entrance of the West Garden villa, visibly dissatisfied. "Christopher, don't you think this villa complex looks a bit too rundown? These villas seem older than the old lady's place. Can't we look at some other villas in different neighborhoods?" Christopher quickly replied, "We won't be able to afford a better villa anywhere else. Plus, the first-grade houses at Thompson First are actually quite nice, but you refuse to consider buying there." Hannah grew frustrated and said, "That piece of trash Charlie owns a villa at Thompson First. I don't want to risk running into Jacob and Elaine there in the future. I refuse to buy any ordinary residential house or condominium at Thompson First." Christopher countered, "That's why it's more practical for us to buy this old villa. It offers a lot of space, and it would be quite comfortable for our whole family. The age of the villa doesn't matter much because we can always renovate it later." He continued, "We have to think about our situation, Hannah. Both Harold and Wendy are single. Each needs a bedroom, and both of us will need one too. That's already 3 bedrooms. If Harold gets married, he'll likely stay with us. When he has a child, that child will also need a room, which brings us to 4 bedrooms. Christopher pressed on, "And what about Mom? She'll probably want to live with us in the future too. We'll need a separate bedroom for her as well, making it 5 bedrooms in total. So, buying a villa is the most sensible choice." Hannah snapped back, "Why must your mother live with us? Can't she just go live with Jacob?" Christopher shrugged and replied, "Given that the old lady has cut off all ties with Jacob's family, do you really think he'd allow her to move in with them?" Hannah was still dissatisfied, arguing, "No way. The old lady cannot live with us. I won't allow it. The Wilson family is finished, and we won't benefit from her anymore. We should just send her to Jacob's house. It's not our problem if he accepts her or not." Christopher quickly responded, "Hannah, you might not be aware, but my mother took out a life insurance policy about 20 years ago. It's a financial policy that would pay out at least $6 million upon her death. If you send her away and she lives with Jacob, that money will go to him." "More than $6 million?" Hannah's eyes widened in surprise. "She bought that much insurance?" "Yes," Christopher quickly clarified, "this life insurance was purchased by my dad for her while he was still alive, as a way to provide for future generations." He continued, "Why not do the math yourself? Considering how old my mother is, she might only have 3 to 5 years left. We can care for her during that time, and after she passes, we'll have access to the $6 million from the life insurance. Doesn't that seem worth it?" "Absolutely, it's worth it," Hannah exclaimed, rubbing her hands together in excitement. She added, "We need to take excellent care of your mother now. We can't let Jacob and his family get their hands on her life insurance." Christopher nodded with a smile. "Of course. Don't worry, we won't share the $6 million with Jacob and his family when the time comes." Hannah quickly responded, "Not only will he not receive a single penny from that $6 million, but we must ensure Jacob pays for half of your mother's funeral and burial when she passes." At this point, Christopher instinctively replied, "But the old lady has severed all ties with him. Do you really think he would willingly pay for her funeral and burial? Are you being foolish?" Hannah couldn't help but exclaim. "While the old lady may have cut ties verbally, that means nothing legally. When she passes, we can take Jacob to court if he refuses to pay his share for her funeral. Legally, he is still her son and has the obligation to contribute." Christopher laughed, his face lighting up. "Wife! You're absolutely right. We will definitely ask Jacob to cover half of the funeral expenses. You're the clever one between us, darling." Ha ha ha. Feeling proud, Hannah grinned and said, "Those two fools, Jacob and Elaine, think they can outsmart us, but they don't stand a chance. Just then, a young real estate agent in a smart suit approached them, saying politely, "Hello, are you Mr. and Mrs. Wilson?" "Yes, yes, yes." Christopher responded eagerly, nodding. "You must be the real estate agent from Linnox Real Estate Company, right?" "That's correct," the young woman confirmed with a smile. "Sir, madam, I have already arranged an appointment with the villa owner, who is waiting for us. We can go in and take a look now." "Okay," Christopher replied, nodding again. "Let's go check it out then." As she led them toward the villa, the young agent took the opportunity to provide some background. "Let me tell you a bit about the villa. The owner is a middle-aged woman looking to sell her property quickly because she plans to move to the United States. That's why this villa is priced slightly lower than the market value. It's definitely a great deal." Christopher and Hannah exchanged pleased glances at the agent's words. A lower price is just perfect. If the villa suited their needs, they could use the savings from the purchase for renovations and upgrades. Meanwhile, Elaine was still enjoying a game of mahjong with Summer and her friends. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Summer looked at her friends apologetically. "I'm sorry, but please excuse me for a moment. I think the real estate agent and my potential buyers have arrived. I'll go open the door for them." She stood up and walked toward the entrance, opening the front door. When Summer saw the real estate agent accompanied by a middle-aged couple, she recognized them as the potential buyers for her villa. She greeted them warmly, "Hello, please come in." The real estate agent quickly introduced them, "Miss Gibson, let me introduce you to the potential buyers. This is Mr. Wilson and his wife, Miss Queen. They are very interested in purchasing your villa, just as I mentioned over the phone." The middle-aged man stepped forward with a slight smile, saying politely, "Hello, Miss Gibson. I'm Christopher Wilson, and it's a pleasure to meet you." The visitors were none other than Christopher and his wife, Hannah. Summer greeted them with a warm smile, saying, "Oh, please, come in. It's been years since I've lived in this villa, so make yourselves at home while you explore." "Sure." Christopher responded with a nod as he stepped inside the villa alongside Hannah. He began to take in the layout and interior design of the place. At that moment, Sheila, the real estate agent, chimed in with a smile, "Mr. Wilson, the West Garden Villa is one of the first villa complexes developed in Oris Hill. It boasts a full range of amenities and tight security, ensuring your safety. The villa itself has a living area of 470 square meters, which aligns perfectly with your previous requirements." Christopher was particularly interested in purchasing an older villa because it would be more affordable. Typically, a villa of 470 square meters would cost at least $20 million in Oris Hill, but this villa complex had prices around $13 to $14 million. He sensed this was a good opportunity to negotiate a lower price today. With that in mind, Christopher turned to Summer and asked, "Miss Gibson, what price do you have in mind for your villa?" "As I'm moving to the United States soon, I'm eager to sell this villa quickly," Summer replied with a slight smile. "If you're genuinely interested, I can sell it to you for $12 million. How does that sound?" "What? Are you trying to rob us?" Hannah exclaimed in disbelief. "This villa is quite old, and you dare to ask for $12 million? Summer remained calm and simply smiled as she explained, "In this villa community, most properties are listed above $13.5 million. Some are even priced at $14 million. So, the $12 million I've offered is actually a very fair and advantageous price." At that moment, Elaine, who had been sitting in the living room, caught the familiar voices outside. Curious, she peered out and noticed Hannah looking quite displeased. The man with her was Christopher, the eldest son of the Wilson family. Elaine was surprised to see both of them there. Considering what Summer had just said, it dawned on her that they were probably interested buyers for Summer's old villa. Wasn't the Wilson family on the verge of bankruptcy? How could Christopher afford to buy a villa at a time like this? Meanwhile, Hannah wore an arrogant expression as she declared, "Miss Gibson, to be honest, only a fool would pay $12 million for this old villa. I've heard you're heading to the United States soon, so I know you want to sell fast. If you agree to sell it to me for $8 million, we can finalize the deal today. Then you can pack your bags and leave for the States tomorrow. Doesn't that sound great? Hannah's tactic to lower the price stemmed from her assumption that Summer was pressed to sell. She believed that since Summer needed to leave quickly, she could leverage that urgency to negotiate a better deal and make a profit. What Hannah didn't realize was that Summer was quite wealthy and had multiple properties to sell. She had no pressing need for cash, so there was no way she would let Hannah take advantage of her predicament to sell the villa at a loss. Summer quickly recognized Hannah's intentions. With a frown, she responded, "Miss Queen, while I acknowledge that my villa is a bit old, I've already offered you a very reasonable price. You won't find a lower price for a villa in this area. The $8 million you propose is simply unrealistic." She continued, "It appears that neither of you is truly serious about this purchase, so I don't think we need to continue this discussion." Christopher understood that his wife's offer of $8 million was completely absurd. Who would even consider selling a villa for that price? In fact, if the villa were listed for $11 million, it would likely sell within half an hour, as it would be a great deal. Thus, Christopher quickly interjected, "Miss Gibson, please don't take offense. My wife isn't being reasonable, she's just speaking without thinking." Hannah shot Christopher an annoyed glare and retorted, "Not being reasonable? Christopher, have you forgotten who runs this family? I've always made the decisions. I refuse to pay more than $8 million for this villa." She then winked at Christopher, as if to signal that she had the situation under control. Hannah felt confident she could outmaneuver Summer. Just then, Elaine approached them with a cheerful smile, saying, "Oh, brother-in-law and sister-in-law, do you really expect to buy this villa for just $8 million? That's ridiculous." Honestly, Hannah and Christopher never imagined they would bump into Elaine here. Both of them were struggling to grasp the situation. What on earth was Elaine doing at the villa? Was she friends with Summer? At that moment, Hannah felt a twinge of annoyance. She had meticulously planned to negotiate the price of the villa down to $8 million. If the seller resisted, she was ready to gradually inch the offer up, capping it at $9 million. Hannah was confident she could secure the villa for that amount. Yet, she never anticipated Elaine's sudden appearance and her boldness to confront them. Moreover, Elaine had always treated her with kindness and respect. So why was she now so audacious as to mock her in front of everyone? When did she find such courage? For over 20 years, Elaine had endured bullying from Christopher and Hannah since marrying into the Wilson family. This long history of mistreatment had bred deep resentment within her. Upon learning that the Wilson family was on the brink of bankruptcy, Elaine seized the opportunity to finally taunt and humiliate them. Today, fate had presented her with the perfect chance to take her revenge. This moment was Elaine's opportunity to settle the score for all the years of disdain she had endured. Hannah's expression soured as she processed Elaine's cutting remark. Turning to Elaine, she demanded, "Elaine, what do you mean by that?" With a smile, Elaine responded, "Oh, sister-in-law, are you really saying you don't understand? My friend's villa is valued at over $10 million, yet you're trying to lowball her with an offer of only $8 million? How shameless can you be? I know times have been tough for you lately, but that's no excuse to take advantage of others." Elaine spoke openly, clearly unbothered by their reactions. She had no intention of hiding her feelings. Her husband, Jacob, held no status within the Wilson family, which had led her to live under the oppressive control of this couple for many years. She had been stifled and burdened by grievances all this time. Now that she finally had the chance to turn the tables, Elaine was determined to make them feel the pain she had suffered. Hannah's face darkened as she glared at Elaine and retorted, "All right, Elaine. It seems like you've grown bolder in just a few days, haven't you? You used to cower like a mouse in front of me. Now you dare to speak to me like this?" Hannah was livid. In the past, Elaine had been an inferior figure who couldn't stand up to her. Yet now, with the Wilson family teetering on the edge of disaster, Elaine had found the courage to confront her. What a brazen move! When Elaine caught wind of Hannah's reference to the past, she shot back arrogantly, sister-in-law. Do you really think you can keep pushing me around just because the old lady favored you? Take a good look in the mirror and see how far you've fallen. And you still have the gall to act tough in front of me? Continuing her tirade, Elaine added, honestly, I've resented you for a long time, Hannah. The old lady was always biased in your favor because you were her eldest daughter-in-law. Otherwise, how could I have ever humbled myself, praised you, and endured your nonsense when you are really worth so little? You're just a pathetic woman who knows how to grovel to an old lady. Now that the Wilson family is crumbling, you still dare to front like you're better than me? Pfft. Why don't you take a good look at who you really are? At this point, Hannah's face flushed with anger. In the entire Wilson family, was she truly the only one who had ever bowed down and flattered Lady Wilson? While Elaine attempted to win over Lady Wilson, she had done everything she could to please the old lady, often outdoing everyone else in her efforts. So how could Elaine accuse her of something they both were guilty of? Christopher's face drained of color as he stepped forward to confront Elaine. Elaine! Enough with the criticisms and insults. No matter how bleak our situation may seem, we are certainly in a better position than you. Why not take a look at your own life? Your husband is worthless, your son-in-law is worthless, and your entire family is simply a disgrace. Elaine's eyes widened in shock, but she quickly retorted with disdain, Big brother, you make a good point. My husband is indeed just a piece of trash, but what can I do? All the men in the Wilson family are just as pathetic. Don't you already know that deep down? Christopher clenched his teeth in anger. Well done, Elaine. I was criticizing your husband, and you dragged my husband and son into this? Without letting Christopher continue, Elaine put her hands on her hips and spoke arrogantly, but don't you dare call my beloved son-in-law, Charlie, a piece of trash. Charlie is truly remarkable. Plus, I'm moving into my luxurious villa at Thompson First next month. Can you even afford a villa there? Do you have what it takes to buy a place like that? In reality, Elaine wasn't that proud of Charlie. She was seizing this moment to provoke Christopher, and it felt exhilarating. Christopher's discomfort grew as he absorbed Elaine's words. Curse it. She was right. Even if Charlie was nothing but a loser, he owned a lavish villa at Thompson First. What did Christopher have? Only a second-hand villa that was already 20 years old. Charlie could likely buy 10 of those with just one of his villas at Thompson First. Elaine reveled in her victory, delighted by the ugly discomfort that twisted Christopher's expression. She felt so ecstatic that she could almost dance right there. After a brief sigh, Elaine resumed her verbal assault on Christopher. Honestly, I used to think Charlie was just a pathetic loser. I envied you and sister-in-law. Your daughter, Wendy, was engaged to the wealthy Gerald from the White family. Your family would have skyrocketed in status if Wendy had married into the White family. Elaine sighed and shook her head in regret. Who would have thought that Wendy would end up getting dumped by Gerald? I guess he's really the scum of the earth. How could he be so cold-hearted? He got Wendy pregnant and then left her without a second thought. Who does that? Hannah and Christopher exchanged furious glances, their anger boiling over. This insufferable woman was clearly crossing the line. Elaine continued, but I still envied you. Even after Gerald ditched Wendy, I heard she managed to snag a new son-in-law for you and sister-in-law. I heard your new son-in-law is Kenneth Wilson, the chairman of Modest Way Group. He's so much wealthier and powerful compared to Gerald. As she spoke, Elaine adopted a regretful expression. However, even though Kenneth seems like the perfect man, there's one big drawback: he's a bit too old. Brother-in-law, I believe Kenneth is at least 2 to 3 years older than you, right? Can I ask you something? What's it like having a son-in-law who's older than you? Hannah could clearly detect the irony dripping from Elaine's words, and her face twisted in anger as she shouted, Elaine. You better shut your mouth right this instant. Otherwise, I'll tear you apart today. Oh, come on. Elaine replied with disdain. Sister-in-law, I'm just speaking the truth. Why should I stop? Why don't you want me to continue? Why threaten me? With a cold snort, Elaine added, "Let me remind you, Hannah. Don't think you can push me around just because your son-in-law is older than you. I know Kenneth dumped Wendy a long time ago. Am I right? I also heard that Kenneth handed Wendy over to Jeffrey from the Weaver family. Haha, Chairman Wilson is quite the character. Wendy is a person, not an item. How could he just pass her along like that? That's why I say my dear son-in-law, Charlie, is still the best. Even if he can be a bit useless at times, he's reliable and would never abandon our family like that." Hannah felt herself on the brink of exploding with rage at Elaine's taunts. She gritted her teeth and lunged at Elaine, yelling hysterically, "Elaine! I'm ready to settle this with you today." When Elaine noticed that Hannah had already raised her hands while rushing toward her, she quickly stepped back and said coldly, "Listen up, Hannah. You really can't afford to offend me, so keep your hands to yourself." Hannah shot back fiercely, "I can't possibly offend a smelly woman like you. If I don't tear your mouth apart today, my last name isn't Queen." Elaine smirked before replying, "My dear son-in-law, Charlie, is quite the fighter. I'm sure you remember how he dealt with the bodyguards you hired, not to mention how he taught your worthless son, Harold, a lesson he won't soon forget. Believe me, if you provoke me today, I'll call Charlie right away. He'll come here and teach both of you a lesson." As soon as Hannah heard Elaine's words, she shuddered. Frustration washed over her, and it felt as though all the anger and hatred she had been holding on to began to fade away. Honestly, Charlie had left a significant psychological impact on her. She couldn't understand how someone as seemingly pathetic as Charlie, who was constantly bullied and insulted, could be such an exceptional fighter. He was absolutely ruthless when it came to beating people up. Christopher also harbored a deep fear of Charlie. After all, he had witnessed Charlie's abilities firsthand and had nearly lost control out of fear the last time they crossed paths. Seeing that both of them had fallen silent, clearly too scared to respond, Elaine knew they were intimidated by Charlie. She couldn't help but sneer as she continued, "Oh, I actually feel sorry for both of you. The Wilson family is on a downward slope, and with both Harold and Wendy still single, I doubt Wendy will find a husband in Oris Hill anytime soon. Ah, you two are going to be so miserable and pitiful in the future." Elaine then adopted a serious tone. "Don't say I didn't warn you. I really don't think you should be looking to buy a villa right now. Why would you even want one? You should be saving every penny you can, so you don't end up starving in the future. Instead, consider buying a small, cheap house in the suburbs and use the rest of your money to start a small business." Christopher and Hannah were so furious that they were left completely speechless. Elaine went on, "Oh, and I have a brilliant idea. Why not open a mahjong hall? That way, when Summer sells her villa, I can bring my friends over to support your business. That should help you avoid starving to death. What do you think?" Christopher felt as if he were having a heart attack. Meanwhile, Hannah was ready to explode with rage at Elaine. This was the first time they had ever experienced such humiliation and insult at the hands of Elaine. Her remarks were the most ruthless and scathing they had ever encountered in their lives. What made it worse was that they couldn't retaliate in any way. How could they possibly counter her words? Everything, food, clothing, housing, their daughter, son-in-law, was below that wretched woman, Elaine. As they contemplated this, Christopher and Hannah felt even more frustrated. They were so ashamed and angry that they wanted to find a hole to hide in. Elaine, on the other hand, was filled with satisfaction and could have sung with joy. It had been ages since she felt this happy. She had finally avenged all the resentment and dissatisfaction she had carried in the past. When Christopher realized he wouldn't be able to save face today, he coldly stated, "Elaine, you will regret your arrogance sooner or later." Elaine nodded, sighing as she replied, "Yes, big brother. I'm sure I will pay a price for my actions soon. Next month, I'm moving into the luxurious villa at Thompson First. I might get lost every day since it's so big. How will I ever live comfortably in such a huge place?" After that, Elaine sighed again and said, Once we move into the villa at Thompson First, our level and status will be completely different from yours, big brother. We might not even see each other as often in the future. Brother and sister-in-law, I guess you were right. There is indeed a price I'll have to pay for my arrogance today. Christopher felt ready to explode with anger. In an effort to keep his composure, he gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, and cursed, "Forget it. We're not buying this villa anymore. Let's go." Following that, Christopher swiftly departed from the villa with Hannah by his side. The real estate agent, who had been lingering nearby, awkwardly trailed behind them. Despite her own disdain for the couple after hearing Elaine's comments, she felt compelled to follow because, after all, the customer is always right. Summer, witnessing their exit, couldn't help but express her frustration. "Sister Elaine, your relatives are truly bizarre. Did they think I was a fool? How dare they offer $8 million for my villa?" Elaine responded with a smile, "They're on the brink of bankruptcy. Honestly, they're just a group of broke individuals. I doubt they could even afford the villa, even if you sold it to them for that amount." Summer nodded in agreement. "That's really disappointing. Let's just forget about them and continue our mahjong game instead." Once outside the villa, Christopher and Hannah began venting their frustrations together. The main reason they refrained from expressing their anger in front of Elaine was their fear of her son-in-law, Charlie. They knew that confronting Charlie would only lead to them getting hurt. The real estate agent hurried after them, and once their ranting subsided, she cautiously inquired, "Mr. and Mrs. Wilson, would you like to view other properties?" Hannah shot her a furious glare and snapped, "Look? What do you mean by look? Just get out of my sight." With that, she pulled Christopher along as they exited the villa complex. The real estate agent couldn't hold back her tears of frustration. However, due to her timid nature, she chose not to stand up for herself. After leaving the villa, Hannah's anger intensified. She turned to Christopher and vented, "This Elaine really knows how to flaunt her wealth. Just because she has some money, she's acting all high and mighty. How can she brag about moving into that luxurious villa at Thompson First? If it weren't for that good-for-nothing Charlie deceiving people, they'd never have a place there. Ugh! I'm so furious." Christopher, wearing a cold expression, nodded in agreement. "That terrible woman is taking it too far." He then let out a sigh, feeling helpless. "Unfortunately, we can't do anything about her right now. The Wilson family is about to collapse, and soon, anyone will feel free to insult us." Hannah quickly interjected, "So, are we still going to buy a house? If we don't, your mother will demand $8 million from you." "Yes. We definitely need a house," Christopher responded promptly. "But we won't be buying one just yet." Hannah pressed, "If not now, then when will we buy?" Christopher replied, "Doesn't that obnoxious Elaine have some money? I think it's time we devise a plan to swindle her." "Swindle her? How on earth can we pull that off?" Hannah asked, surprised. With a serious expression, Christopher explained, "She enjoys gambling, right? We can start with a small profit to lure her into a game. Then, we'll keep enticing her to increase her bets, and we can hire a seasoned expert to handle the game. Eventually, we'll manage to extract all her money." With a sneer, Christopher added, "It would be even better if we could get her to mortgage the villa at Thompson First to us. If that happens, we could completely turn our lives around." Elaine was blissfully unaware that Christopher and Hannah had conspired to seize her wealth and her son-in-law Charlie's opulent villa at Thompson First. While she immersed herself in a lively game of mahjong at Summer's villa with her friends, she lost track of time and skipped dinner at home. The four ladies decided to indulge in some KFC takeout, joyfully sharing a bucket of chicken as they savored the drumsticks and the mahjong tiles. Laughter filled the air as they played late into the night. Meanwhile, Charlie had already prepared dinner and was enjoying a meal with his wife and father-in-law. Claire couldn't help but express her frustration at her mother's absence. "Dad! Can't you control Mom just a little? She needs to stop playing mahjong and gambling all the time." "Control her?" Jacob scoffed, shaking his head. "If I could do that, do you think I'd be in this situation? You should try to manage her instead. Your grandmother always favored your uncle over me for a reason." Claire was taken aback and asked, "It can't possibly be because of Mom, right?" "It absolutely is." Jacob sighed. "Your grandparents initially disapproved of my marrying your mother. If she hadn't been pregnant with you, they would have never backed down." Charlie was startled to learn this revelation about his mother-in-law and the circumstances surrounding his wife's birth. Jacob continued speaking to Claire, "The truth is, your grandmother has never liked your mother. That sentiment hasn't changed even after all these years." "Why not?" Claire inquired, puzzled. "After more than 20 years, shouldn't she let go of her grievances?" Jacob replied, "Your grandmother views your mother as cunning and looks down on her family for being less affluent." Claire sighed, reflecting on the situation. "I know it's not right for me to say this, but I feel like my grandmother isn't much better than my mother." "You've got a point," Jacob agreed. "I believe the main reason your grandmother dislikes your mother so much is that she sees too much of herself in her." Claire gently rubbed her forehead and murmured, "That actually makes a lot of sense." Charlie remained silent but found himself agreeing with Jacob's insights in his mind. In this dynamic, Lady Wilson represented the dominant figure, while Elaine was the one who felt oppressed. As Lady Wilson aged, she grew more fearful of Elaine, worried that the roles might reverse and Elaine might overshadow her. This fear was the root of Lady Wilson's ongoing attempts to control Elaine. The relationship between a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is often fraught with tension, primarily revolving around the desire for power. A mother-in-law often seeks to maintain dominance over her daughter-in-law, while the daughter-in-law yearns for autonomy. This was especially true for someone like Lady Wilson, whose need for control made her difficult for many to tolerate. Just then, the television in the background cut to breaking news from Oris Hill. The reporter announced, "We interrupt this program to bring you urgent news. A few days ago, Masao Kobayashi, the chairman of Kobayashi Pharma, tragically died in a freak accident in Tokyo. Reports indicate that his death was allegedly caused by poisoning from his eldest son, Ichiro Kobayashi. It appears Masao took a drug that led to a heart attack due to its intense stimulatory effects." The reporter continued, "Interpol has received information that Ichiro Kobayashi is currently hiding out in Oris Hill. The Kobayashi family is offering a reward of 3 billion yen for anyone who can locate him." As a result, numerous Japanese hitmen and gang members have infiltrated Oris Hill in search of him. The police are also on high alert and encourage citizens to report any suspicious individuals immediately. Upon hearing the news, Jacob shook his head in disbelief. This Ichiro Kobayashi is truly monstrous. How could he murder his own father just to claim the family fortune? Charlie chuckled softly at his father-in-law's words. In truth, Ichiro Kobayashi wasn't a monster, he was a devoted son who genuinely wanted to help his father recover from severe paraplegia. It was truly unfortunate that he chose the wrong path. This misguided decision led to the unfortunate reality that this devoted son was now viewed as a beast by everyone around him. After 2 full days of speculation, the passing of Masao Kobayashi, the chairman of Kobayashi Pharma, had captured a significant amount of attention across Japan. Thanks to a vigorous campaign orchestrated by Masao's second son, Jiro, Ichiro suddenly found himself labeled as the chief suspect in the poisoning death of his own father, allegedly motivated by a desire to usurp his father's position at Kobayashi Pharma. At this moment, the entire nation was condemning Ichiro, branding him as the most unfilial son in Japan. Some even went as far as to call him the shame of the nation. Meanwhile, Jiro escalated the situation by raising the bounty on Ichiro's head from 1 billion yen to a staggering 3 billion yen. His goal was to swiftly claim the chairmanship of Kobayashi Pharma. To achieve this, he felt compelled to ensure that his brother met his end before ever returning to Japan. Jiro was acutely aware that his elder brother had no intention of killing their father. Even if he had wanted to, it was unlikely he would attempt such an act while being stuck abroad. If he were in Japan at the time, he could have stepped into the chairman's role immediately following this tragedy. Thus, Jiro could only conclude that his brother was also a victim in this grim affair, suffering just as much. After all, Kobayashi Pharma had already transferred a whopping $10 billion to Charlie, which served as substantial evidence that Charlie was indeed behind this entire incident. However, if Jiro did not shift the blame onto Ichiro, then, as the eldest son, Ichiro would rightfully inherit the chairmanship. This would solidify his position as the rightful leader of Kobayashi Pharma. For Jiro to mount a successful counterattack and secure the chairmanship for himself, he had no option but to continue undermining his brother. This is why Jiro was eager for Ichiro to perish in Oris Hill. If Ichiro was silenced, Jiro's claim to the chairmanship of Kobayashi Pharma would be all the more assured. Jiro's increasing cash reward for his brother's head made it evident that he was desperately intent on eliminating Ichiro as soon as possible. In response, Charlie sent a text to Albert, instructing him to reach out to Jiro. Charlie proposed that Albert demand $1 billion from Jiro in exchange for Ichiro. If Jiro refused, Charlie threatened to personally escort Ichiro back to Tokyo and arrange a press conference where Ichiro could publicly clarify the situation. This would allow Ichiro to compete openly against Jiro for the succession of Kobayashi Pharma. Charlie's reasoning was straightforward. If Jiro truly aspired to be the chairman of Kobayashi Pharma, he would need to cooperate with Charlie. Otherwise, should Charlie release Ichiro, the brothers might end up sharing the company, resulting in a far greater loss for Jiro than merely $1 billion. Without hesitation, Albert contacted Jiro to relay Charlie's demand. Upon hearing Albert's message, Jiro nearly lost his mind. $1 billion? Kobayashi Pharma had already paid Charlie $10 billion for the poison prescription. This $10 billion transaction had been voluntary. His father had been completely deceived by Charlie. The very thought irritated Jiro greatly. His father had essentially spent $10 billion to procure a poison that ultimately led to his own demise. If this transaction were to be made public, it would undoubtedly be deemed the most unjust deal of the century. Jiro felt that if Charlie had any sense of decency, he would assist him in eliminating his brother in exchange for the $10 billion. He never imagined that Charlie would instead demand another $1 billion. Did he really believe he was running a bank? Jiro despised Charlie with a passion. Yet, he dared not confront him directly. As a result, Jiro resorted to negotiating with Albert. With a tone of deep reverence, he said, "Don Albert, could you please pass along my message to Mr. Wade? Kobayashi Pharma's bank account has dwindled to just $2 or $3 billion, and we have numerous debtors who have yet to settle their accounts. Additionally, we owe the bank several $billion in loans. The pressure we are under is immense." Albert responded, "Mr. Wade is steadfast in his decisions. Don't assume you can negotiate with him at will." Jiro pleaded, "Don Albert, I am truly struggling right now. How about this? Ask Mr. Wade for a 2-month grace period. I assure you that I will transfer the funds to him within that time. However, during these 2 months, it is crucial that my brother remains silent and out of the public eye, and he must not return to Japan under any circumstances." 2 months. Albert pondered for a moment before stating, "Please hold on. I will seek Mr. Wade's opinion." Subsequently, Albert quickly sent a text to Charlie, outlining Jiro's request for the delayed payment. At that moment, Charlie was tidying up the dining table, and upon reading Albert's message, he swiftly replied, "Instruct him not to attempt to negotiate with me again. If he does, I will reach out to his brother and send him back to Japan to claim his inheritance. Let him know that his brother would comply with my demands, even if I requested 5 billion yen." Meanwhile, Ichiro was hiding out at Albert's dog farm, well aware that many wished him harm. He felt panic and anxiety coursing through him constantly. In his view, death could come at any moment, so if Charlie offered him a chance to return to Japan and contest for his inheritance, he would gladly give Charlie over 80% of any inheritance he received without hesitation. Albert called Jiro once more as soon as he received Charlie's response. "Mr. Kobayashi, you are negotiating so fervently with Mr. Wade over just 1 billion yen, but have you considered the bigger picture? If Mr. Wade chooses to contact your brother and send him back to Japan to claim his inheritance, Ichiro might readily agree to pay Mr. Wade 2 to 3 billion yen as compensation. In that case, you would be losing much more than just 1 billion yen. As far as I know, Kobayashi Pharma has a market value in the tens of billions." Upon hearing Albert's words, Jiro gritted his teeth and replied without hesitation, "Don Albert, please inform Mr. Wade that I accept his terms. I will raise the funds immediately." Although Kobayashi Pharma had limited funds in their bank account, Jiro's father, Masao, had a significant sum deposited in his personal bank account. This money was meant to be divided between the two brothers after their father's passing. However, if Ichiro were to die, all assets, including Kobayashi Pharma, cash deposits, antiques, and real estate, would belong solely to Jiro. Determined to act quickly, Jiro transferred the funds to Charlie within just 10 minutes. He then called Albert, saying, "Don Albert, I've transferred the money to Mr. Wade's account. Please have him verify receipt of the funds. Also, once he confirms, I hope he can arrange for my brother to be dealt with swiftly." Albert assured him, "Rest assured, Mr. Wade is a man of his word. Once he confirms receipt of your money, he will ensure your brother disappears completely." After hanging up, Albert immediately texted Charlie, "Mr. Wade, have you received the funds from Jiro?" Charlie replied, "Yes, I have received it." In a rush, Albert asked, "So, do you want me to eliminate Ichiro right away? Should I record the act for Jiro to watch?" Charlie responded, "What I need you to do is hide Ichiro and find someone skilled in special effects. I want you to film a headshot of Ichiro and, after the effects are added, send that video to Jiro. Make sure it looks convincing enough for him to believe that his brother is dead." Surprised, Albert inquired, "Mr. Wade, are you actually trying to save Ichiro's life?" "Yes," Charlie confirmed. "Keeping Ichiro alive could be incredibly advantageous for us down the line. I might even leverage him to gain control of Kobayashi Pharma in the future. Killing Ichiro for Jiro, even for $1 billion, would be too easy on him." Charlie continued, "Also, don't worry too much about morals or your reputation in this situation. We owe nothing to the Japanese. In fact, the more trouble they face, the better it is for us." "Understood," Albert quickly replied. "I'll ensure that we have more people to protect Ichiro from now on." Meanwhile, at the Moore family mansion, the family members were gathered around the dining table discussing Kobayashi Pharma. As soon as Lord Moore caught wind of the Kobayashi Pharma situation, he remarked, "I suspect this incident is somehow connected to Mr. Wade." Jasmine, who had just picked up a piece of broccoli, suddenly set it aside, opting to remain silent. At that moment, her cousin Ruben chimed in, saying, "Grandpa, I feel the same way. I heard that Masao Kobayashi of Kobayashi Pharma took a special pill for his high paraplegia before he unexpectedly passed away from a heart attack. I also learned that Ichiro Kobayashi consulted Dr. Simmons for a prescription to treat high paraplegia at the Chinese Medicine Expo. I suspect the medicine Dr. Simmons used is the same miraculous pill that Charlie gave to you." Immediately, Lord Moore interjected, "Ruben, you shouldn't mention Mr. Wade's name so casually." Ruben quickly corrected himself, "I apologize, Grandpa. I didn't mean to speak carelessly. I meant to say that the medicine Dr. Simmons used must be the same magical pill that Mr. Wade provided to you." Seeing Ruben's sincerity in his apology, Lord Moore nodded in agreement and said, "I believe you're right. Dr. Simmons is indeed highly skilled, but he hasn't reached the level where he can bring someone back to life or change their fate. Mr. Wade's magical pill is the only medication in this country that could possibly achieve such results." With a sigh, Lord Moore continued, "The medicine Mr. Wade provided last time was remarkably effective. I was on the brink of death, but after taking it, I feel significantly stronger. Yet even though my life is no longer in danger, I still feel somewhat weak. It's probably just a sign of my old age." Ruben quickly suggested, "Grandpa, why don't I reach out to Mr. Wade and see if I can buy another magical pill? I'm sure if you take another one, you'll feel much better and stronger." Lord Moore waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No, no. Mr. Wade has already been generous enough to give us the magical pill once. We haven't even repaid him for that kindness. If we just go back asking for another pill, it would seem like we're greedy. We need to know our place." Ruben was puzzled by the immense respect his grandfather had for Charlie. Lord Moore held Charlie in such high regard that it was almost akin to reverence. His feelings were similar to those of Anthony, who also admired Charlie deeply. Both men were in the later stages of their lives, and with their mortality looming closer, they found themselves increasingly anxious about what lay ahead. In contrast, Ruben was still under 30. If someone told him that taking a magical pill could extend his life by 5 more years, he would likely scoff at the notion. For an elderly man nearing the end of his journey, however, receiving such news would feel miraculous, almost divine. Jasmine had a better grasp of her grandfather's mindset. Unlike Reuben, she possessed one of the magical pills Charlie had given out. Hidden in her car, the secret of this extraordinary medicine was known only to her and Charlie. Having the magical pill brought Jasmine a sense of unprecedented tranquility. She felt reassured knowing that if anything went wrong, she had a chance to survive and rebound as long as the pill was with her. Most people, if offered such an opportunity, might not think it was particularly valuable. They would believe they had nothing to gain from the magical pill. Reuben was one of those people. He recognized the worth of Charlie's magical pill, yet if he ever acquired one, he would gladly give it to his grandfather. His aim would be to make the old man feel appreciated, ensuring Reuben would secure a greater inheritance in the future. Unlike Jasmine, he wouldn't keep the medicine to himself. This didn't mean Jasmine lacked filial piety towards her grandfather. On the contrary, she believed the pill symbolized Charlie's care for her. Charlie had entrusted her with this medicine, encouraging her to keep it for her own well-being. Jasmine felt a deep sense of responsibility to honor Charlie's intentions and did not wish to use his gift solely to earn her grandfather's approval. Suddenly, Lord Moore recalled something important and exclaimed, "Oh, by the way, Reuben, Jasmine, there's a task I'd like you both to take on after dinner. I need you to visit the Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital together." The Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital? Reuben echoed, taken aback. "Grandpa, why do you want us to go there? What's happening?" Lord Moore explained, "I heard there's been trouble with the younger generation of the Webb family from Sudbury. They've all rushed to Orris Hill to see one of their own." He continued, "I want you to extend our greetings to Donald, the eldest son of the Webb family. Although he's about the same age as your father, since your dad isn't in Orris Hill at the moment, it would be inappropriate for me to go there myself. Therefore, I'd like the two of you to represent the Moore family. Just pay them a visit and convey our regards, as our families have always had a close relationship." Reuben nodded, then suddenly said, "Wait. I remember now. I saw that video on social media. Wasn't that kid who went a bit crazy and did something disgusting a member of the Webb family?" "Oh, cousin!" Jasmine exclaimed, exasperated, as she set down her chopsticks. "We're still eating. Why would you bring up something so revolting?" Reuben chuckled lightly. "My apologies. That just slipped out." Lord Moore had also seen the video and felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. He put down his chopsticks and added, "I've heard that the young boy from the Webb family has been in the Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital for the last 2 days. Just go visit Donald and let him know your father can't be there in person because he's not in Orris Hill." "Sure thing, Grandpa," Reuben replied quickly. The Webb family from Sudbury was even more powerful than the Moore family. While the Moores were ranked among the top 5 families in the southern region, they didn't quite make it into the top 3. These prominent families maintained close ties with one another. Typically, when someone visited another family's territory, the host would go out of their way to make their guests feel welcomed and valued. At this moment, Jasmine inquired, "Grandpa, should we bring any gifts with us?" Lord Moore responded, "A few years back, someone gifted me a piece of cold jade. It has a calming effect and brings peace to its owner. I want you to give it to Donald, and let him know it's for his son. While its effects may be modest, it's certainly better than nothing." Jasmine nodded and replied, "All right, Grandpa. I understand." At that moment, Lord Moore stood up and said, "Jasmine, I need you to come with me." "Sure, Grandpa." Without hesitation, Jasmine rose and swiftly followed her grandfather into his study. Once inside the study, Lord Moore settled into his mahogany chair and asked, "Jasmine, have you made any progress with Mr. Wade recently?" Upon hearing her grandfather's question, Jasmine felt her cheeks flush. "Grandpa, Lord Moore chuckled at Jasmine's flustered response. "Dear girl, why are you so shy? Just tell me what's been happening." Feeling quite embarrassed, Jasmine confessed, "To be honest, Grandpa, Mr. Wade has been really busy lately. We hardly have a chance to meet." Lord Moore's expression turned slightly disappointed. "Jasmine, you can't be so indifferent about this. You're still young, but I'm getting older. While you might have time on your side, I can't afford to wait for years." He continued, "I'm not asking you to act unethically or without morals. I'm not trying to push you into anything with Mr. Wade if you're not comfortable. The truth is, I can see you genuinely care for him. Am I right?" Jasmine nodded, her face turning even redder. In reality, her feelings for Charlie had only deepened as she got to know him better. As a strong and capable woman, she was drawn to a man of equal strength and capability. The more powerful he was, the more appealing she found him. Thus, it was only natural for her to be attracted to Charlie. Lord Moore sighed softly and said, "It's a shame that Mr. Wade married so young. However, in today's world, people view relationships differently. It's not unheard of for a man to have multiple marriages. So, don't let his previous marriage weigh on you. What matters most is that you do your best to keep a good man by your side, no matter how many times he may have been married before." Jasmine nodded slightly and responded, "Grandpa, I understand your point. I can't pursue Mr. Wade too aggressively, as I fear it might push him away. I've heard that he still shows a lot of love and kindness toward his wife." "That's true," Lord Moore agreed. "In that case, it's wise for you to take a steady and gradual approach to win Mr. Wade over, even if it's in secret." Then, recalling something important, Lord Moore quickly added, "By the way, my 80th birthday is coming up in a few days. Be sure to invite Mr. Wade to my birthday banquet. This will give you a chance to get closer and to know him better." Jasmine responded eagerly, "Yes, Grandpa. I'll make sure to do that." "Good," Lord Moore nodded. "Now, it's getting late. You should head to the Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital to visit the junior of the Webb family first." Before long, Reuben escorted Jasmine out of their home, making their way directly to Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital located in the suburbs. Inside Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital, the nurses had just finished feeding Kian, who was becoming increasingly agitated. After being fed, Kian regained consciousness. His mouth was wiped clean, his mouth rinsed, and his stomach had been washed out. Lying on the hospital bed with his hands and feet restrained, Kian wore a look of satisfaction. The nurses struggled to suppress their nausea as they exited the intensive care unit, carrying a basin filled with the unpleasant remnants they had just cleared from Kian's stomach. Meanwhile, Kian's father, Donald, and his brother, Sean, sat quietly on the sofa, their expressions devoid of emotion. Once the nurses emerged from the intensive care unit, one of them respectfully addressed them, saying, "Mr. Webb and young Mr. Webb, the patient has regained consciousness." Donald responded coldly, "Have you completed the gastric lavage procedure?" The nurse nodded and quietly confirmed, "Yes, the procedure is finished." "Good," Donald continued, "have you properly disinfected what you fed him?" With urgency, the nurse replied, "Yes, it has been sterilized. We used a pressure cooker to ensure it was treated at high temperature and pressure. While we can't eliminate the odor entirely, I assure you there are no remaining bacteria or viruses." Kian's strict routine of receiving additional supplements every hour continued without change. Donald, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, dared not stop his son's regimen. He could see that Kian was truly on the brink of death, and delaying even for a minute could prove catastrophic. Fearful of the consequences, Donald consulted a team of medical professionals, and they devised a temporary solution: to pre-cook Kian's supplements in the pressure cooker for at least half an hour to eliminate any harmful microorganisms. This was the best plan they could come up with for the time being. With a heavy heart, Donald gestured for the nurses to leave. "All right, you may go now. Please ensure all of his next meals are prepared in advance." The nurse nodded and assured him, "Mr. Webb, you can rest assured that we have already prepared all 8 of his meals for tonight. Each meal has been sterilized in advance and will be served at room temperature." Feeling a wave of nausea wash over him, Donald quickly waved his hand and said, "All right, you can leave now." Once the nurses departed, Sean leaned in and whispered to his father, "Dad, are we really going to let this continue? How can Kian possibly need to consume such filth every hour?" If this gets out, the Webb family will be humiliated. Donald replied, "What other choice do we have? Do you want me to stand by and watch your brother die?" Sean quickly clarified, "That's not what I meant. I think we should bring Kian back to Sudbury. Staying here isn't a solution. We can use our family doctor and nurses at home. At least we can trust them to keep this matter private." Donald pondered for a moment before responding, "All right, we'll take your brother back to Sudbury, but we can't leave Orris Hill just yet." "Why not?" Sean asked, surprised. "What else do we need to do here?" Donald explained, "I suspect there's more to your brother's sudden illness than meets the eye. Something must have triggered this behavior. I want to stay in Orris Hill for a while longer to investigate and gather any clues we might have missed. I need you to stay with me." Sean nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, Dad, I'll stay with you." Donald replied, "In that case, we'll arrange for our doctor to accompany Kian back to Sudbury tomorrow morning." With that, Donald stood up and said, "Now, let's go see your brother." Father and son rose and opened the door to the intensive care unit, only to be met with an overwhelming and repulsive stench. Despite the windows being wide open and the exhaust fan running, the foul odor lingered persistently. Kian lay on his bed with tears streaming down his cheeks, gazing silently out the window. He was acutely aware of the foul odor on his breath, a constant reminder of his disgust for himself. "Kian." Seeing the desolate and defeated look on his son's face filled Donald with sorrow. Kian remained fixated on the view outside, his voice choked with emotion as he replied, "Dad, why don't you just let me die? I'm at the end of my rope, having to endure something so vile every single hour." Donald rushed to his son's side, grasping his hand tightly. "My dear son, you must remember that living is always better than dying." Overcome with tears, Kian countered, "But who could possibly have a life more miserable than mine? If this is how I have to live forever, I'd rather be dead right now." Feeling a deep ache in his heart, Donald responded earnestly, "Kian, don't despair. I will do whatever it takes to heal you. I promise." Kian turned to face his father, a flicker of hope igniting within him as he asked, "Dad, do you truly mean that?" As Kian spoke, the intense odor from his mouth hit Donald like a wave. Donald's eyes instantly filled with tears, and he fought against the nausea rising within him. Managing to nod, he assured, "Yes, I mean it. You don't need to worry. I'll make arrangements for someone to take you back to Sudbury tomorrow. I'll stay here in Orris Hill to track down the person responsible for this, and I will certainly find a cure for you. Take good care of yourself while you're home, and wait for your father to bring back good news." Kian nodded eagerly, a spark of hope lighting up his spirit. Sean couldn't help but sigh, declaring, "Kian, don't worry. I swear I'll avenge you and make sure the person who did this pays." Kian felt deeply moved and replied, "Thank you, brother." Just then, a nurse knocked on the door and entered, saying, "Mr. Webb, there are visitors here to see you, Mr. Moore and Miss Moore." "Mr. Moore and Miss Moore?" Donald frowned slightly, realization dawning on him. "They must be from the Moore family. Please invite them in." He quickly added, "But ask them to wait in the waiting room outside, don't bring them into the ward." The nurse nodded and exited the room. "Dad, is the Moore family here?" Sean asked, surprised. "I believe so," Donald replied. "Since we arrived in Orris Hill to handle our personal issues, we haven't had the chance to visit the Moores. Perhaps they've heard about our situation and decided to come see us." Sean nodded in understanding but then found his thoughts drifting to Jasmine, the daughter of the Moore family. It had been around 3 to 4 years since he last saw Jasmine, and even then, she was already strikingly beautiful. He had considered pursuing her back then, as she was not only gorgeous but also well-educated and capable. Additionally, the Moore family's wealth and influence would make a union with the Webb family quite advantageous. However, he hadn't been able to pursue her due to his studies at the time. After returning to the country, he had been preoccupied with learning the family business from his father and had postponed any plans to connect with Jasmine. Now, hearing that visitors from the Moore family had arrived rekindled his feelings for her. He eagerly anticipated seeing her again, hoping that Jasmine would be among the 2 visitors today. After leaving the intensive care unit, Donald and his son, Sean, were greeted by the nurse who brought Reuben and Jasmine to the family waiting room. Sean's eyes instantly landed on the elegant and striking Jasmine. He was momentarily stunned, taking a few seconds to collect himself. Donald shared a similar surprise upon seeing Jasmine. Being older, he hadn't interacted much with her in the past. Though several years had passed since their last meeting, he couldn't help but notice how much more beautiful and captivating she had become. She could easily rival any celebrity. Reuben quickly introduced himself, speaking with great respect. "Hello, Uncle Webb. I am Reuben from the Moore family, and this is my cousin, Jasmine. My grandfather heard you were in Oris Hill, so he asked us to come and visit you." He continued, "My father is currently away from Oris Hill and couldn't visit you in person today. We hope you'll forgive our rudeness." Donald quickly responded, "Oh, Lord Moore is too kind. I had intended to visit him, but due to some issues at home, I couldn't leave. I apologize for my rudeness." Although the Webb and Moore families had a significant difference in wealth and influence, both were among the most powerful families in the southern region. It was customary for visitors to pay their respects to the host family when entering their territory. If Donald had come to Oris Hill under normal circumstances, his first stop would have been the Moore family to maintain their close relationship. However, he felt a bit embarrassed about the current situation. His family's predicament was rather delicate, and discussing his youngest son's condition felt shameful. So, he spoke candidly, "I came to Oris Hill because my youngest son, Kian, is dealing with some physical and mental health issues. Upon my arrival, I went straight to the Castle Peak Psychiatric Hospital and didn't go anywhere else. Otherwise, I would have visited Lord Moore long ago. I hope he can forgive me and not hold it against me." Jasmine quickly reassured him, "Uncle Webb, there's no need to be overly polite. Grandpa understands that you have personal matters to attend to, so he doesn't blame you at all." As she spoke, Jasmine handed Donald a piece of cold jade carved with guanine. "My grandfather asked me to give this to you. He said it has calming properties and hopes it can help ease your youngest son's condition." Donald expressed his gratitude, saying, "Please extend my thanks to Lord Moore for his thoughtful gift." He accepted the jade from Jasmine, grateful for the gesture. Sean, who had been quietly observing Jasmine, finally found his voice. "Jasmine, it seems like ages since we last saw each other, doesn't it?" Jasmine smiled and nodded, "Yes, I think it's been about 3 to 4 years since our last meeting. I don't remember the exact time." Sean smiled back and said, "Time really does fly. You've changed quite a bit in these few years. We should definitely keep in touch moving forward, otherwise, we might not recognize each other if we run into one another in another couple of years." Jasmine laughed lightly and replied, "Yes, it's been so long, and we've both changed quite a bit." Donald noticed Sean's unusual behavior and quickly realized his son had taken an interest in Jasmine. In that moment, he thought it would be wonderful if Jasmine could become part of the Webb family, imagine her as his daughter-in-law. While there were many influential families in the southern region with daughters of marriageable age, girls from wealthy backgrounds often lacked both beauty and charm. Even those who were attractive sometimes had poor temperaments, having been spoiled throughout their lives. It was rare to find someone as intelligent and well-mannered as Jasmine. A marriage alliance between the Moore and Webb families could strengthen both families and foster mutual support. Imagine if the two families collaborated after a marriage, they might just seize control of the entire South region. As he pondered this, he wore a deliberate smile and asked, "Jasmine, you're incredibly talented and beautiful. I can't help but wonder if you're already married?" Jasmine quickly responded, "Uncle Webb, you must be joking. If I were married, my grandpa would have certainly notified you and invited you to my wedding banquet for a drink." Donald nodded with a smile. This girl was sharp and knew just the right things to say. He then inquired, "So, Jasmine, do you have a boyfriend? If so, which family does he belong to?" Sean, hearing his father's question, anxiously turned to Jasmine, eager for her answer. In that moment, Jasmine's thoughts drifted to Charlie. If only Charlie weren't married. She would have already confessed her feelings to him. Jasmine believed that, as one of the more suitable choices among the girls interested in him, Charlie wouldn't reject her confession. How wonderful it would be to proudly say that Charlie Wade was her boyfriend when someone asked about her relationship status. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Jasmine couldn't help but sigh internally. She eventually replied, "Uncle Webb, I don't have a boyfriend at the moment." Both Donald and Sean let out a huge sigh of relief. She was single. What a perfect situation. Finding another girl like Jasmine wouldn't be easy. With her still unattached, it was the ideal chance for Sean to pursue her. Donald quickly said to Jasmine, "By the way, Jasmine, please extend my regards to Lord Moore when you return home. Let him know I've arranged for a plane to bring my youngest son back for treatment tomorrow. Sean and I will remain in Oris Hill to investigate Kian's sudden illness, and we'd like to visit your grandfather tomorrow." Jasmine, not reading too deeply into it, simply nodded and said, "Okay, Uncle Webb. I'll make sure to tell my grandfather when I get back." Donald saw this as a golden opportunity to have Sean stay at the Moore family mansion for a few days, given they would be in Oris Hill for a while. As hosts, it was customary for the Moore family to arrange accommodations for Donald and Sean during their visit. This would also create a chance for Sean to get closer to Jasmine. Furthermore, Donald thought it would be the perfect moment to discuss marriage with Lord Moore. He assumed Lord Moore would be receptive to his proposal. After all, the Webb family was the most affluent and influential in the South region. Sean was the eldest grandson of the Webb family and the first heir of the younger generation, making him quite the catch. Donald was confident that if Lord Moore agreed to his request, he would persuade Jasmine to accept Sean's marriage proposal. This would allow them to set a date for the wedding as soon as possible. Time was not on Donald's side. He had longed for the day he could hold his grandchild and witness the continuation of the Webb family legacy. Yet, he hadn't found a woman he deemed worthy of his son, until he met Jasmine. He couldn't have anticipated that Jasmine's heart belonged to someone else. And that someone was none other than Charlie, the very man who had caused his youngest son to spiral into despair. At that moment, Reuben, who had been silent for quite some time, fixed a cold stare on both members of the Webb family. It was evident to him that both the father and the son were intrigued by his sister, Jasmine. A wave of excitement coursed through him. What a wonderful opportunity it would be if Jasmine could marry into the Webb family. If she did, Jasmine would become part of their family, which would mean she couldn't compete with him for the Moore family's wealth and inheritance. This would solidify his position as the rightful heir of the Moore family. In reality, Reuben was anxious about the possibility of Jasmine pairing up with Charlie. He was unaware of Charlie's true identity and status, only knowing that Charlie appeared to possess some extraordinary abilities, which earned him immense respect from their grandfather. If Jasmine were to end up with Charlie, it was almost certain that he would marry into the Moore family, putting Reuben in a precarious position. Jasmine was already his fiercest competitor in the battle for the Moore family's assets and legacy. As long as she remained nearby, she would continue to pose a threat to him. Moreover, Reuben understood that his grandfather held Charlie in high regard and had been fervently wishing for him to join the Moore family. If Jasmine could fulfill their grandfather's dream, he would undoubtedly shower her and Charlie with even more attention. Should that occur, Jasmine and Charlie would likely ascend to power within the Moore family. What would that mean for Reuben? Consequently, Reuben was determined to prevent Jasmine from getting involved with Charlie at all. With the Webb family expressing their interest in Jasmine as a potential daughter-in-law, Reuben realized that he must find a way to persuade both his grandfather and Jasmine to accept the marriage proposal from the Webb family. He needed to ensure Jasmine was sent away as soon as possible. Unbeknownst to Jasmine, the father and son from the Webb family had ulterior motives. Eventually, she and Reuben politely approached them before taking their leave, as it was getting late. Donald and Sean accompanied them downstairs, watching quietly as Jasmine and Reuben drove off from the hospital. It was only then that Donald sighed and remarked, "Jasmine is truly a remarkable and wonderful girl." Sean nodded in agreement, saying, "I honestly didn't expect her to become even more beautiful over the years." Donald replied earnestly, "While beauty is significant, family background, education, and character are paramount." He continued, "Jasmine excels in all these areas. Marrying her would be highly advantageous for you." Sean smiled and responded, "Dad, I really need your help with this." Jasmine's parents have passed away, so you'll need to convince her grandfather on my behalf. Donald smiled back, reassuring his son, you can count on me. I believe Lord Moore would also want Jasmine to marry into a good family. The Webb family is undoubtedly a perfect fit for him. He added, I am confident that Lord Moore will agree as soon as I bring it up. After that, we can start planning your marriage to Jasmine. If all goes well, we should be able to set a wedding date within a month. Okay. Sean exclaimed, filled with excitement. It would be ideal if we could have our wedding this year. At that moment, Sean was entirely focused on Jasmine, having completely forgotten about his younger brother's unfortunate situation. Upon returning to the ward, they discovered that Kian was beginning to lose control again. Nurses brought in his extra meal, which had been sterilized at high temperatures and pressures. They fed Kian his food before proceeding with gastric lavage to remove as much of the food as possible. Donald stepped into the intensive care unit to check on Kian but quickly walked out with a grim expression on his face. Sean didn't even bother to enter the ward. Instead, he plopped down on the sofa outside and began scrolling through Jasmine's social media profile. Before arriving in Oris Hill, he had hardly paid attention to Jasmine, whom he hadn't seen in so many years. Seeing Jasmine again had reignited all of Sean's deep desires and feelings for her. With a sense of longing, he decided to go through every photo capturing Jasmine and her friends. As he browsed through the images, he couldn't help but sigh, realizing just how perfect Jasmine truly was. He could find not a single flaw in her. In that moment, he made a silent vow to himself, he would do whatever it took to win Jasmine over. On their way back to the Moore family mansion, Reuben cautiously remarked to Jasmine, Jasmine, I think Sean seems to have a crush on you. Oh, Jasmine replied in a flat tone. Oh? Reuben echoed, curiosity piqued. Why are you so indifferent about it? And? Jasmine countered. What does that mean to me? Nothing. He doesn't matter to me at all. Should I pretend to be thrilled just because he's interested? Reuben pressed on, but Sean is really handsome. Aren't you even a little interested? Jasmine shook her head, stating, I feel absolutely nothing for him. He's not even a friend, just an acquaintance at best. Reuben urged her, are you being silly? Do you realize how wealthy and powerful the Webb family is? They are the most influential family in the South region. If you were with Sean, it would be a tremendous boost for the Moore family. I still have no feelings for him, Jasmine replied nonchalantly. I won't enter a relationship with someone I don't care for, even if he's the richest man in the world. Reuben looked surprised. Jasmine, are you genuinely in love with Charlie? Jasmine cast an embarrassed glance at Reuben, unable to respond. With a sigh, Reuben said, Sister, are you really that naive? I know Grandpa might be confused, but are you seriously considering pursuing Charlie just because he asked you to? Charlie is already someone else's husband. And you? You're the most eligible girl in Oris Hill. How could you even think about being with someone like Charlie? At that moment, Jasmine sidestepped his question. Brother, don't worry about me. I can handle my own affairs. Hey! Reuben sighed dramatically. I'm your brother, and I've watched you grow since you were little. As your brother, I sincerely hope you marry someone right for you, someone who's never been married before, just like you. It would be such a pity to end up with a man like Charlie, who has already been married. Continuing, Reuben said, besides, Charlie is just a useless son-in-law who doesn't know anything. How could he possibly be worthy of someone like you? Jasmine turned to Reuben, her expression serious. Brother, Mr. Wade isn't as useless as you think. You just haven't seen his true potential yet. Reuben scoffed. What can he do? What talents does he have? All I know is he can brew some medicine. That's not impressive at all. Jasmine shook her head. Everyone has multiple sides to them. To many, Mr. Wade might seem like a worthless son-in-law. But to me, he is a true master, completely different from what others believe. Reuben rolled his eyes. You don't seriously think he's some kind of dragon in this world, do you, Jasmine? It's laughable. Jasmine shot him a look, feeling that his sarcastic demeanor made him seem foolish. However, Reuben thought it was time for Jasmine and their grandfather to recognize Charlie's true nature. If Charlie was indeed the dragon everyone spoke of, then Reuben would have to ensure that Sean became Neza, ready to take Charlie down. At that moment, Anthony found himself at the Serene World Clinic, lost in a trance as he gazed at the rejuvenating pill that Charlie had gifted him. He recalled Charlie's words, explaining that this remarkable medicine could make him 10 years younger and add another decade to his life. While he understood that Charlie possessed extraordinary powers, the effects of such a pill still seemed like something out of a fairy tale. As the saying goes, there comes a time when flowers fade and youth slips away. Human beings can manipulate many things in life, but time remains beyond their control. How many individuals in the world could create a rejuvenating pill capable of reversing the effects of time? Yet, because the medicine came from Charlie, Anthony felt confident in its potential. He believed that Charlie would never mislead or deceive him. If Charlie claimed the pill had such miraculous qualities, then it must be true. With that in mind, Anthony resolved to take the medicine exactly as Charlie instructed. He carefully placed the rejuvenating pill in his mouth, initially expecting it to be difficult to swallow. To his surprise, the pill dissolved instantly, releasing a delightful sweetness that flowed into his stomach. What happened next was a moment of pure magic, one Anthony knew he would remember forever. A warm sensation enveloped his entire body, and he sensed a strange energy activating every part of him. At first, he felt a tightness in his face, followed by tingling and numbness across his scalp, as warmth spread through his joints. Just a few minutes later, Anthony felt completely transformed. He genuinely felt rejuvenated, as though his body had reverted to its condition from 10 years earlier. In a daze, he stepped in front of the mirror and was stunned by his reflection. Everything suddenly made sense. The tightness he felt earlier came from his once wrinkled skin becoming firm again, making him look significantly younger. Even more astonishing, the gray hair that once dominated his head had been replaced by a rich mane of black hair. He stood up straighter, his formerly hunched posture now upright, and he noticed remarkable improvements in his joints, which had previously been stiff and painful. In a rush, Anthony checked his own pulse and was thrilled to find that both his breathing and heartbeat had grown noticeably stronger. This meant that his internal organs had also been revitalized, not just his appearance or bone strength. It felt as though he had miraculously returned to his 60s, despite being in his 70s. Anthony was overwhelmed with astonishment and joy. If life were like a clock, the energy within would gradually dwindle until it finally stopped. But now, it felt as though Charlie had magically rewound that clock, granting Anthony a brand new lease on life. This meant his life would continue ticking for another full cycle, perhaps two. Wasn't this nothing short of a miracle? If such an elixir truly existed, even if it cost $1 million or $1 billion, the wealthy elderly would undoubtedly scramble to obtain it. After all, what good was additional wealth if they continued aging? If given the chance to turn back time, billionaires with fortunes in the tens of billions would gladly part with a significant portion of their wealth for an extra 10 or 20 years of life. That was how one could buy more time. At that moment, Anthony couldn't hold back his emotions, tears began streaming down his face. He wept bitterly, overwhelmed with gratitude and awe. Quickly, he pulled out his cell phone and sent a message to Charlie. "Mr. Wade, I have taken the rejuvenating pill you provided. Thank you for your generosity. I will certainly do my utmost for you in the future." Charlie responded calmly. "If the medicine works well, that's wonderful. But remember, aside from Zyla, you must not share this information with anyone else." After all, creating the rejuvenating pill required a rare 300-year-old purple ginseng, making it extremely precious. At that moment, Anthony called for his granddaughter, Zyla, who had been preparing medicine next door, to come into his room. When Zyla entered and saw her grandfather, she was stunned. "Grandpa, what happened to you? You look so much younger. You look just like you did when I was about 10 years old." Anthony replied excitedly, "This is all thanks to the rejuvenating pill Mr. Wade gave me. He said I would feel 10 years younger and live longer after taking it, but I never imagined the effects would be this incredible." Zyla was astonished. Grandpa, what kind of amazing medicine is this? How can it work such wonders? This is unbelievable. Anthony trembled with excitement as he said, I've told you before, Mr. Wade is a true miracle worker in this world. Everything he does is beyond ordinary understanding. I've lived a long life, but I never dreamed I would meet someone like him. As he spoke, Anthony retrieved a small wooden box containing the magical pills Charlie had given him. Inside were 1.5 magical pills. These miraculous pills refined by Charlie could heal and repair the body, restore nerve damage, and enhance physical strength. Half of the pill was left from the one he used when Charlie asked him to help save Jacob. After that, Charlie had given him another magical pill when he learned that Anthony had refused to treat Kenneth's illness. Anthony thought it wise to keep the 1.5 magical pills with him at all times, in case of emergency. However, now that Charlie had already given him a rejuvenating pill, Anthony decided to share one of the magical pills with his granddaughter, Zyla. He pulled out the whole pill and said, Zyla, this is the magical pill Mr. Wade gave me. At first, I intended to keep it for myself. Then, looking at her sincerely, he added, Zyla, don't think poorly of your grandpa for being selfish. Old people fear death, and I didn't want to leave you so soon. Zyla quickly interjected, Grandpa, don't say that. I've never thought you were selfish. Anthony smiled gently. But deep down, I know I was. He then handed the magical pill to Zyla. Zyla, I've received so many blessings from Mr. Wade. As an old man, I feel fortunate to enjoy his kindness. I don't want to hoard all these blessings for myself. I want you to keep this magical pill with you in case of emergencies. Zyla shook her head firmly. Grandpa, you should keep this for yourself. I don't need it. Anthony replied earnestly, Zyla, listen to me. Accept this medicine and keep it. I don't want to be the only one enjoying these blessings. I want to share my good fortune with you. With a soft sigh, he added, Zyla, from now on, you must serve Mr. Wade well. Even if I am no longer around someday, continue to support him. Not only to repay his kindness, but also because doing so will bring you greater blessings and good fortune. Upon seeing the genuine and heartfelt expression on her grandfather's face, Zyla paused for a moment before finally accepting the pill from his outstretched hands. Not long ago, she had fantasized about possessing the miraculous medicine for herself. However, she understood that her grandfather was aging and needed the medicine far more than she did. For that reason, she did not dwell on her own desires. Zyla was taken aback by her grandfather's willingness to give her the medicine that Charlie had entrusted to him. After receiving this extraordinary pill, she felt a surge of excitement, yet her grandfather's words continued echoing in her mind. Serve Mr. Wade for a lifetime? Zyla was willing, but she feared that Charlie might look down on her for it. Anthony, perceptive as always, noticed her inner conflict. He smiled gently and said, Zyla, Mr. Wade is a man who cherishes love and justice. If you treat him with sincerity and dedication, he will surely reciprocate. Your grandpa is getting old, and my time is limited. You are still young, and I want you to stay by Mr. Wade's side and serve him. I assure you, if you give your all, Mr. Wade will never treat you poorly. Zyla nodded earnestly and replied, Don't worry, Grandpa. I know what I must do. With a sigh, Anthony continued, Originally, when Reuben invited me to Orris Hill to treat Lord Moore's illness, I intended for you to come alone. My old injuries were still healing, and I feared that Lord Moore might not survive long enough for you to help him. That's why I decided to come with you. I never expected this trip to lead me to meet such a noble person. Anthony spent the entire night awake, filled with excitement. Meanwhile, Lord Moore of the Moore family was also struggling to sleep. However, his situation was far less fortunate than Anthony's. After Charlie saved his life and he consumed the miraculous pill, he indeed felt better than before. His legs were more agile, but because of his overall frail health, he did not experience a significant improvement in his physical condition. With the recent drop in temperature in Orris Hill, Lord Moore felt increasingly cold and was plagued by a persistent cough, which kept him awake throughout the night. When dawn broke, Lord Moore awoke feeling extremely dizzy. His relentless coughing and sleepless night had taken a toll on both his physical and mental well-being. Stepping out of his bedroom, he found that Jasmine and Reuben had already left the house. They were busy managing the family business, leaving early and returning late each day. Therefore, Lord Moore requested his butler, Oscar, to drive him to Anthony's Serene World Clinic. He intended to ask Anthony for medication to warm his body and relieve his troublesome cough. As soon as the Serene World Clinic opened that morning, a Rolls-Royce was already parked outside, capturing the attention of numerous passers-by with its luxury. Oscar assisted the elderly Lord Moore as he stepped out of the car. 4 of the Moore family's highly trained bodyguards closely accompanied them. After taking a few steps, Lord Moore paused to cough twice before slowly moving forward again. Oscar supported him step by step, gently patting the old man's back as he coughed. He then respectfully suggested, "Lord Moore, considering how unwell you are, it would be best for you to rest at home. I can call Dr. Simmons to come and see you." "I can't do that," Lord Moore replied, waving his hand dismissively. "Dr. Simmons is highly reputable and renowned. Many people are waiting for his help. How could I ask him to come to me for such a minor illness?" Oscar responded, "Lord Moore, you will soon be celebrating your 80th birthday. As the guest of honor, you shouldn't have to bear everything yourself." "It's all right," Lord Moore replied with indifference. "I'll simply give Dr. Simmons an invitation card and ask him to attend my 80th birthday banquet." With that, he pointed toward the clinic entrance and said, "Come, take me inside." Meanwhile, Zyla was working in the outer hall of the Serene World Clinic. Upon noticing Lord Moore's arrival, she quickly approached and greeted him respectfully. "Lord Moore, what brings you here today? Are you feeling unwell?" Lord Moore cleared his throat lightly before replying with a smile, "As one grows older, health isn't always reliable. With the recent drop in temperature, I've likely caught a cold. I came to see if your grandfather could prescribe some medicine." Zyla responded eagerly, "Please come in. I'll go and call my grandpa." After seating Lord Moore inside the clinic, Zyla hurried to summon Anthony. Upon hearing that Lord Moore had arrived, Anthony immediately set aside his tasks and rushed out. Anthony viewed Charlie as his greatest benefactor, but he also held sincere gratitude toward Lord Moore. It was Lord Moore's critical illness that brought Anthony to Oris Hill after accepting Reuben's invitation, which ultimately led him to meet Charlie. If not for that situation, Anthony would never have had the chance to meet him. Thus, Anthony felt deeply thankful toward Lord Moore. When Lord Moore saw Anthony emerge from the back of the clinic, he was utterly stunned and at a complete loss for words. He could not comprehend how Anthony had suddenly become so youthful. The last time they met, Anthony had been an elderly man with graying hair and beard. Now his hair was mostly dark and shiny, and his face had far fewer wrinkles. His previously frail body looked vigorous, with a healthy complexion filled with vitality. Though Anthony was in his 70s, he now appeared to be in his 60s. To Lord Moore, it felt as if time had reversed. He was bewildered by Anthony's dramatic rejuvenation. Comparing himself, at 80 and plagued by illness, to Anthony, who was only a few years younger, Lord Moore suddenly felt overwhelmingly old. In fact, he felt a generational gap between them, even though Anthony was less than 10 years his junior. Unable to contain his shock, Lord Moore struggled to his feet, trembling, and exclaimed, "Brother Simmons, it's only been a few days since we last met. How have you changed so drastically? You look at least 20 years younger than I am. Did you discover some miraculous secret to restoring youth and health?" Anthony quickly clasped his hands respectfully and replied, "Brother Moore, the change in my appearance came from a remarkable opportunity one recently received." Hearing this, Lord Moore felt a sharp pang of envy. He wished nothing more than to encounter such an opportunity himself. He would gladly give up all his wealth for it. Thus, Lord Moore asked Oscar to step aside. Once alone with Anthony, he cautiously asked, "Brother Simmons, would you be willing to tell me where you received this opportunity?" Anthony lowered his head apologetically and said, "Brother Moore, I'm afraid I cannot reveal the source of my opportunity. I made a promise that I must honor." Lord Moore's eyes widened with curiosity as he blurted out, "Was this opportunity given to you by Mr. Wade?" Lord Moore was no fool. What kind of opportunity could truly make someone appear a decade younger than their actual age? He was certain that only one individual in Oris Hill possessed the ability to perform such a miraculous transformation. That individual was none other than Charlie Wade. Although Anthony remained silent, Lord Moore was convinced that the tremendous blessing Anthony had received came from Charlie. This explained Anthony's sudden youthful appearance. At that moment, Anthony felt a mix of anxiety and unease. He was hesitant to mention the rejuvenating pill without Charlie's permission. After all, just yesterday, Charlie had explicitly told him not to reveal anything about it to others. Yet, since Lord Moore had already deduced the truth on his own, Anthony found himself in a difficult position. Noticing the expression on Lord Moore's face, Anthony responded awkwardly, "Brother Moore, since you've come to your own conclusions, I can only ask that you not bring this up to Mr. Wade. He made it clear that I must not disclose anything." Upon hearing this, Lord Moore became even more convinced of his deduction. It seemed that the opportunity Anthony received truly came from his esteemed grandson-in-law, Charlie Wade. A wave of envy washed over Lord Moore. His envy grew so strong that he even felt a tinge of jealousy toward Anthony. Who wouldn't want to be in Anthony's shoes? A man in his 70s now looked no older than 60. Who wouldn't yearn for 10 extra years of life and vitality? As people age, the fear of sickness and death becomes more intense. Lord Moore was no exception. Although Charlie had saved him from a fatal illness and given him a miraculous pill, the lingering ailments of old age continued to trouble him. The previous pill had extended his life by a few more years, but it merely kept him going. If given the chance, Lord Moore desperately wished for a body a decade younger, just like Anthony's. With a sigh, he murmured, "I never imagined Mr. Wade possessed such extraordinary abilities." Anthony responded earnestly, "Mr. Wade is truly a master of medicine. I will honor and respect him for the rest of my life." Lord Moore sighed again and said, "If Mr. Wade could grant me the same gift and opportunity, I wouldn't hesitate to give him tens of billions of dollars in return." Despite his desire, Lord Moore understood he could not directly approach Charlie with such a request. Doing so would betray Anthony, and indirectly, Charlie as well. Thus, he felt he could only wait for the right moment, an opportunity that might come naturally. He knew he couldn't force Charlie to do anything. The best chance for him to receive such a blessing would be if Charlie became part of the family. If Jasmine married him, Lord Moore would have no worries at all. Unfortunately, Jasmine and Charlie had not made much progress in their relationship, which left him anxious. He felt he had no choice but to find a way to bring the two young people together. Even if the Moore family had to face some embarrassment or Jasmine ended up in a romantic entanglement, Lord Moore would not object. He understood that if Charlie and the Moore family shared a deeper bond, the entire family would benefit, not just Jasmine. Just as Lord Moore settled his thoughts, Anthony suddenly asked, "Brother Moore, how are you feeling today?" Breaking away from his musings, Lord Moore replied, "Brother Simmons, look at me. My health declines with each passing day. With autumn here and the weather cooling, I've caught a cold from not taking proper care of myself. That's why I came to ask for some medicine." Anthony quickly said, "Let me check your pulse first." Lord Moore nodded and extended his hand. Anthony placed his fingers on his wrist, checking his pulse and assessing his condition. After a moment, he sighed with relief. Lord Moore was merely suffering from a cold. "It's just chills and a mild cold. I'll prescribe some medicine. Take these herbs home and prepare a decoction. You should feel better in 2 to 3 days." "Thank you, Brother Simmons," Lord Moore replied before suddenly remembering another matter. He added, "By the way, I have something else to tell you." After a brief pause, he continued, "In 2 days, I'll be hosting my 80th birthday banquet. Since we've been friends for so many years, it's only right that you attend." He handed Anthony a bronze invitation card. Anthony accepted it and said, "Don't worry, Brother Moore. I will definitely be there." He then quickly packed the medicine for Lord Moore and personally escorted him to his car. As Lord Moore was on his way back to the Moore family mansion, Donald and Sean had just dropped Kian off at the airport. To prevent Kian from wanting another extra meal during the flight, the nurses waited until he finished eating before sending him onto the plane. When Kian regained consciousness, He smelled the foul odor on his own breath. With pain in his eyes, he looked at his father and choked out, "Dad, someone is trying to harm me. You have to find out who this monster is and make them pay." Donald nodded seriously. "Don't worry, Kian. I will uncover whoever is responsible. I will make them pay dearly." He added, "Once you're home, stay indoors and take care of yourself. Don't go out in public. I'll find a renowned doctor to treat you. We will get you well again." Kian nodded repeatedly, his eyes filled with reluctance as he boarded the plane. The Webb family's private jet took off from Oris Airport while Donald and Sean watched it disappear into the sky. Turning to Sean, Donald said, "Now, let's go to the Moore family mansion. We will propose a marriage between you and Jasmine today." Sean responded excitedly, "That's amazing, Dad. We must make this happen quickly." After a moment of hesitation, Sean asked nervously, "Do you think the Moore family will reject our proposal?" Donald chuckled confidently. "You are the eldest son of the Webb family. Do you know how many wealthy young women dream of marrying you? While Jasmine is indeed beautiful, the Webb family's wealth and power far surpass that of the Moore family. Lord Moore will be delighted for you to marry Jasmine." "Really?" Sean asked happily. "So you think the Moore family will definitely accept?" With a confident smile, Donald said, "Son, which woman in the South region wouldn't want to marry you? The Moore family should consider themselves fortunate that you're interested in Jasmine." With even greater confidence, he added, "I assure you, once I propose this marriage, Lord Moore will agree instantly." Sean's face brightened. "Then let's go right now, Dad." Donald smirked and said, "You are the Webb family's eldest son and grandson. Why do you act so timid when it comes to Jasmine?" He then instructed, "When we arrive at the Moore family mansion, carry yourself with confidence. Make them believe it's their honor if Jasmine marries you. Understand?" "I understand," Sean replied eagerly. Later that afternoon, the scene was set at the Grand Moore family mansion. Before their visit, Donald and Sean had carefully selected several gifts to present to their hosts at the Moore residence. Lord Moore was aware that the Webb family, particularly Donald and Sean, were in Oris Hill. However, he had also heard about the troubling situation regarding the youngest son of the Webb family, which made their early visit somewhat unexpected. Despite this, with both the eldest son and grandson of the Webb family present, Lord Moore extended warm hospitality and personally welcomed them. Once they settled in the living room, Donald and Sean sat across from Lord Moore, while Oscar served tea and snacks as they engaged in light conversation. With generosity, Donald presented an array of gifts to Lord Moore and, shaking his hand, said, "Uncle Moore, it feels like ages since we last met. I didn't expect to see you looking so robust and healthy at your age. I truly admire your vitality, Lord Moore." In response, Lord Moore offered a faint smile and replied, "I wouldn't say my health is as strong as it appears. Truth be told, I may only have a few more years left." Donald quickly countered, "Uncle Moore, you're far too modest." He continued, "I heard you were seriously ill not long ago, yet you seem to be glowing now. I trust you've fully recovered." Lord Moore's smile faded slightly. "At first, I thought I was fortunate and on the mend, but I've realized I'm not as well as I believed." Donald appeared surprised by his words and asked, "Uncle Moore, what would you consider real health?" With a slight smile, Lord Moore mused, "It would be remarkable if I could regain the vitality I had more than a decade ago, just like that." As he spoke, his thoughts drifted to Anthony. His unexpected transformation earlier that day weighed heavily on his mind, and he couldn't help reflecting on the rarity of such an opportunity. Donald, unaware of Lord Moore's experience, assumed he was joking. He laughed lightly. "As the saying goes, flowers may bloom again, but youth never returns. I understand your longing for youth, Uncle Moore, trust me, I feel the same. But unfortunately, it's a dream that can never come true." Lord Moore smiled faintly and chose not to comment further. Donald believed rejuvenation was impossible simply because he had never encountered someone like Charlie. At that moment, Lord Moore shifted the topic and asked, "Speaking of family, how is your second son these days?" With a sigh, Donald replied, "His condition is unchanged. I've tried everything, but there's been no improvement. Earlier today, I arranged for him to fly back to Sudbury. He continued, Sean and I stayed behind in Orris Hill because I want to uncover the cause of my youngest son's sudden illness. I strongly suspect he's been cursed or harmed by dark magic. We believe it may be linked to witchcraft in Southeast Asia. Uncle Moore, do you know anyone in Orris Hill who specializes in such things? Lord Moore shook his head. I've only heard of witchcraft and black magic. I've never seen it myself, nor can I say whether such things are truly real. Donald replied earnestly, these practices are real, though they're mostly used by small groups or people on society's fringes. Many use them in hopes of gaining wealth or improving their fate. Families like ours, who have wealth and influence, rarely need to turn to such methods. Lord Moore nodded. Indeed, wealthy and influential families place more faith in feng shui and the 8 characters. These traditions embody the essence of our heritage. As for those fringe practices in Southeast Asia, I have no respect for them at all. Donald sighed. It seems we've hit a dead end in our investigation. It won't be easy to uncover the person behind this incident. He clasped his hands together and added, Uncle Moore, Sean and I plan to remain in Orris Hill for a few more days. We want to investigate and search for clues regarding my son's illness. If it's not too much trouble, may we stay at your home during this time? Lord Moore smiled warmly. The Moore family has always had a strong friendship with the Webb family. There's no need to be formal about such a small request. Since you're already here, of course, I'll host you. I'll have the servants prepare 2 guest rooms shortly. The Moore mansion was vast, with more than a dozen rooms on the first floor alone. There was no shortage of guest accommodations, so it was easy for Lord Moore to offer them a place to stay. Hearing this, Donald felt relieved and quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your generosity, Uncle Moore. He then gestured toward Sean, who had been sitting quietly. Uncle Moore, I haven't properly introduced my son yet. This is Sean, the future heir of the Webb family. Sean immediately bowed and said respectfully, Junior Sean pays his respects to you, Grandpa Moore. Lord Moore smiled and nodded. It seems your eldest son, the heir of the Webb family, is indeed talented and intelligent. Donald chuckled. Uncle Moore, you flatter us. In truth, your grandchildren are remarkable as well. He sighed softly. Especially Jasmine. I hadn't seen her in years, and when she visited us at the hospital yesterday, I hardly recognized her. She's becoming more beautiful and mature. Lord Moore smiled. Jasmine may appear mature and capable, but at heart, she's still just a little girl. Donald nodded. Uncle Moore, Jasmine has reached marriageable age. Have you found a suitable husband for her yet? At that moment, Lord Moore thought of Charlie. Unfortunately, Charlie was already married to Claire and was the Wilson family's son-in-law. Additionally, Jasmine's romantic life hadn't progressed. Thus, he replied, I haven't arranged a marriage for Jasmine yet. I'm not in a rush, she's still quite young. Donald immediately responded, Uncle Moore, you should be more concerned. Time passes quickly. If you don't address it this year, you'll worry about it next year, and the year after. One day, she'll be 30 before you realize it, and then you'll be scrambling to find a husband for her. Lord Moore nodded thoughtfully. You make a valid point. I'll certainly consider your advice and talk to Jasmine about planning her marriage sooner. Deep down, Lord Moore was thinking of how to use this moment to encourage Jasmine to pursue Charlie without wasting any more valuable time. Meanwhile, Donald sensed that he had prepared the perfect opening to bring up his true purpose. With confidence, he said, Uncle Moore, since Jasmine and Sean are of similar age and get along well, would you consider the idea of our families becoming in-laws? Donald smiled, certain that he had swayed Lord Moore. He felt confident Lord Moore would agree instantly. Sean watched eagerly, holding his breath. However, to their shock, Lord Moore responded instantly. No, he declared firmly. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Donald was taken aback by Lord Moore's swift refusal of his request. It appeared that Lord Moore hadn't even paused to contemplate before dismissing the proposal. But why? Why? The Webb family held more wealth and influence than the Moore family. Sean, Donald's son, was the first grandson of the Webb family, making him one of the most remarkable young men in the entire South region. Numerous young women from various prominent families were eager to connect with Sean, even going out of their way to get closer to him. By expressing interest in Jasmine, they were doing the Moore family a favor. After all, the Moore family had much to gain by aligning with the Webb family and enhancing their status. Lord Moore had countless reasons to accept the marriage proposal, so why did he refuse? It seemed as though he rejected the idea without a moment's thought. But why? Did he truly look down on the Webb family? Feeling uneasy, Donald couldn't help but ask, "Uncle Moore, do you believe that Sean isn't worthy of Jasmine?" Deep down, Lord Moore wanted to respond, "No, he isn't good enough." Seriously, how could Sean ever compare to Charlie? In Lord Moore's eyes, Sean could never measure up to Charlie. After all, Sean lacked the ability to make him look 10 years younger in just one day. But Charlie could. He had that remarkable skill. Furthermore, Charlie's abilities and influence were extraordinary. His strength was unmatched. How could a junior from the Webb family compete with that? Yet Lord Moore refrained from being too blunt. The Webb family were still friends and acquaintances, and he didn't want to say anything hurtful. So he responded calmly, "Donald, please don't take offense. I don't have the final say in this. As you know, today's youth prioritize their own freedom in love and marriage. I want Jasmine to make her own choices about her future. I don't want to impose my wishes on her." Donald shook his head and replied, "Uncle Moore, you know how our families operate. In our family, whether you're a boy or a girl, there's no such thing as freedom in love and marriage. We must adhere to our family arrangements. I assure you that if you approve of the marriage proposal, Jasmine wouldn't dare oppose it. Families like theirs always placed great importance on marital decisions." Donald had assumed that Lord Moore would eagerly accept the proposal for Sean and Jasmine's marriage. After all, the Webb family was undeniably more powerful than the Moore family, and it would be an upgrade for Jasmine to marry into the Webb family. Moreover, Jasmine was at the perfect age to consider marriage. In affluent and influential families, it was common for girls to become engaged by the age of 20. Many would marry shortly after completing their college education, typically around 22 or 23. Consequently, Donald was eager for Lord Moore to bring up the topic with Jasmine directly. He hoped Lord Moore would formally propose the marriage to her. The young women in these wealthy circles were generally aware of the marriage arrangements orchestrated by their elders. As long as the older generation made the decisions, the younger members tended to comply without question. However, Lord Moore did not expect Donald to continue insisting after he had already declined the proposal. With a chuckle and a wave of his hand, he said, "Honestly, Jasmine is still quite young, and I believe she shouldn't rush into marriage. After all, her elder brother hasn't married yet." At this moment, Donald interjected, "Boys can afford to wait until they are older, but girls don't have that luxury. The ideal age for a girl to marry is around 24 or 25. If she waits until she's 30, it significantly diminishes her value." Lord Moore smiled gently. For someone who truly cares for Jasmine, her age at marriage would be inconsequential. Whether she marries at 24, 25, or even later, such a person will cherish her regardless. But if someone lacks genuine affection for her, even a 1 or 2 year difference will matter greatly. "My only desire is for my granddaughter to find happiness in her marriage." At this point, Sean quickly chimed in, "Grandpa Moore, if you allow me to marry Jasmine, I promise to love her and take care of her for the rest of my life." Lord Moore nodded. "I believe you will. However, the decision rests with Jasmine, and I won't impose my choice on her." Donald felt a wave of frustration. He had stated his position clearly, and his son had even promised to love and care for Jasmine, yet Lord Moore continued to refuse. What was his motive? Did he really hold the Webb family in such low regard? After a brief silence, Donald asked, "Uncle Moore, may I inquire about something? Given your persistent refusals, do you have a more suitable candidate in mind for the Moore family's son-in-law?" Seeing Donald's unwavering insistence, Lord Moore decided to be straightforward, hoping to dissuade him. "Yes, I do have a strong candidate in mind." He continued, "Jasmine also has someone in her heart, and interestingly, we both feel the same way about this individual." Sean felt a deep sense of disappointment upon hearing this. He had finally found a woman who captivated him, only to learn that her family rejected him, and that she already had feelings for someone else. Donald was equally shocked, struggling to contain his anger toward Lord Moore. This was outrageous. Did this old man really have such lofty standards that he looked down on the Webb family? Unbelievable. He frowned and asked, "Uncle Moore, since this person is so impressive that you would reject the Webb family, I assume he must come from a wealthy and prestigious background in Eastcliff, correct?" Lord Moore shook his head. "No, this young man is quite ordinary. He doesn't come from a wealthy or prestigious family. In fact, if I remember correctly, he was an orphan who grew up in an orphanage from the age of 8. Donald's anger intensified. How could an orphan with no family possibly be better than Sean? "Uncle Moore, what do you see in him?" Lord Moore chuckled lightly. "Sometimes, worth cannot be measured by wealth or family background. Some individuals possess remarkable talents and abilities that make them stand out." Donald frowned. "Uncle Moore, are you implying that Sean lacks ability?" "Not at all," Lord Moore replied with a smile. "Everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. For example, Sean may excel in many areas but might not be good at basketball. Another person may be poor academically but exceptional in basketball. If a girl is drawn to someone for their athletic talent, it doesn't mean Sean is inferior, it simply means she appreciates the other person's strengths." At that moment, Lord Moore's inner thoughts were, "Good grief, Donald. Why are you so stubborn? I've already clarified my stance, yet you keep arguing. Do you really want me to tell you outright that your son doesn't measure up? Would that satisfy you?" Donald felt a twinge of annoyance at the unexpected response he received. He had anticipated that Lord Moore would quickly accept his marriage proposal and welcome his son into the family as their future son-in-law. To his dismay, Lord Moore had repeatedly turned down his proposal. Donald was overwhelmed with feelings of humiliation and confusion. Sean, equally frustrated, exclaimed, "Lord Moore, why do you refuse to let Jasmine marry me? Our Webb family is the foremost family in the South region. Who in this country can claim to be better than me, Sean Webb?" With a gentle smile, Lord Moore replied, "Young Master Webb, you are indeed a remarkable gentleman. However, you cannot force emotions to blossom. You can lead a horse to water, but you cannot make it drink." Lord Moore found it challenging to be too harsh toward Donald and Sean, who seemed oblivious to the deeper issues at play. So he opted to speak indirectly, hoping they would reconsider. Sean scoffed in irritation, feeling upset and restless. He had hoped the meeting would go smoothly, but instead, it felt like an uphill battle. As he sulked in frustration, Reuben walked in. Upon seeing Donald and Sean in the living room, Reuben rushed forward and greeted them politely, "Hello, Uncle Webb, Sean. What a surprise. What brings you to our home?" Donald smiled warmly and replied, "Hi, Reuben. I just sent Kian back to Sudbury this morning. Sean and I plan to stay in Orris Hill for a while to uncover the truth behind Kian's illness. We'd like to visit your grandfather and stay here for a few days." He then added, "By the way, do you think my son, Sean, and your cousin Jasmine would make a great couple?" Reuben exclaimed enthusiastically, "Absolutely. They are a perfect match." Donald nodded in satisfaction, turning to Lord Moore as he said, "Uncle Moore, did you hear that? Even Reuben agrees. I bet if you asked any family in the South region, they would say the same." Lord Moore pursed his lips, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Reuben eagerly chimed in, "Grandpa, I truly believe Sean and Jasmine would be a fantastic couple. Their marriage would create a powerful alliance between our two families." Reuben was aware of his grandfather's desire for Jasmine to be with Charlie, but he strongly opposed it and hoped to sway Lord Moore toward accepting the Webb family's proposal. Lord Moore was taken aback by Reuben's unexpected support of the outsiders. Didn't he realize that Lord Moore wanted Jasmine with Charlie? Deep down, He recognized that Reuben understood his intentions, and he was disappointed that Reuben chose to side with the Webb family to prevent any connection between Jasmine and Charlie. As a man of considerable experience, Lord Moore could easily see through Reuben's schemes. Clearing his throat, he said firmly, "Reuben, you are out of your depth when it comes to persuading me about your cousin's future." Reuben's heart raced in fear, and he quickly silenced himself, realizing he had upset his grandfather. At that moment, Oscar, the butler, entered through the main door and announced, "Master, Miss Jasmine has returned. She is in the garage now." Lord Moore gave a slight nod as Donald and Sean exchanged meaningful glances. Sean immediately understood his father's unspoken message. He was urging him to personally speak to Jasmine about the marriage proposal. Moments later, Jasmine entered the house, her expression shifting from surprise at seeing Donald and Sean to one of polite composure as she greeted them. With a warm smile, Donald said, "Hello, Jasmine. Your grandfather and I were just discussing you." Jasmine responded with astonishment, "Discussing me? What exactly is on the agenda?" Sean looked at her intently and said, "Jasmine, we've known each other since childhood, so wouldn't it be fair to say we're half-childhood sweethearts? Our families have been friends for generations, and we'd like to strengthen those bonds through marriage. That's why I asked my father to present a marriage proposal to your grandfather. He said to respect your choice. Would you give me a chance?" Jasmine hesitated, her voice wavering. "Sean, it's been a while since we last saw each other. Isn't it a bit sudden to bring this up? If you feel it's too sudden, we can take it slow and start dating to see where it leads. What do you think?" he suggested hopefully. Looking for guidance, Jasmine glanced at her grandfather before shaking her head apologetically. "I'm really sorry, Sean. I already have someone special in mind." Sean felt a wave of frustration but pressed on. "Jasmine, your grandfather mentioned that the man you like is just an ordinary guy, not from a prominent family. As the granddaughter of the esteemed Moore family, marrying someone so ordinary would make you a laughingstock." "That's not true," Jasmine replied firmly. "You should always marry for love. If you enter a marriage for other reasons, it undermines the true essence of what marriage should be." She continued, offering gentle advice, "Sean, you even said it yourself, we've known each other since we were kids. I urge you to reconsider. Don't choose your spouse based on family expectations. Such a marriage won't last, let alone be happy." Sean's annoyance boiled over at her words. How could she reject me like this? I came to ask for her hand, and instead she gives me this absurd advice. Donald, equally surprised by Jasmine's response, felt a mix of bewilderment and admiration. Not only had she turned down his son's proposal, but she also used the excuse of an unhappy marriage to firmly shut down the conversation. Jasmine was completely rejecting Sean. The more Donald admired Jasmine's cleverness, the more he desired her as his daughter-in-law. She would be an excellent match for Sean. Determined, Donald resolved that the Webb family would do everything possible to win over the granddaughter of the Moore family. With that in mind, he stepped closer, placing a hand on Sean's shoulder, and said with a reassuring smile, "Son, you and Jasmine are still quite young. It's important to embrace the freedom of love and marriage. There's no need to rush. You have plenty of time ahead of you, so don't let this upset you." Lord Moore felt a sense of relief as Donald finally stepped back. He nodded approvingly and said to Oscar, "Please prepare a guest room for both Donald and Sean, and ensure that every detail is attended to. Also, inform the kitchen staff to prepare lunch to entertain our guests at noon." Oscar quickly bowed and said to Donald and Sean, "Please follow me to your guest rooms." Donald nodded and addressed the Moore family, "Excuse us, we'll see you in the dining hall shortly." They then followed Oscar to their respective rooms. As soon as the door closed behind them, Sean exclaimed in frustration, "Dad! How could Lord Moore look down on me? Am I not a suitable match for his precious granddaughter?" With a calm smile, Donald replied, "Take it easy, son. I'll have someone look into whether Jasmine truly has someone in mind. And if she does, I'll find out who he is." "Who is he?" Sean couldn't hide his annoyance and frustration. "Dad, no matter who he is, among the youth in the South region, I stand unmatched. He's just a nobody. Even the dragon in the sky would know to keep still around me. His expression darkened as he continued, don't you think the old man is overstepping? It's a privilege for Jasmine to even consider marrying me. Who do they think they are to look down on me? Donald replied in a calm tone, Sean, remember that we are guests of the Moore family. Walls have ears. If they overhear you, how are you going to justify your words? There will be no taking them back. Sean fell silent, startled by his father's warning. Donald sighed, disappointment evident in his voice. Son, you always rush into things. Next time, you need to be calm and collected. I'm sorry, Dad. I didn't think it through. Lord Moore has always been astute and cautious, that's how he built such a vast and diverse family business. I doubt he would make a foolish mistake. If Jasmine is attracted to an ordinary man, he would definitely object. Which leads me to believe this young man must be someone significant. A flash of cold determination crossed Sean's eyes. Dad, I haven't heard of any remarkable young men among the prominent families in the South region. Honestly, we, the Webb family, sit at the very top. Donald considered this for a moment before replying, you're right. Our family is at the top here, but on a national scale, we're still at the bottom of the true pyramid. The most powerful families are in Eastcliff. I suspect the man Jasmine likes might be the heir of one of those elite clans. Sean inhaled sharply. Dad, what exactly are you implying? Tomorrow evening, I'll host a banquet at Heaven Springs and invite several heads of other families in Oris Hill. Once they hear my name, they'll definitely come. Just then, Oscar knocked and announced, Mr. Webb, the master requests your presence for lunch in the dining hall. Thank you, Donald replied. Please tell Uncle Moore we're on our way. He then leaned closer to Sean and added, I have 2 goals for this banquet. First, I want the guests to help us unravel what happened to your brother. Second, I want to find out who Jasmine admires so much. If he truly belongs to a powerful family, we'll need a different approach. But if he's just an ordinary guy, I'll make sure he's removed from the picture. Sean's face lit up. Got it, Dad. I understand. Meanwhile, Charlie had just finished preparing lunch and was eating with Claire and his in-laws. During the meal, Jacob wore an unusually wide grin, looking as if something exciting was about to happen. Elaine shot him a suspicious glare and snapped, Hey, old fool, what's with that ridiculous grin? What did you do? I didn't do anything, for crying out loud. Jacob replied, flustered. We have a class reunion this evening, and we'll be visiting our alma mater along with our former class teacher. A class reunion? Elaine scoffed. You people are practically a bunch of elderly folks. Why would you want to gather? Don't you know? A class reunion is just an excuse for old classmates to rekindle past romances. Oh, come on, stop it. Jacob protested. It's just going to be guys at the reunion. We didn't invite any of the female classmates. Really? Elaine raised a skeptical eyebrow. Yes, I promise. You know how our class was, there were barely any girls, and all of them live abroad now. So it's only us guys. No way. I don't buy it. You can't go. Elaine shouted. You must be planning to meet up with that old lover of yours. Do you think I'm blind? Charlie was stunned. Did his father-in-law actually have a romantic history he didn't know about? What old lover? It's just a gathering of male friends. Elaine rolled her eyes and ignored Jacob completely. Desperate, Jacob tried again. Charlie has to come with me anyway. Our teacher is in a wheelchair now, and there's no elevator on campus. We need strong young men to carry him up to the 5th floor. Charlie can be my witness and report everything to you. If there's a woman there, I'll take whatever punishment you want. Elaine growled, No. I won't allow it. Now fully frustrated, Jacob exclaimed, My old classmates and I haven't seen each other in years. How could I miss this? Plus, our teacher is in his 80s, this might be my last chance to see him. Claire, seeing the rising tension, stepped in. Mom, let Dad go. It's hard to organize a reunion at their age. You don't want him to become a joke for not showing up, right? Elaine shot her a glare. What do you know? Your dad and a vixen from his class were involved for years. If I hadn't pulled some tricks, he would have ended up with her, and you wouldn't even be here. Charlie found this both bizarre and amusing. It sounded like Elaine stole Jacob from another woman, yet she acted like she was the victim. Jacob turned bright red and shouted, "Enough. Don't air our dirty laundry in front of the kids." Then, turning to Claire, he pleaded, "Claire, don't listen to your mom's nonsense. She always makes things up to make me look bad." Claire blushed with embarrassment, not wanting to hear more about her parents' past. She quickly suggested, "Mom, let Dad go to his reunion, and you can go play mahjong. Wouldn't that be better?" Jacob's eyes widened, and he retorted, "Fine. If you won't let me go to the reunion, then you're not going to play mahjong either. We'll just stay home and stare at each other." Elaine exploded. "Are you crazy? I have to win big tonight. Summer is going to the US soon, and I need to play a few more rounds with her before she leaves. I can win at least 3,000 to 5,000 per game." Then she turned to Charlie and ordered, "Charlie, you must go with your dad. Call me the moment you see a woman there. I'll make sure to deal with him." Jacob felt a bit intimidated by Elaine's fierce growl, but he mustered his courage and declared, "A straight foot has no fear of a crooked shoe." Elaine shot him a sharp glare and replied, "I don't want to talk to you anymore. I'm going out to play mahjong." Standing up, she extended her hand toward Jacob and demanded, "Hand over your car key." "What? Why do you need a car for mahjong? I want to use it later," Jacob protested. Elaine rolled her eyes, her tone dripping with contempt as she retorted, "Why? Are you trying to impress your friends? Not a chance. Give me the car key, now." With a heavy sigh, Jacob reluctantly handed her the key. "Drive carefully and don't scratch it." "Ugh, just shut up. If you annoy me again, I'll drive your car straight into the drain." Elaine snapped, her irritation palpable. Jacob felt a wave of agitation, but Elaine seemed satisfied, a triumphant smile spreading across her face as she put on her jacket and walked out. Once she had left, Jacob sighed again and said, "Charlie, you're coming with me to the reunion later. Some of my friends will bring younger folks too." "All right, Dad," Charlie replied, though he wasn't particularly excited. Claire then handed her car key to Jacob and said, "Dad, why don't you drive my car instead? I'll just take a taxi to work." "No way," Jacob waved dismissively. "Your car is the lowest model of the BMW 5 Series. My friends would laugh at me if they saw me in it." Claire shrugged and slipped the key back into her bag. "Looks like you two will have to take a taxi then." Charlie nodded but gave Jacob a sideways glance, thinking, seriously? This old man is so vain. He finds Claire's 5 Series embarrassing. Does he not realize it's actually the flagship 760? Meanwhile, as Elaine walked downstairs toward her car, she heard a familiar voice call out. "Hey, Elaine, wait!" Turning, she saw Hannah, Christopher's wife. Elaine was taken aback. She had recently enjoyed humiliating both Hannah and Christopher at Summer's villa, and she hadn't expected to run into her now. Curious, she asked, "Hannah, what brings you here?" The memory of the couple's resentful expressions replayed in Elaine's mind, filling her with satisfaction. At first, she had worried that the Wilson family's bankruptcy would affect her pension, but now she found amusement in watching their downfall. Mocking Christopher and Hannah had become her new entertainment. If the Wilson family completely collapsed, she could insult them every day. After all, Christopher and Hannah had mocked her for years, now it was her turn. Feeling quite pleased by Hannah's sudden appearance, Elaine felt as if fate had delivered her favorite target right to her doorstep. Hannah, looking apologetic, began, "Elaine, I'm actually here to apologize to you." Clearing her throat, she continued, "I realize I've always looked down on you. Not only was I disrespectful, but I also spoke badly about you to Mother. I recognize my mistakes now and feel true remorse. That's why I'm here to offer my heartfelt apology." Her face flushed as she bit her lip and bowed deeply. Elaine was stunned. She had expected a confrontation, but instead Hannah was apologizing and bowing. Prepared for insults, Elaine suddenly didn't know how to respond now that Hannah was showing such humility. Seeing Elaine remain silent, Hannah escalated. She knelt on the ground, tears streaming as she begged, "Oh, dear Elaine, are you still angry with me? I'm so sorry. All these years, I didn't understand. We're both sisters-in-law, outsiders in the Wilson family. We should be supporting each other." She slapped her own face and cried harder. "Elaine, I was immature and short-sighted. Please forgive me. Can we be friends again?" Elaine felt a rush of exhilaration. Wow! The once arrogant, condescending Hannah had actually knelt before her and slapped herself. What a beautiful sight! Elaine had never seen Hannah act so soft and humble. Today, she felt thrilled at having the upper hand. Hannah, although flustered by Elaine's smug expression, continued her distressed act. "Elaine, honestly, I've finally come to my senses. I've been rude and harsh to you for so long, but for what? I gained nothing. I really regret it. If only I had treated you better, things wouldn't be like this." She continued earnestly, "It's all my fault. I sincerely hope you can forgive me for the sake of our relationship over the years." Elaine, feeling delighted but keeping her composure, said, "Oh, Hannah, you've really surprised me. I'm impressed. I thought you'd never acknowledge your mistakes." Hannah smiled shyly. "See? I truly am sorry." For 20 years, Elaine had dreamed of this moment, her proud sister-in-law bowing her head. And now it had finally come true. Feeling triumphant, Elaine said, "Well, I'm not someone who holds grudges. Since you recognize your mistakes, I forgive you. Let's move past it." Hannah expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. Elaine, you really have such a forgiving heart. Let's be best friends from now on." But inside, she was cursing Elaine viciously. "God damn it, Elaine, you make me sick. How could I not see your true face all these years? I'll flatter you first, let you feel all proud, and then I'll drain you dry." Elaine took out her BMW key and said, "Hannah, since everything is cleared up, I need to go now. I'm meeting some friends for mahjong. See you." Hannah had been planning to invite Elaine anyway, so she quickly said, "Oh, you're going to play mahjong now?" Elaine nodded. "Yes, why? What a coincidence. I have a friend who's very wealthy and loves playing mahjong, though her skills are terrible. But she's a rich lady who doesn't care about money, she loses tens of thousands without blinking." Then Hannah lowered her voice conspiratorially and added, "She's actually looking for a few people to play with her daily. Would you be interested? We could team up and win big from her." Elaine's eyes lit up with excitement. After Summer left the country, Elaine had been anxious about finding an easy target for her games. Thankfully, Hannah had come through for her. Elaine was confident that this new target was wealthier than Summer. While she had only managed to win a few thousand from Summer, this lady had lost 10 times that amount in just one day. Elaine thrived on playing mahjong against people with deep pockets but lacking in skills. It was always a chance for her to make a small fortune. If she teamed up with Hannah and they devised some secret signals, their victory would be guaranteed. The thought filled her with joy and anticipation. Money was everything to Elaine, she would even choose it over her parents. She was practically bouncing in her seat as she listened to Hannah's plan. Noticing Elaine's eagerness, Hannah quickly whispered, "Let's practice our secret signals first. At the table, we'll read each other's gestures. We'll touch our noses to signal dots, point our fingers for bamboo, and purse our lips for characters. Together, we can win big." Elaine enthusiastically agreed, saying, "All right then. Let's play with your friend and see how it goes." With a wide grin, Hannah replied, "Deal. Just so you know, she's very wealthy. She lives in a Thompson First villa. When shall we go?" "Let's head out right now." I'll drive us in my BMW. As they got into the car, Hannah couldn't help but smirk coldly at Elaine's eager demeanor. To set a trap for Elaine, Hannah had hired 2 con artists and spent generously to rent the villa at Thompson First. Her plan was straightforward: win all of Elaine's money and assets, leaving her with nothing. Unbeknownst to Elaine, she was walking straight into the trap, consumed by the thrill of outsmarting the supposed easy target. Meanwhile, as Elaine and Hannah made their way to Thompson First, Charlie and Jacob arrived at Jacob's alma mater, Bell Height University. Charlie was taken aback by the grand entrance gate, beautifully carved in white marble, with the school's name proudly displayed, National Bell Height University. He never imagined that his father-in-law, who always seemed so inept, had graduated from such a prestigious institution. Back in Jacob's day, university students were rare, especially from a renowned university like this one. Noticing Charlie's astonished expression, Jacob sighed and asked, "What? You think I don't look like a college graduate?" Charlie nodded, still in disbelief. "Dad, you really don't seem like someone who graduated from college." With another sigh, Jacob's face brightened with pride. "I was quite popular back then, you know. My grades were excellent. I could have pursued further studies up north, but I didn't want to be too far from home." Charlie chuckled, intrigued. "So what happened afterward? Why did you become a house husband after graduating from such a prestigious school?" Charlie found it amusing that his father-in-law, a university graduate and the second son of a wealthy family, had turned into a man who faced daily scoldings from his wife. Jacob hesitated and mumbled bashfully, "Well, I'd rather not get into it. It's a tale of nothing but bitter tears." Just then, a man around Jacob's age emerged from behind the gate and rushed toward them upon spotting Jacob. "Hey, Jacob! Long time no see. Wow, look at you, still so sharp and charming." Jacob looked intently at the man standing before him for a moment, then burst out laughing. "Oh my God, is that really you, Eric? Eric Shaw? It's been nearly 30 years. Look at you, so neat and dapper. You must be doing great, right?" Eric shook his head modestly. "Not at all, Jacob. Compared to you, I'm just an ordinary guy. You're what the kids these days would call the rich kid on the block." The Wilson family had once held a prestigious name throughout the community. Back in the day, Lord Wilson was at the height of his career, making his first fortune as he entered the business world, earning him a respected place in society. Because of this, Jacob enjoyed a comfortable life, benefiting greatly from his father's success. His allowance alone could easily surpass that of half his classmates combined. This wealth had caught Elaine's attention from another class. Jacob chuckled shyly at Eric's compliment, but before he could respond, another middle-aged man and a young man approached them. As the middle-aged man got closer, he sneered, "Rich kid. Please. You guys have no idea what's going on with him because you're not around. Let me tell you, the so-called Wilson family is finished, and Jacob isn't exactly thriving either." Jacob's face darkened slightly. "Hey, Aaron, what's your problem? I'm living my life just fine, you don't need to meddle in my affairs." Eric cleared his throat, trying to lighten the mood. "Come on, you two, look at yourselves with all that gray hair. It's been ages, why are you still acting like Tom and Jerry? You always got on each other's nerves back in college. Can't either of you let go of that whole stolen girlfriend saga?" With a smug grin, Jacob retorted, "Why should I bother with him? He's just my defeated rival. Back in the day, when she was with me, Aaron was so envious he drank himself silly every night in the dorm, crying like a baby. He was so jealous he could have plotted my downfall." Ha ha ha. As Jacob spoke, several older individuals gathered around, laughing and chiming in. "Absolutely. Aaron was head over heels back then. I still remember how he cried so much that his eyes were swollen. Yes. Huh. Everyone called him a hopeless romantic." Charlie listened, his surprise growing. Had his father-in-law and Aaron really been rivals in love? Did Aaron have feelings for Elaine too? Elaine was undeniably a handful, how could she have captivated so many? Were they really that blind? Aaron, irritated by the teasing, glared at Jacob and shot back, "Hey, Jacob, don't throw labels around without proof. Did you just call me your defeated opponent? What a joke. Did you actually win? Did Matilda stay with you in the end?" "No. She dumped you and moved to the States." "Matilda?" Charlie suddenly realized they weren't talking about Elaine at all. The group of friends erupted into laughter. Someone patted Jacob's shoulder and asked, "So, Jacob, what really happened with Matilda? Why did she break up with you?" "Yeah. We've been dying to know for decades. Come on, spill it." Jacob, taken aback by their sudden interest, waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, let's not dwell on the past." Charlie caught a glimpse of the heartache in Jacob's awkward expression. Was there more to the story between his in-laws that had never been spoken? Charlie couldn't resist his curiosity any longer and asked, "Dad, who is this Matilda that everyone keeps mentioning?" Jacob rolled his eyes in annoyance and replied, "Sure. You don't need to highlight it." Charlie shrugged casually and fell silent. As a growing crowd gathered around them, Aaron stood tall and proudly introduced the young man beside him. "Everyone, I'd like you to meet my son-in-law, Jake Dunn. He's the owner of a startup in the internet service sector, and his company is on track to be listed on the growth enterprise market soon." "Wow!" Eric exclaimed, clearly taken aback. "What will the market value be once it's listed? It must be worth hundreds of millions, right?" "Hundreds of millions?" Aaron scoffed, his lips curling into a self-satisfied smirk. "Let's just say it starts with $1 billion. Do you have any idea how challenging it is for a company to go public? Without a solid foundation and stability, there's no way it could pass the rigorous reviews of the Securities Regulatory Commission." He continued, "Honestly, once his company goes public, its market value will undoubtedly exceed $1 billion. The growth they've experienced over the last 2 years has been remarkable. If you're keen on making some money, you should definitely consider buying shares in his company." Suddenly, Jake, who had been quiet until now, interjected, "Dad, hold on, take it easy. I'm just a young entrepreneur who's starting out in this industry. I can't compare to your old friends who have accomplished so much." Jake's humility earned him the respect of many in the crowd. An elderly man with silver hair sighed, "Oh, Aaron, your son-in-law is not only young and promising but also humble and down-to-earth. You're fortunate to have such a good son-in-law." "Absolutely." Aaron nodded dismissively. Then, he turned to Jacob and inquired, "So, Jacob, what does your son-in-law do?" "My son-in-law?" Jacob glanced at Charlie and sighed in disappointment. He wanted to boast but feared the embarrassment of getting caught in a lie, so he sheepishly admitted, "He does housework." "What? Housework?" Laughter erupted among the crowd. No one expected such an absurd answer from Jacob. Aaron chuckled and remarked, "So he does housework, which really means he doesn't have a proper job, right? Jacob, I heard you're also a house husband, isn't that right? How about I have my son-in-law assign some tasks for both of you? Jacob, you're getting older now, maybe you could handle guarding the entrance. As for your son-in-law, being young and experienced in housework, he could work in the staff canteen as a chef or waiter. What do you say?" The crowd burst into laughter again. Charlie stayed quiet throughout the exchange. He had grown accustomed to ridicule over the years and felt nothing in response to their jabs. Having faced harsher insults in the past, he found Aaron's sarcasm rather tame. Jacob, however, was seething with anger. He thought to himself, "Aaron Phillips, you jerk. You pompous fool, mocking me so quickly after meeting again, you've crossed the line. Is this because you still hold a grudge over Matilda? Why can't you just let it go after all these years?" When no one responded, Aaron pressed on, "Hey, Jacob, are you deaf? I generously offered some job suggestions to you, can't you at least acknowledge that?" He then turned to Charlie and snapped, "Young man, your father-in-law's age has clearly affected his brain, so I can excuse his slowness and rudeness. But what about you? Are you just as slow and rude?" Charlie smiled and replied, "Uncle, to be honest, I'm not someone who comes cheap. My salary requirements are quite high. High salary? Aaron said with a smirk, curling his lips. How high are you looking for? Would 4,000 to 5,000 be enough to bring you on board as a chef? Wanting to impress his father-in-law, Jake replied, Dad, since Charlie is your old friend's son-in-law, I should give him some extra perks. Alright, I'll offer you 10,000 a month. Charlie chuckled lightly and replied, I appreciate the offer, but I'm not interested in money. Aaron's brow furrowed in confusion. If you don't want money, then what do you want? Whoever hires me must marry his daughter to me. Take my father-in-law as an example. He wanted to hire me for household chores, and in return, he married his beloved daughter to me. So, Aaron, if you want to hire me, you'll have to marry your daughter to me as well. Furious, Aaron's face turned red as he shouted, You're incredibly ungrateful. I'm being generous by offering you a job, and this is how you repay me. Jake glared at Charlie, anger simmering in his eyes. Listen, my father-in-law has only one daughter, and she's my wife. Watch your words, or I'll make you regret it. Charlie laughed. You two are quite amusing. Did I ever ask you for a job? It was you who approached me first. Since you were eager to offer me a position, I laid out my terms. Just say yes if you agree or no if you don't. Isn't that how it works? Jake fumed, why would you make such a ridiculous request? You're just looking for trouble. Charlie replied calmly, I'm not looking for trouble. These have always been my conditions. To be honest, I've been married for over 3 years now, and during that time, I've done all sorts of household chores, cooking, cleaning, shopping. That's my job, and my compensation is my wife. If you want to hire me, you have to meet my terms. If you can't, then just be quiet. It's a simple exchange, really. Can't you grasp that? Aaron and Jake stood there, speechless and dumbfounded. Charlie was correct. He hadn't asked for a job, it was they who had approached him with their proposals. Charlie had merely outlined his conditions for accepting the job, so why were they so upset? As tensions rose, the crowd quickly intervened, saying, Hey, we're all here for the reunion. Let's enjoy ourselves and not fight over trivial matters. Aaron and Jake were visibly agitated as the situation shifted against them, but they couldn't find a way to calm their anger. After all, they had initiated the argument, and everyone present had witnessed it. If they blamed Charlie, they would appear petty in front of the others. On the other hand, Jacob was thrilled. He had no idea his son-in-law was so clever and quick-witted, managing to defend himself while silencing Aaron and Jake. He gave Charlie an excited thumbs up. Jake shot a resentful glare at Charlie. Initially, he had planned to subtly showcase his success at his father-in-law's reunion, as he was the owner of a soon-to-be listed company. However, Charlie had unexpectedly turned the tables on him, trapping him in a situation of his own making. It was a bitter pill to swallow, and he knew he had to find a way to regain control. To shift the dynamics of the conversation, Jake remembered a name that Aaron had used to tease Jacob, Matilda. He feigned interest and asked, Dad, what's the deal with this Matilda you mentioned earlier? You all seem pretty close to her, and I'm quite curious. Aaron shot a sideways glance at Jacob and chuckled, Matilda Mark was the most stunning girl in our class, and she had a legion of admirers. Honestly, if all her fans lined up, they would wrap around the university twice. With a mischievous grin, Aaron raised his voice and boomed, eventually, Matilda must have been under some spell, because she picked Jacob. With the most beautiful and sought-after girl in school as his girlfriend, he had to be careful not to bump into anyone, fearing he'd get jumped. What happened next? Aaron glanced at Jacob, amusement dancing in his eyes, and giggled. Well, Matilda ended up breaking up with him and moved to the United States. She hasn't returned since. Turning to Jacob with a teasing tone, he asked, So, Jacob, do you know why Matilda ended things with you? Jacob retorted, That's none of your business. Aaron chuckled at Jacob's reaction. Let me fill you in, Matilda was overwhelmed by her many admirers. She decided to get a fake boyfriend to fend off all the pesky suitors. She picked you, and you were the only one who didn't see it coming. After using you, she ditched you and headed overseas. Ha ha ha. Fuming, Jacob exclaimed, "Shut up. Matilda and I broke up because..." But he couldn't finish his thought. His anger morphed into regret, desolation, and sadness. He lowered his head, sighed softly, and waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it, let's just drop it." "Oh, don't do that." Aaron interjected eagerly. "Don't leave us hanging. Tell us, why did you two break up? Wasn't it because she was over you?" "Absolutely not," Jacob shot back. "Then spill the details." "It's personal, it's none of your business." Aaron clicked his tongue in frustration. "Honestly, it seems like you're just too embarrassed to admit you got played." Jacob waved his hand in defeat. "You can say whatever you want, I have no comment." Aaron hadn't anticipated Jacob would call for a truce so quickly. He rolled his eyes in irritation, feeling like he had just punched air instead of a punching bag. At that moment, more people started to arrive, and soon over 20 guys had gathered at the gate. Jacob was right, the reunion was filled with men. These older friends shared a deep and genuine bond. As they conversed, Charlie noticed some of them had tears glistening in their eyes. Eric was the first to approach Jacob, gesturing for everyone to come closer. "Guys, don't just stand there. Come in and chat." Aaron nodded in agreement. "Yes, let's head to our old classroom to catch up. Mr. Lee might take a bit longer since he's not feeling well. Let's go in first." The crowd assembled, ready to enter the school together. One person turned to Eric and asked, "Hey, what were you discussing just now?" It looked like a heated conversation. Eric chuckled and replied, "We were chatting about Matilda. By the way, is she coming today?" This prompted laughter from the group. "Jacob didn't even ask that, so don't be too nosy," someone teased. "Well, I'm asking for him. Matilda was his first love, I'm curious if he still remembers her after all these years," Eric responded. Aaron interjected with a smirk, "I bet he can't forget Matilda for the rest of his life, especially considering how rough things are for him now." "What happened?" someone asked, intrigued. "I'll fill you in with more details once we reach our classroom," Aaron promised. Jacob, feeling annoyed, huffed, "Can you please be quiet for a moment?" Aaron laughed, "But I want to share this." "Can you really control my mouth?" As they entered the classroom, the group glanced around, and memories of their university days washed over them. A few even shed tears as they stepped inside. Aaron settled into his seat inside, sounding regretful as he began, "To give you guys the harsh reality, Matilda was just looking for an excuse to distance herself from her admirers, which is why she ended up with Jacob. Right after graduation, she moved to the States." Aaron took a deep breath and continued, "I heard Jacob's mother wasn't very supportive of him, which contributed to his struggles in life until he had a daughter. He thought she would help him turn things around, but guess what? She ended up with a loser husband. I even heard her husband is an orphan and a freeloader, so compared to us, Jacob hasn't done so well since graduation." The group was captivated by the unfolding story. They gathered closer around Aaron, eager to hear more. Charlie scratched his nose, amused by how well Aaron seemed to know Jacob's situation, including his orphan status and the freeloading. Clearly, Aaron's grudge against Jacob ran deep. Someone exclaimed in disbelief, "But how did Jacob end up like this? He was the chairman of the student union and the top student in school. What went wrong?" Jacob snapped back, "Aaron Phillips, can you just be quiet?" Jake chuckled and said, "Uncle Wilson, why so serious? Everyone's just having a bit of fun, no one's taking it to heart. Try to lighten up." Jacob felt gloomy and frustrated. The laughter seemed to stem from his suffering. What was amusing about that? Aaron glanced at Jacob with a smirk and said, "That's not even the worst part. Do you want to know what is?" "What?" the crowd asked in unison, their curiosity piqued. Aaron grinned. "The worst part is, Jacob married a certain celebrity from our school." "Can you guess who?" Someone groaned, "How can we guess? We've been working elsewhere since graduation, unlike you, who has always been in Oris Hill. You definitely know more than we do." "Exactly. Enough with the suspense, just tell us already." "We're all dying to know," another chimed in. Aaron laughed again and declared, "He married Elaine Parker, the biggest heartthrob in our school back then." When Charlie heard Elaine's name resonate through the room, he was taken aback, his jaw nearly hitting the floor. He never imagined that Elaine and Jacob were college classmates. To add to his surprise, he learned that she held the title of the college's #1 vixen. Honestly, Elaine didn't strike Charlie as someone who had ever attended university. In fact, she looked more like a person who hadn't even completed junior high. Considering her demeanor and character, it was astonishing that she had gained admission to the university. Charlie wasn't alone in his astonishment. Jacob's classmates were equally stunned and bewildered. No one had ever envisioned Jacob ending up with Elaine. Even though Elaine wasn't in the same class as them, her notorious reputation had preceded her. She was known for her arrogance and stubbornness, and she had a vicious streak. Taking other people's belongings was commonplace for her. When confronted, rather than owning up to her actions, she would argue with those who caught her. One incident had solidified her infamy. One day, after her thermos broke, she refused to buy a new one and instead pilfered one from the cafeteria. The rightful owner was a large, muscular boy who approached Elaine to demand his thermos back. Instead of returning it, she pointed at him and scolded him for a good half hour. Frustrated, the boy slapped her, which prompted Elaine to grab a bottle of hot water and threaten to throw it at him. He ran for over 10 minutes, only to be splashed with the hot water, resulting in a burn on his hand. Elaine even warned him that if he dared to come near her again, she would use sulfuric acid next time instead of hot water. Understandably, the boy was terrified and didn't dare to report her. Instead, he pleaded with her to let him go. This incident catapulted Elaine to notorious status within the school. From that point on, no one wanted to associate with her. She was known to shout at and even physically intimidate boys, many of whom had faced her wrath. So when news broke that Jacob had married Elaine, it left everyone in shock. One classmate looked at Jacob with a mix of sympathy and disbelief, asking, "Jacob, I remember that Elaine had a crush on you, but you were doing so well back then. What made you marry her?" Jacob, irritated by the reminder of his tumultuous past, snapped back, "Why do you care? You guys are so nosy." Aaron, however, found Jacob's irritation amusing. With a wide grin, he chimed in, "You guys don't know the whole story, but I do. Remember the senior year party after graduation?" "Yes, yes. That night, many of us ended up drunk." "Exactly. At that party, Elaine made Jacob drink so much that he passed out. Some guys offered to take him home, but Elaine insisted she would handle it. Do you know what she did? She took Jacob to a motel." "A motel? Oh my God, are you serious? You all left early, but I was curious, so I followed them and took a peek. Want to know what happened next?" "Come on, Aaron, just spill it already," someone urged impatiently. Aaron chuckled and wrapped up his tale. That night, Elaine and Jacob got intimate, and he hit the jackpot. Not long after, they found out Elaine was pregnant. Matilda left the country right after graduation, leaving Jacob with no choice but to marry Elaine. Ha ha ha. Everyone erupted in laughter when the big reveal happened. No one could have imagined such an incredible twist in the tale. Jake exclaimed, "Wow, Uncle Wilson, you're amazing. You're like the star of a romantic film who breaks up with his college sweetheart only to end up marrying his rival." Ha ha ha. Though Charlie wasn't in a position to comment, he couldn't help but find the entire situation absolutely hilarious. He never imagined his parents-in-law had such a background. Elaine was unapologetically herself. Not only did she get Jacob tipsy, but she also took things a step further with him. What a cunning move. As their laughter subsided, the men began to feel a bit sorry for Jacob and started offering him words of encouragement and support. Aaron kept a watchful eye on Jacob and chuckled, "Don't feel too sorry for Jacob just yet. Elaine had a pretty tough time marrying him." The group looked confused. What was so tough about it? She got to marry Jacob. Isn't that enough? Aaron sighed and replied, "Oh, there's a lot you don't know. Elaine had her sights set on marrying rich kids, dreaming of a life of luxury after tying the knot. That's why she fell for Jacob. His family was quite wealthy at the time. Then he shifted to a mocking tone and added, "But who would have guessed that Jacob would turn out to be so unambitious after graduation? He didn't receive any resources or attention from his family, and over the years, their status started to decline." Elaine's dream of being a rich man's wife was crushed. Little did she know she was marrying a deadbeat. Jacob felt embarrassed as Aaron spilled the beans, his face turning a deep shade of red as he shouted, "Aaron Phillips, I'm warning you, stay out of my business." Aaron scoffed, "Come on, everyone in Oris Hill is already aware of your family's troubles. Do you really think they wouldn't know if I kept quiet?" He raised his voice. "Originally, your family was influential, so you could still get by using your family's name. But now, your family's reputation is shot. You're just a loser who can't make a living. Elaine spends her days playing mahjong without a proper job, and your son-in-law is just a lazy moocher. Your entire family relies solely on your daughter's income. I can't help but wonder what kind of karma your daughter faced in her past life to end up in such a useless family with a loser husband. It's pitiful." Charlie became visibly upset at the mention of Claire. He could handle the teasing aimed at him or his in-laws, but he wouldn't tolerate any comments about Claire. After all, she was his wife. With a frown, he said, "Uncle Phillips, mind your own business. Stop meddling in other people's affairs." Aaron shot him a disdainful look. "Why? I'm just showing concern for your family. Am I wrong?" Then he stood up and boasted, "It's really unfortunate for Jacob's daughter to be stuck in such a dysfunctional family. Look at me, I'm in senior management at a petrochemical company. I make $20,000 a month just by showing up for work. When I retire at 65, I'll have a pension of about $20,000 and full medical coverage. My wife is a deputy manager at the same company, earning $15,000 a month. When we both retire, our national pension will total $40,000 a month. Now, look at Jacob and Elaine. They're in their 50s and don't have steady jobs. They won't even have pensions when they're older. They'll become a burden on society, won't they?" Next, he pulled his son-in-law beside him and said earnestly, "Now, take a look at my son-in-law, the CEO of Oris Continental Technology, which will soon be listed on the GEM. His company's revenue is projected to reach $1 to $2 billion a year, making him one of the top entrepreneurs in Oris Hill. This is what a successful family looks like." The room buzzed with flattering and envious remarks, everyone praising Aaron and Jake. Their family's success and financial stability were indeed admired by the crowd. Aaron soaked in the admiration, casting a disdainful glare at Jacob and Charlie, thinking, "Finally, the moment I've been waiting for. It's just as satisfying as I imagined." Yet, he failed to notice the sly smirk forming on Charlie's lips. "Oh, so you and your wife work at a petrochemical company, and your son-in-law is the CEO of Oris Continental Technology? That's good to know. I was a bit unsure about how to handle you, but thankfully, you've just handed me all the information I needed. Thank you for that." Thanks to the information provided by Aaron, Charlie reached out to Isaac with a request. He asked Isaac to delve into the personal details and professional history of Aaron Phillips and his wife, as well as gather pertinent information about Oris Continental Technology. Meanwhile, as Isaac worked on these assignments, Aaron basked in the praise and admiration from his friends. This group of older individuals primarily hailed from government positions or state-owned enterprises. Most were regular employees who had dedicated years to their jobs, earning a few $1,000s monthly, enough to be better than the worst, but still not the best. Aaron, being in senior management at the petrochemical company, stirred envy among them. The petrochemical company boasted an impressive record of performance and revenue. While the management team wasn't the core leadership, their positions were still highly regarded within the company. With competitive salaries and solid employee benefits, it was a career path that outshone those of everyone in the room. Additionally, Aaron's son-in-law was the CEO of a company preparing to go public. A publicly listed company could be valued in the billions, and with his son-in-law Jake being so young, he was on track to become extraordinarily wealthy in just a few years. Jacob, on the other hand, felt defeated and disheartened. In the past, Aaron had indeed been his rival. Jacob had pursued Matilda with great determination, but she had completely overlooked him. Instead, it was Aaron who had captured Matilda's heart at first sight. Aaron had spread false rumors claiming Matilda viewed Jacob merely as a backup, but that couldn't have been further from the truth. At that time, Jacob and Matilda were deeply in love and had even discussed marriage. Matilda had entrusted him with her heart and her virginity. Unfortunately, Elaine, the deceitful temptress, had orchestrated his downfall. She had gotten him drunk, taken advantage of him, and then paraded the incident in front of Matilda. Heartbroken, Matilda left the country. In short, Elaine was the root cause of all Jacob's woes. If it weren't for her, he and Matilda would have tied the knot, pursued their studies abroad, and built a life together. As these memories washed over Jacob, he was overwhelmed with a tide of emotions and a crushing bitterness. It hurt so deeply that he felt like crying, leaving him indifferent to Aaron's taunts. Just then, Charlie received a response from Isaac. Within minutes, he had gathered detailed information about Aaron and his family. Aaron Phillips served as the deputy chief of the sales department at the petrochemical company. While he appeared to hold significant authority and a lucrative salary, he was involved in extensive kickbacks and bribery. Officially, he earned a monthly salary of $20,000, but in reality, he had siphoned off millions using his position as a cover. Much of the embezzled assets had been funneled into offshore accounts, some registered under his daughter's name, and others laundered through investments in Jake's company. Speaking of Jake Dunn, he had previously faced numerous failures in his business endeavors. Upon realizing that Aaron was a minor executive with actual influence at the petrochemical company, he pursued Aaron's daughter and got her pregnant. They married shortly thereafter, and Jake asked Aaron for support in starting his business, leading Aaron to personally invest $30 million into Jake's venture. Moreover, Jake's Oris Continental technology was essentially a front for laundering money from several illegal casinos operating in Oris Hill. They had developed an internet crowdfunding app that masqueraded as a fundraising platform for patients, but the so-called donations actually originated from various underworld accounts. The pooled money was then distributed to virtual patients in staggering sums. This was why the company's financial reports appeared flawless. Ironically, the primary client of Jake's company was Don Albert Rhodes. Albert owned several underground casinos in Oris Hill, laundering money through the company's crowdfunding app. A satisfied smile crept onto Charlie's face as he absorbed the information. Aaron Phillips and Jake Dunn, enjoy your moment while it lasts. Soon, what lies ahead is nothing but endless darkness. At that moment, a voice rang out from outside, "Hey everyone, Mr. Lee has arrived. Quickly, we need 2 young men to help carry him upstairs." Jacob let out a sigh of relief and urged Charlie, "Quick, go lend a hand." Charlie nodded in agreement. Aaron then turned to Jake and added, "You too. We older folks don't have the strength of the young ones anymore." "Sure thing," Jake replied, and he followed Charlie out the door. As they made their way down the stairs, Jake, with an air of superiority, strode ahead of Charlie, not sparing him a glance. Charlie didn't mind. After all, Jake and his crew wouldn't last much longer after today. He just needed to wait for the perfect moment to deliver the final blow. Extreme joy can often lead to extreme sorrow, and that can be the heaviest blow a man faces. Jake hadn't quite reached that peak joy yet. Upon reaching the ground floor, they spotted an elderly man in his 80s, sporting white hair and sitting in a wheelchair, gazing up at the old school building. Beside him stood a middle-aged man. He smiled upon seeing Charlie and Jake, saying, "Hi, I appreciate your help. I apologize for the inconvenience, but I really can't carry him up the stairs. The lecture building is so old that it doesn't even have an elevator. My father has always wanted to revisit the school after his retirement, but his legs don't allow him to go anywhere." The elderly man chuckled. "Well, you're treating me like I'm helpless just because you don't want me to move. I could make it up there on my own if I really wanted to." This remark brought out a hearty laugh from his son, who responded, "Dad, after teaching at the university for all these years, don't you ever get tired of the campus?" Mr. Lee shook his head, a warm smile illuminating his face as he replied, "Teaching and mentoring others is a lifelong commitment." His son smiled back, albeit a bit helplessly, and said, "All right then. We'll make your wish come true today, and you can give your former students a lesson." Charlie listened in admiration and respect. For these seasoned educators, their profession was not merely a job, it was a lifelong calling, a matter of faith. A flicker of disdain crossed Jake's face, but he maintained his composure and said, "Let's get moving, everyone's waiting." Then he turned to Charlie, insisting, "Hey, come help me out." Charlie replied, not even looking back, "I'd rather handle it alone than risk having Mr. Lee fall because of someone clumsy like you." "What? You think you can manage it by yourself?" Jake shot back, incredulous. Ignoring him, Charlie positioned himself behind the wheelchair, firmly grasped the wheels, and effortlessly lifted the chair as if he were a forklift, steadily making his way up the stairs. Charlie's strength was remarkable, especially since he had taken 2 rejuvenating pills a few days prior, greatly enhancing his physical abilities. Carrying an older man in a wheelchair was a trivial task for him. Jake watched in astonishment but shrugged it off with a grin, relieved he wouldn't have to exert himself. He followed behind, saying, "Hey, strong man. With those muscles, you could work at a construction site hauling bricks and concrete. I have a buddy in construction, want me to set up an introduction?" Charlie turned to him with a smile, asking, "Oh, so you want to haul bricks and concrete at the construction site?" "I meant you." Jake snapped, his tone dripping with disdain. Charlie chuckled. "All right, good to know you've got plans for yourself. How about I let you work at a construction site for 20 years? Sound good?" Jake let out an exasperated hiss at Charlie's off-topic response. "Do you think this is funny? It's actually a privilege to have you working at the construction site." Charlie chuckled and nodded. Okay. I get it. I'll set it up for you." Jake, annoyed by the vague answer, retorted, "Unbelievable." He continued, "As someone with more experience, let me give you a piece of advice. You're still young, so go out and find something meaningful to do. You could still be successful down the line." "What? Do you think working in construction is some sort of dead-end job?" "Absolutely not. Have you heard of Arnold Schwarzenegger? He started out laying bricks and eventually launched his own construction business. Sure, it didn't work out, but he became a household name, didn't he? Plus, look at the current trends. Platforms like TikTok, Snapchat, Instagram, and Facebook are all the rage right now. You could create an account and document your daily experiences at the construction site, who knows, you might just go viral." Jake scoffed, "You, as a house husband, have a Snapchat? What's your username? Oris's Biggest Loser?" Charlie laughed, "A house husband? I prefer to think of myself as an incredible son-in-law." "Incredible son-in-law?" Jake shot him a disdainful look. "You? Incredible? Please, can you tone down the arrogance? If you're incredible, then I must be a deity, a god." "You? Just a muddy son-in-law," Charlie replied with a smirk. "Muddy son-in-law? What does that even mean?" Charlie chuckled, "The son-in-law who carries bricks. Don't you get it?" "Damn it!" Jake exclaimed, fuming. "How dare you!" Charlie ignored his anger, picking up Mr. Lee and swiftly heading up the stairs to the classroom. Mr. Lee gently patted Charlie's hand and said, "Thank you, young man. You managed to face humiliation with humor and stand firm. You have a bright future ahead of you." With that, Mr. Lee turned his wheelchair and entered the classroom. Jake muttered scornfully, "Huh, that old fool. I can't believe he thinks this guy has potential." Charlie brushed off the sarcasm, he knew he was on the verge of his destiny. As Mr. Lee entered, the room erupted in cheers as the students rushed forward to greet their teacher. The bond between teachers and students during their era could easily be likened to that of a father and son. Mr. Lee looked at his students, now with wrinkled faces and gray hair, and sighed with satisfaction. He had dedicated his life to teaching, with students scattered across the country and even around the globe. He felt no regrets as he surveyed the room. "Mr. Lee, please give us another lecture," someone suggested with a choked voice. The rest nodded in agreement. With tears in his eyes, Mr. Lee sat behind the podium, his fingers tracing the rough surface, and began, "Good morning, class." "Good morning, Mr. Lee," the students chorused in unison. Mr. Lee smiled weakly. "I'm too old to stand for long, and I can't project my voice like I used to, so I apologize if today's lecture isn't quite up to par." As everyone's eyes began to well up with tears, one voice broke through the emotion. "Oh, Mr. Lee. Please don't apologize to us." With a warm smile, Mr. Lee addressed the room. "Throughout my life, I've faced many challenges and witnessed your growth as well as the progress of our country. All I can say is this: embrace a simple and virtuous life, and cherish wisdom. Despite being a poor old man after years of teaching, my guiding principle remains to live happily and without regrets." A wave of applause erupted in the classroom, with cheers echoing, particularly from Jacob. He felt that Mr. Lee was a guiding light, illuminating the path forward after hearing his heartfelt words. Although Jacob might not have had much wealth, he found joy in collecting antiques and cultural relics, which brought him happiness and fulfillment. Yet, there was still a shadow in his life: Elaine. Mr. Lee trembled slightly as he delivered a lecture on ancient language history. Breathing heavily, he was quickly assisted down from the stage by his attentive students. They were grateful to have the opportunity to learn from their cherished instructor, appreciating the effort he put into his teaching. Aaron chimed in, "Now that we've been fortunate enough to have this lecture, and since it's such a rare occasion for all of us to gather, I think it's time for Jake to book a spot for some relaxation and fun." Turning to Jake, he asked, "Do you have any suggestions?" "I want the best place." Jake nodded enthusiastically. "There's a new clubhouse called the Glorious Club, recently opened in Oris Hill and owned by the Moore family. It's reputed to be the largest and most luxurious entertainment venue in the city. I'm a member, so we can continue our celebration there." "It's on me." The crowd gasped and grinned in excitement upon learning that Jake was a member of the Glorious Club. The clubhouse was nothing short of spectacular and opulent. Known as the premier venue in Oris Hill, its membership comprised only the city's elite. In essence, if you weren't among the upper echelon of society, you wouldn't even qualify for membership. The criteria for joining the club served as a significant marker of one's social standing, and Jake's status as a member at such a young age was certainly impressive. While everyone had heard of the Glorious Club, apart from Jake, none had the privilege of membership. In fact, they didn't even have the opportunity to step inside and experience the luxurious ambience the club offered. Thanks to Jake, they had the chance to enter the club and enjoy the experience, which would make for excellent social media content. Excitedly, the crowd began to shower Jake with compliments once more. Jake reveled in the attention. His membership at the Glorious Club had become a powerful tool for him to showcase his status, and it never failed to impress his peers. However, Jake knew that his membership wasn't due to merit. He had pleaded with Don Albert numerous times for assistance, and eventually, Don Albert had helped him secure a spot as a member. Don Albert wouldn't have gone out of his way for Jake if it weren't for his plans to use him as a conduit for money laundering. In Don Albert's eyes, individuals like Jake were no different from Axel Jordan, the mastermind behind a deceptive P2P scheme. They were merely his pawns, executing tasks for his benefit. To ensure these pawns remained loyal and continued to generate wealth and fame for him, Don Albert would occasionally throw them a few perks to keep them motivated. This strategy ensured that they worked even harder for him. Before long, everyone piled into several cars and headed to the Glorious Club. Mr. Lee felt a bit apprehensive about attending, but he decided to go along since it was a rare occasion for them to all gather and his students had eagerly invited him. Charlie and Jacob shared a taxi ride. Jacob vented his frustration, saying, "That Aaron Phillips is too much. Why can't he just leave me in peace? Ugh, I'm so annoyed." Charlie laughed at Jacob's complaints and replied, "If you're this upset, why don't we just head home?" "No way," Jacob replied. "I've never been to the clubhouse, and I really want to check it out." Charlie shrugged, understanding his friend's eagerness. Upon their arrival at the clubhouse, everyone congregated in the lobby. They were awestruck by the opulent decorations that adorned the space. The lavish and intricate interior design of the clubhouse surpassed the expectations of these older individuals, who had memories of much simpler recreation centers. Jacob was equally taken aback. He began snapping photos with his phone and even posted them on social media to show off the stunning environment. Jake enthusiastically explained, "Uncles, this clubhouse has 15 floors. The higher you go, the more exclusive the membership requirements. Each floor is designated by membership tier, and you can't access the upper levels without the proper authorization. The minimum spending limit on the first floor, which is the entry-level tier, is around $100,000. It's simply out of reach for most families." Gasps of disbelief echoed among the group. $100,000 as a minimum spending limit? An average family of 3 might not even earn that much in an entire year. Clearly, this was not a service that everyone could afford. As they admired the luxurious surroundings, Jake proudly displayed his membership card. The card, a gleaming silver, was exquisitely designed. He handed it to the front desk, saying, "I'm just a silver card member, which is the second tier. Below me is the classic membership. As a silver member, I can access the 7th floor and below. This time, I'll take all of you straight to the 7th floor." He added, "The minimum spending limit for the 7th floor is $300,000, very exclusive." Aaron turned to Jacob with an air of superiority, saying, "Hey, Jacob, I bet you've never been to such an upscale place before, huh? You should really thank me. It's a privilege for us that my son-in-law can bring all of us here, giving you a glimpse into the lifestyle of the elite." Jacob's expression darkened. "How do you know I've never been to a place like this? I've visited high-end spots and experienced amazing things, okay?" Aaron scoffed, "Ha ha ha. What kind of amazing experiences are we talking about? Have you ever been to the Glorious Club? Have you ever spent a single penny here?" Jacob fell silent, feeling awkward. Even when the Wilson family was thriving, he wouldn't have been able to afford such expenses, and now, with his family facing bankruptcy, it was even more out of reach. With a heavy sigh, Jacob resigned himself to silence. At that moment, Jake approached the front desk and presented his card to the receptionist. "Please prepare a suite for us on the 7th floor and charge all expenses to this card." The receptionist wore an apologetic look as she said, "Sir, I sincerely apologize, but all our suites on the 7th floor are completely booked. We've checked every option, and the only suites available for your membership level are on the 3rd floor or below. Would you like us to prepare a suite for you on the 3rd floor?" Jake responded with irritation, "What? Are you kidding me? You expect me to stay on the 3rd floor? This is an insult to my status and membership. How will anyone view me if I'm stuck on the 3rd floor? I truly apologize, sir, but there's nothing I can do. All suites from the 4th to the 7th floors were reserved in advance. Since you didn't make a reservation, we're quite limited. In that case, just give me a complimentary upgrade to a suite on the 8th floor or higher." "I'm sorry, sir," the receptionist replied in a polite yet firm manner. "At the Glorious Club, our policy allows for downgrades within membership tiers, but upgrades are not permitted. If your silver card membership only grants access up to the 7th floor, then you can only use the facilities from the 7th floor and below. It's a strict rule of our club." Jake frowned and huffed in annoyance as he shouted, "I don't care. Get me a room on the 7th floor, or find a way for me to access the 8th floor's suite." "I'm very sorry, sir, but the 8th floor is exclusive to VIP and VIP Gold members. Unfortunately, your current membership does not qualify for that level. Additionally, we've made it clear that no one can bypass their membership tier or upgrade their suite. Rules, stipulations, forget all that. I demand a suite on the 7th floor right now. How dare you deny my request? Don't you know that the customer is always right? I sincerely apologize, sir, but I'm not authorized to make exceptions. Perhaps you could reach out to a friend with a higher tier membership and have them book a suite on a higher floor." Jake raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Reach out to a friend, you say?" "Yes," the receptionist replied politely. "Most of our members hold classic and silver memberships, which is why there's often a shortage of suites below the 7th floor. However, we have many vacant suites from the 8th to the 14th floors. If your friend is a VIP member, you could access the 10th floor. If they are a VIP gold member, you'd be able to go up to the 14th floor. Jake clenched his teeth in disdain, sneering, all right then. You want me to find a friend? I'll find one. Just so you know, Don Albert and I are good friends. He's a VIP member. I'm calling him right now to reserve a suite for me. And you'd better be ready to explain to Don Albert why you've offended his friend. Charlie rolled his eyes in disbelief as he observed this strange encounter. The receptionist was merely doing her job according to the club's rules. Why was Jake threatening her? Plus, using Don Albert's name as a shield was cowardly. What was he, some cunning fox hiding behind a fierce tiger? So, Charlie approached Jake and said, Mr. Dunn, leave the poor girl alone, all right? She's just fulfilling her duties. Besides, the 3rd floor is quite nice. Even the 1st floor is luxurious. Why does it matter if you're on the 7th floor or higher? Jake shot back with disdain, shut up. For someone like you, being able to drink a glass of water in the club's lobby is a privilege. But for me, anything below the 7th floor is simply unacceptable. Charlie chuckled nonchalantly, well, it doesn't really matter in the end. This is your last visit to the club, so you might as well enjoy whatever you can. Jake frowned, bewildered. What do you mean by that? Oh, did you forget what I told you? You'll be working construction for the next 20 years. This is the last time you get to enjoy the glorious club, so a suite on the 3rd floor is the best you can get now. After today, you won't have access to any of this. Jake's anger flared as he cursed, Charlie Wade, right? Damn it, you loser. If it weren't for our fathers-in-law being classmates, do you really think you'd even be allowed in this club? I bet you couldn't even enter the front door. Charlie smiled faintly. I'll give you 5 minutes to think about it. Once the time is up, if you haven't decided, I'll make the choice for you. Jake smirked defiantly, what choice? Who do you think you are, loser? I'll show you what it means to be part of the upper class. He pulled out his phone and quickly made a call. When the call connected, he switched to a flattering tone, saying, Hi, Don Albert, it's Jake Dunn. I need to ask you for a favor. At this moment, Albert was at the Heaven Springs. Donald, the most affluent and influential man in the South region, had booked the Diamond Box at the Heaven Springs for the evening, preparing to host the heads of some of the most esteemed families in Oris Hill. Albert was well aware that the Webb family surpassed the Moore family in both wealth and power. Consequently, he was meticulous in following Donald's orders, personally overseeing the chef as he prepared the evening's dishes at the Heaven Springs. While managing the food preparations, Albert's phone rang. It was Jake, and Albert answered impatiently, yes? What is it? Make it quick, I'm busy. To Albert, Jake was merely a subordinate, a lapdog among many, and he felt little regard for him. Jake, understanding the need to tread carefully, replied humbly, Don Albert, I'm currently at the Glorious Club and I need a favor from you. Albert inquired, what do you need? Jake quickly explained, I wanted to bring my father here to enjoy the evening, but it seems that all the rooms on the 7th floor are fully booked. Since my membership is the silver card you helped me get, I can't access the higher floors. I was hoping you could assist me in securing a room on the 8th floor. Your VIP membership gives you access to those floors, and it would mean a lot to me. Albert responded coolly, maybe another time. I have commitments here at the Heaven Springs tonight, so I can't come to the Glorious Club right now. Jake, sensing the urgency, pleaded, Don Albert, please. The Heaven Springs isn't far from the Glorious Club, you could be here in 5 minutes. My father-in-law and over 20 of his classmates are waiting for me. He continued to implore, Don Albert, I really need your help just this once. I'd be completely embarrassed otherwise. Although Albert was reluctant to assist Jake, he remembered that Jake could be useful for laundering his gambling money. He decided to show some kindness to ensure Jake remained indebted to him. Moreover, the Heaven Springs was indeed close to the Glorious Club, and it would likely take him only about 10 minutes to arrive. Thus, Albert reluctantly agreed, all right, I'll head over now. Jake was overjoyed and exclaimed, thank you. Thank you, Don Albert. I'll be waiting for you in the lobby on the 1st floor. After ending the call, Jake turned to the waitress with an air of arrogance and said, "Did you hear? Don Albert is coming to help me book a room. You better watch out." The waitress, though slightly anxious, maintained her composure and replied, "I'm sorry, sir, but we have to follow the club's rules. Even if Miss Moore were to join us tonight, I would still have to adhere to the same guidelines because I value my integrity." Jake's face twisted in frustration as he retorted, "You think you're so important, don't you? Are you trying to use Miss Moore to undermine me?" The waitress quickly responded, "I wouldn't dream of such a thing. I'm simply stating the reality of the situation." With a scoff, Jake turned his back on her and addressed his father-in-law and friends, saying, "Uncles, just a moment. I've invited the renowned Don Albert from Orris Hill to help us secure a room on the 8th floor. It's even more luxurious than the 7th. The crowd erupted in cheers, praising Jake enthusiastically. Several older gentlemen gave Jake thumbs up, all eager to experience the lavish 8th floor of the glorious club. Charlie couldn't help but find the situation amusing. This Jake was truly digging his own grave. Was he really inviting Albert here? Didn't he realize he was courting disaster for himself? Initially, he had wanted Albert to share in his joys and sorrows, but it appeared he preferred to maintain his facade of coolness. Now, it seemed this son-in-law had truly jeopardized his own chances of survival by trying too hard to appear impressive. Little did Jake know, he had already sealed his own fate. Meanwhile, he was basking in compliments from numerous people. Approaching Charlie with an arrogant smile, Jake declared, "Charlie, you've offended me just now. Consequently, you can forget about joining us on the 8th floor of the glorious club. You can leave with your father-in-law right now." Jacob shot Jake a furious glare, retorting, "Hey, Jake. Don't you think you're being a bit excessive? Did you really believe I came here just to pig out with you for free? I came to reconnect with my old classmates." Jake sneered and replied, "Reconnecting with old classmates? Isn't that gathering over at the school already finished? I organized this second gathering, so are you really going to insist on tagging along when you weren't even invited?" "Exactly," chimed in Aaron, snorting dismissively. "Jacob, weren't you quite the hotshot back in the day? You were a rich second-generation kid in school. If you're so capable, why not just rent a room at the glorious club yourself? Are you really planning to let my son-in-law treat you to food and drinks for free?" The other classmates were taken aback by Aaron and his son-in-law's sudden attack on Jacob and Charlie, especially given the harsh words being hurled at them in front of everyone. Yet, none of Jacob's classmates dared to step in to defend him. After all, it was Jake who had arranged this gathering at the glorious club, granting them entry in the first place. Who would risk speaking up for Jacob now? Jacob's face twisted with frustration, and he exclaimed, "Aaron, you're such a bully." "Am I bullying you?" Aaron scoffed. "I'm simply not inviting you to enjoy food, drinks, and fun at our expense. How is that bullying?" Jacob quickly replied, "Fine. If that's how it is, I'll pay for my own expenses today. Just tell me how much it costs per person, and I'll cover myself and my son-in-law." Aaron chuckled derisively, "Do you really think that paying for your share will fix everything? Don't you realize you need a membership to enter this club? Without my son-in-law, would you even have the chance to step into the glorious club? No. So even if you try to pay, you're not coming in with us tonight." Jacob clenched his teeth and said, "Aaron, you're really crossing the line." Aaron nodded proudly, "Yes, I'm definitely crossing the line. I'm doing this on purpose, but what's wrong with that? Who told you to challenge me back in school? Who else can you blame for being worse off than me now?" Continuing, Aaron added, "Just look at yourself. You're in your 50s and still so pathetic. You don't have a job, and there's no retirement fund in sight. I wouldn't be surprised if you end up as a beggar on the street. When that day comes, our classmates might have to hold a crowdfunding campaign just to help you." Jacob shook with rage as he turned to Charlie, "Let's go. I don't want to deal with this lunatic any longer." Charlie smiled and said, "What's the hurry, Dad? The show hasn't even started yet. It's not too late to leave after we see what unfolds." Aaron glared at Charlie, "You're still waiting for a show? Let me be clear, there's absolutely no way you two are joining us on the 8th floor today. If you try to sneak in under my son-in-law's name, I'll have security toss you out. Charlie laughed. The show I'm talking about isn't on the 8th floor. The good show, I mean, is the classic drama of a son-in-law beating up his father-in-law. I think this act is about to begin in just a couple of minutes. Aaron was taken aback, pointing at Jacob while laughing. Did you hear that, Jacob? Even your useless son-in-law is ready to take you on. Ha ha ha. I can't wait to see how much punishment your old bones can handle. Ha ha ha. Jacob was shocked and turned to Charlie, asking, "What do you mean by that, Charlie?" Charlie smiled and replied, "Dad, don't misunderstand. The classic drama I'm referring to is actually about Jake giving Aaron a beating. I suggest you get your phone ready to record. This video is sure to get a lot of likes when you post it." Aaron was seething with anger upon hearing Charlie's remarks. He shot a disdainful look at Charlie and retorted, "You're quite the comedian. My son-in-law is incredibly respectful towards me. Why on earth would he ever strike me?" With that, Aaron pointed his finger at Jake and declared with arrogance, "Let me set the record straight. My son-in-law is leagues ahead of your pathetic one. Do you have any idea how much pocket money my dutiful son-in-law gives me each month? A whopping $100,000. I'm not trying to belittle you, but can you even earn that much in a year?" Jake scoffed and replied, "Charlie, you're really something else. Don Albert will be here any minute. If you don't leave now, do you really think I won't ask Don Albert to deal with you later? Are you actually serious about getting Albert to silence me?" Charlie asked, disbelief etched on his face. Jake sneered, "What? You doubt it? Do you even know my connection to Don Albert?" Charlie shook his head and feigned curiosity. "Care to enlighten me about your relationship with Albert?" "I'm a close brother to Don Albert." Jake shot back, glaring at Charlie. "Who gave you the right to call him Albert? You should refer to him as Don Albert." Charlie smiled and replied, "When Albert shows up, you can ask him if he dares to make me call him Don Albert. How does that sound?" Surprised, Jake looked at Charlie and sneered, "How dare you disrespect Don Albert? You're finished. I'll make sure he tears you apart when he arrives." Just then, Jake noticed Albert entering the lobby, accompanied by two loyal followers. Excitedly, Jake waved his hand and called out, "Don Albert, over here." With a smug look, he turned to Charlie and said, "Charlie, Don Albert is here. You're in big trouble now." Charlie's back was turned to the entrance, so Albert didn't see him as he walked in, and Charlie didn't bother to look back. Once Don Albert reached them, Jake quickly announced, "Don Albert, there's a foolish bird here being disrespectful to you. He's addressing you just as Albert." Albert frowned, ready to assert his authority, but when he turned around and spotted Charlie among the crowd, he froze. His voice trembled as he asked, "Wade. Mr. Wade, what brings you here?" The room fell silent, everyone shocked by Albert's words. What was going on? Albert had a fearsome reputation, yet here he was, showing such deference to Charlie. Why was he calling Charlie Mr. Wade when he was so much younger? Charlie regarded Albert coldly and asked sharply, "Albert, is this your so-called brother? He not only tried to act tough in front of me, but he kept boasting about how he'd get you to silence me today." Albert was now trembling in shock. Who was Charlie? He was more significant to Albert than his own father. If it weren't for Charlie, he would never have come into possession of the miraculous pill. Furthermore, Albert had been striving to win Isaac's favor without success, but now Isaac was showing him respect due to his connection with Charlie. In Albert's eyes, Charlie was almost like a parental figure. As for Jake, he was merely one of Albert's lackeys. Why would he ever turn against someone like Charlie, who he considered family? What was he thinking? With a glare, Albert turned to Jake and said in a chilling tone, "You dared to offend Mr. Wade?" Jake was left in utter shock. He was completely lost in the situation. He couldn't understand why Albert was giving Charlie so much attention. After all, wasn't Charlie just the insignificant son-in-law of his father-in-law's former classmate? This classmate was nothing but a pathetic individual, so it stood to reason that his son-in-law would also be equally worthless. Why then was Albert treating this so-called useless son-in-law with such significance? Before he could grasp the reason behind it, Albert delivered a sharp slap across Jake's face. Slap! Jake felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and his cheek immediately began to swell. Don Albert, what's going on? Shaking with shock, Jake stammered, Don Albert, did I do something wrong? With gritted teeth, Albert cursed, you're nothing but a lapdog, and yet you dared to offend Mr. Wade? Are you tired of living? Very well. I'll drag you to my dog farm, chop you up, and feed you to the dogs today. A wave of terror washed over Jake. It felt as if his head might explode. Paralyzed with fear, he collapsed to the ground. As Albert's lapdog, he understood all too well who Albert really was. Countless people had met their end at Albert's hands, many of whom had been fed to the fighting dogs he raised. In a panic, Jake quickly knelt before Albert, bowing repeatedly as he pleaded, Don Albert, please forgive me. I didn't mean it. I didn't realize he was your friend. Friend? Albert shouted, kicking Jake in the chest. Mr. Wade is the bright moon in my heart. I can only ever look up to him. How could I be his friend? Albert's words were sincere, and the crowd was once again taken aback. Who exactly was Charlie? Why was Albert showing him such deep respect? Aaron, witnessing the scene, was trembling with fear. He felt a pang of distress seeing Albert assaulting his son-in-law, but his own fear was overwhelming. Albert turned to his men and commanded, Come, help me drag this dog to the dog farm now. 2 bodyguards immediately stepped forward to seize Jake and pull him away. In sheer terror, Jake began to cry as he turned to Charlie, desperately bowing before him and begging, Charlie, it's my fault. I didn't know what I was doing. Please, ask Don Albert to spare my life this time, considering that my father-in-law and your father-in-law have been old classmates. Charlie smiled and replied, What's this? Now you're asking for my help? Wasn't it you who wanted me gone not too long ago? Wiping the tears from his face, Jake choked out, Mr. Wade, I was wrong. I'm willing to be your servant for life if you'll just forgive me and let me go this time. His face pale, Jake continued, Mr. Wade, if you spare me, I'll hand over all my assets to you. Hearing this, Aaron immediately interjected, Jake. Are you out of your mind? I've given you a lot of money, and half of those assets belong to my daughter. You old fool. Just be quiet. Jake glared angrily at Aaron, gritting his teeth. You blind old dog. Can't you see I'm about to lose my life here? Aaron was genuinely shocked. He never expected Jake to lash out at him like this. He shot back, You, how dare you speak to me like that? Don't forget, I'm your father. To hell with you. Jake spat bitterly. If you hadn't pushed me to take revenge on Mr. Wade's father-in-law, I would never have offended him. Then, with tears in his eyes, Jake turned to Charlie and pleaded, Mr. Wade, this old man has been telling me to ridicule you and your father-in-law today. He's the reason I offended you. He's the real culprit. He's the one you should chop up and feed to the dogs. You. Aaron was consumed with rage towards his son-in-law, Jake, his chest heaving violently with each breath. He could hardly believe that the son-in-law he had once cherished and respected had transformed into a heartless villain who seemed intent on his demise. Shuddering with anger, he exclaimed, Jake. How could I have been so blind to let my daughter marry someone as ungrateful as you? Why would Jake care about the fact that Aaron was now his father-in-law? Aaron was filled with dread at the thought that Charlie and Albert might actually kill him. The prospect of losing everything was terrifying. If anyone was to pay the ultimate price today, Jake would prefer it to be his father-in-law rather than himself. After all, the chain of events that led to this moment had been initiated by that old man. If Aaron hadn't pushed him to create trouble for Jacob and his son-in-law, Charlie, he would never have found himself in this predicament. Pointing an accusatory finger at Aaron, Jake shouted, Aaron, you old dog. The only reason I crossed Mr. Wade and Don Albert today was because of you. You are the one who urged me to do it. So why should I be the one to die? It should be you. You fool! Aaron waved his hands in desperation. Charlie, don't listen to that lying brat. I never told him to target you or your father-in-law. He acted on his own, seeking trouble for you. Jake, tears streaming down his face, yelled, Mr. Wade, you have to see the truth. I hold no grievances against you. Why would I provoke you for no reason? This is all Aaron's doing. He's been consumed with jealousy over your father-in-law for years, unable to let go of his hatred. That's why he sent me to create chaos for you both. Don't let him shift the blame. He deserves a lesson. Charlie nodded thoughtfully, responding lightly, Don't worry. He will face a dire and miserable fate. He'll rot in prison for his greed and for exploiting his position to steal from others. He'll definitely be arrested tonight. Upon hearing Charlie's words, Aaron's heart sank and his legs gave way. He fell to the ground, begging for mercy. Charlie, please don't send me to prison. An old man like me won't survive long there. Just let me off. Ignoring Aaron, Charlie turned to Jake and asked casually, Didn't you just ask me to spare your life? Jake nodded vigorously, pleading, Yes, Mr. Wade. I beg you, please show me mercy. Charlie replied, I'm certainly willing to spare your life. However, as I mentioned earlier, we're about to witness a classic drama where a son-in-law takes down his old man. You know what you need to do, right? Jake instantly understood Charlie's intent. Filled with fury towards Aaron for shifting the blame onto him, Jake no longer cared that this was his father-in-law. He broke free from Don Albert's bodyguard and lunged at Aaron, landing a punch squarely on his face. Aaron, being an old man, fell to the ground, crying out in pain from the blow. Driven by anger and eager to impress Charlie, Jake showed no mercy. He continued to hit Aaron with all his might, determined to put on a good show. Aaron, unable to defend himself against his younger and stronger son-in-law, could only cry out for mercy as Jake rained blows down upon him. But why should Jake care about his pleas at this moment? When he finally stopped, Jake spat, You old dog. You're the root of all this. It's your fault. I'm going to kill you. In that moment, Jake relentlessly pounded on Aaron, continuing until he rendered him unconscious. Once Aaron was down, Jake brought him back to consciousness with 2 sharp slaps to the face, only to resume his assault once more. Meanwhile, Aaron's former classmates looked on in disbelief, but none of them had the courage to intervene. Jacob, however, was filled with excitement. He finally had the chance to take his revenge on Aaron. As Jake continued to brutalize Aaron, Charlie intervened, shouting, Stop it. If you keep this up, he's going to die. I want him to spend the rest of his life in prison. Jake immediately halted his attack. After stepping back from Aaron, he spat on him and cursed, You old dog, you're still trying to pin the blame on me? If it weren't for Mr. Wade's mercy, I would have already killed you. Damn it. Having finished his rant, Jake dropped to his knees and crawled towards Charlie, pleading, Mr. Wade, were you satisfied with what I just did? Can you please spare my life? I beg you. Charlie gave a slight nod and replied, I can spare your life, but you will still face punishment. I can't just let this slide. Desperate, Jake asked, Mr. Wade, what can I do to earn your forgiveness? Charlie smiled and said, Jake, do you recall what I told you before? I mentioned that you should prepare to spend the next 20 years working at a construction site, hauling cement. Overwhelmed, Jake collapsed to the ground, crying out, Mr. Wade, I don't want to go to the construction site. Please, just forgive me this once. From now on, I'll be your dog. I'll be your servant and do anything you ask. With a playful smile, Charlie responded, All right, then. Jake's relief was palpable as he exclaimed, Thank you, Mr. Wade. Thank you so much. Charlie smiled again and said, But I haven't finished my thought, so don't thank me just yet. Then, with a grin, Charlie added, Jake, since you said you'd be my dog and do anything I ask, I'm going to request that you go to the construction site and carry cement for the next 20 years. You can leave once you've completed that service. What? Jake was nearly collapsing under the weight of despair. Charlie then turned to Albert and instructed, Albert, I need you to find a construction site, attach a dog chain to Jake's neck, and have him carry cement there every day for the next 20 years. If he tries to escape, deal with him accordingly. Albert nodded eagerly. Mr. Wade, don't worry. I have several construction projects happening in Oris Hill. I'll make sure he ends up at the toughest site. Great, Charlie replied, satisfied. I want him to work hard and reflect on his actions. Jake pleaded, Mr. Wade, 20 years is far too long. Please, have mercy and reduce the time. Otherwise, my life will be over. Charlie responded coldly, stop trying to negotiate with me. There was a father and son I once knew who tried to act tough around me. I sent them to Mount Gallman to search for ginseng, and they'll never leave that place in their lifetime. If you keep bargaining, I might just send you there as well. Albert chimed in with a stern tone, Jake, you should just accept your fate. My men drove those two to Mount Gallman, and it took them 3 straight days and nights to reach the base. And that was during winter. The temperatures were below -20 degrees, and even inside, it hovered around -7 or 8. They had to go outside to chop firewood just to keep warm. I've heard that out there, it can drop to below -40 degrees, and even your urine would freeze instantly. If you want to experience that, I can arrange it for you right now. Horrified by the thought of being sent to Mount Gallman, Jake cried out, no, no. Don Albert, I accept my fate. I'll go to the construction site and carry cement. I don't want to dig ginseng in Mount Gallman. Jake had come to terms with his situation. When he weighed the prospect of spending the rest of his days digging ginseng on Mount Gallman, he felt fortunate to be assigned to a construction site in Oris Hill, where he could carry cement for the next 20 years. Living in the city meant he could return home and enjoy the vibrant nightlife occasionally. Being sent to Mount Gallman would have meant the end of everything he knew. Noticing Jake's resignation, Albert scoffed and remarked, you should realize just how lucky you are. I could have taken you to the dog farm today and fed you to my dogs. Jake quickly nodded, expressing his gratitude, thank you, Mr. Wade. I truly appreciate your kindness. Thank you, Don Albert. Albert then commanded his men, bring him to the construction site right now. He will eat and live with the workers there. He's only allowed 2 days off each month. Yes, Don Albert. 2 of Albert's men promptly grabbed Jake and led him out of the lobby. Turning to Charlie, Albert pointed at Aaron, who lay unconscious on the floor, and asked, Mr. Wade, what should we do with that old man? Charlie responded casually, the police will arrive for him shortly. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of police officers burst into the lobby, inquiring, who among you is Aaron Phillips? Jacob quickly pointed to Aaron sprawled on the ground, saying, Officer, that's the man you're looking for. The police approached Aaron and compared him against a photo they had. Moments later, one officer confirmed, yes, that's him. Take him away. One of the officers asked, Captain, this person appears to be injured and unconscious. What should we do? Get him to the hospital first, the captain instructed. We'll detain him after he receives medical attention. At that moment, Eric, one of Aaron's former classmates, anxiously asked, Officer, what charge does Aaron face? The captain replied promptly, Aaron is suspected of misusing his professional position to misappropriate illegal profits exceeding $50 million. Everyone stood in shock. No one could have anticipated that Aaron, a high-ranking official in a petrochemical company earning a substantial salary, would exploit his position for personal gain. As the police escorted the unconscious Aaron away, his old classmates could only sigh at the unexpected turn of events. Yet, all eyes turned to Charlie, filled with newfound admiration. After all, Charlie had managed to put both Jake and Aaron in their places, showcasing an ability that left everyone astounded. Jacob felt a sense of satisfaction, believing Charlie had preserved his dignity, and he was delighted as numerous classmates approached him with compliments. However, a few couldn't help but lament, oh no, Jake is gone. I doubt we'll be able to enjoy ourselves anymore. Should we just head out? The group of old friends felt a bit disheartened. Everyone had been eager to visit the glorious club, but unexpectedly, they had only made it into the lobby without seeing the interior of the club at all. At that moment, Charlie turned to Albert and asked, Albert, what's the highest floor accessible with your membership card? The 10th floor, Albert replied quickly. Charlie then requested, please book a room on the 10th floor so these gentlemen can have some fun tonight. Albert looked surprised, but Mr. Wade, don't you have an all-access? Charlie raised his hand, signaling Albert to remain quiet about his membership status. Charlie was the sole holder of the prestigious All-Access Supreme VIP membership card at the Glorious Club. This exclusive card granted him entry to every floor, including the coveted 15th floor, and all his expenses were covered. However, Charlie had a strong desire to keep this membership a secret from Jacob. If Jacob found out, his intense personality would surely lead him to pester Charlie into bringing him to the club every single day. There was even a chance that Jacob would try to claim the membership for himself, seeking the bragging rights to show off to his friends. Thus, it was in Charlie's best interest to keep this information away from Jacob. Albert quickly grasped Charlie's intention. Without hesitation, he produced his own VIP membership card and handed it to the waitress, instructing, please prepare a large private room for me on the 10th floor. All expenses will be charged to my account. The waitress accepted Albert's card with a smile, responding, room 1008 on the 10th floor is ready for you. You can head up there at any time. It's quite spacious and can accommodate up to 30 guests. Albert nodded appreciatively and addressed Charlie respectfully, saying, Mr. Wade, you can accompany these gentlemen to the 10th floor now. Charlie took a moment to inform the elderly men, uncles, my friend has reserved the private room 1008 for us on the 10th floor. He will be covering all our expenses today, so please follow the waitress to the room. The group was pleasantly surprised by the unexpected second round, and their excitement was palpable. Many had assumed they would only reach the 7th floor of the Glorious Club, so the chance to ascend to the 10th floor was a delightful surprise. Jacob beamed with pride. He quickly remarked, my son-in-law is incredibly capable, unlike Jake, who only knows how to boast. The others nodded in agreement, showering Charlie with compliments. Oh, Charlie, you are truly impressive. Jacob is so fortunate to have a son-in-law like you. Charlie smiled modestly, responding, uncles, you're giving me too much credit. I don't possess any extraordinary talents, I've just been lucky to have a few friends. Now, let's hurry to the 10th floor and enjoy ourselves. At that moment, Jacob inquired, Charlie, aren't you coming up with us? Charlie replied, I'd like to have a brief chat with Albert before joining you. Dad, you should go ahead with your friends. All right. Jacob nodded, thanking Albert before heading upstairs with his old classmates. Once they left, Charlie turned to Albert, asking, how did you handle the situation with Ichiro? Albert quickly responded, don't worry, Mr. Wade. I hired the best computer graphics expert to create special effects for the video. I also engaged a prop artist from the Film Academy to produce a fake video of Ichiro's death, which I sent to Jiro. I believe he's fully convinced that Ichiro is dead now. Great, Charlie said with a slight smile. Just make sure to take care of Ichiro. I plan to send him back to Japan later to claim his inheritance and property from his brother. However, I'll ensure he signs an agreement so that 80% of his assets come to me. Albert nodded eagerly, saying, understood, Mr. Wade. I'll speak to him as soon as I return. Charlie replied, you've done well. You can head back now, I'll go upstairs shortly to join my father-in-law and his friends. Okay, Albert said, bowing respectfully. Mr. Wade, I'll take my leave. Please don't hesitate to call if you need my assistance. As Charlie awaited the elevator to the 10th floor, he was taken by surprise when Jasmine, beautifully dressed and radiant, stepped out of the elevator. Today, Jasmine looked stunning, her already flawless face appeared even more enchanting. She wore a black Chanel one-piece dress that accentuated her graceful figure, and her fair, delicate legs were striking in the outfit. Her long black hair was elegantly styled in a bun, giving her a mature and polished appearance. What astonished Charlie even more was Jasmine's captivating and refreshing fragrance. That wafted towards him, instantly making him feel relaxed and at ease. Charlie was quite taken aback by Jasmine's beauty, and Jasmine, in turn, was thrilled to see Charlie. Having just been thinking of him, she was elated to bump into him as soon as the elevator doors opened. Jasmine couldn't contain her excitement, resembling a young girl encountering her first love as she softly asked, "Mr. Wade, what brings you here? You should have let me know you were coming, I would have loved to entertain you personally." Charlie glanced at Jasmine, a smile spreading across his face as he explained, "I came here with my father-in-law to join his class reunion with his old classmates. I didn't mention it earlier because I didn't want to burden you." Jasmine quickly interjected, "Mr. Wade, you should have informed me beforehand that your father-in-law would have a class reunion here. I could have made arrangements to host him and his friends." Charlie chuckled, replying, "There's really no need for special arrangements. It's just a bunch of old friends getting together to catch up and have a good time. In fact, I think they might feel out of place if everything is too extravagant." He continued, "Moreover, I've never mentioned to my father-in-law that I have a strong rapport with you. He might be quite puzzled if the young lady from the Moore family personally comes out to greet him." Jasmine nodded thoughtfully, then added, "By the way, Mr. Wade, my grandfather is celebrating his 80th birthday with a banquet tomorrow at noon. I was planning to send you an invitation tonight to see if you could attend. He has been eager to meet you." After a brief moment of consideration, Charlie responded, "I don't have any plans for tomorrow, so I will definitely come to the birthday banquet." To Charlie, even though the Moore family didn't hold immense power, they were still the wealthiest family in Oris Hill. He believed that nurturing a good relationship with them would save him from many complications in the future. Additionally, Charlie had a favorable impression of Jasmine. He found her intelligent and promising, which made him want to appreciate her even more. Once Jasmine learned that Charlie would attend her grandfather's birthday celebration, she eagerly asked, "Mr. Wade, should I come pick you up in the morning?" Charlie quickly declined, stating, "No, that's all right. You'll be busy with the preparations for Lord Moore's celebration tomorrow. I'll make my way to your house on my own." Jasmine smiled sweetly and replied, "All right then, Mr. Wade. Just come find me when you arrive tomorrow." "Absolutely, I will do that," Charlie affirmed. As Jasmine checked the time on her watch, she said apologetically, "Mr. Wade, I won't keep you any longer. I have to head back and get ready for the banquet." "Go ahead," Charlie nodded, watching her leave before he took the elevator to the 10th floor. Upon reaching room 1008 on the 10th floor, the group of older gentlemen was taken aback by the room's lavishness, each one of them holding their phones and snapping pictures. They knew that the highest floor a notorious mob boss in Oris Hill could access was the 10th floor of the Glorious Club, so they understood that anyone who could enjoy a room there was quite noteworthy. This was a revelation for Jacob and his old classmates, as they clearly lacked the status or means to be here on their own. Everyone was showering compliments on Charlie, with one person exclaiming, "This is all thanks to Jacob's son-in-law. This place truly resembles a royal palace." Another chimed in, "I've lived over 50 years, and I've never been to such an extravagant venue. Jacob's son-in-law is truly remarkable." As the praise for Charlie continued, Jacob felt a swell of pride. Initially ridiculed and dismissed, he never imagined he would earn such respect and admiration from his old classmates. It was a significant boost to his self-esteem. Meanwhile, as Jacob and his classmates reveled in the luxury on the 10th floor of the Glorious Club, Elaine and Hannah had arrived at the Thompson First Villa to play mahjong with a wealthy woman introduced by Hannah. A middle-aged woman, elegantly dressed and seated at the banker's position, was setting up an electronic mahjong machine. With a smile, she said, "Hannah, who is this sister? Why don't you introduce her to me?" Hannah introduced her friend to Sister Linda, saying, "Sister Linda, I'd like you to meet Elaine, the friend I mentioned earlier. She loves playing mahjong just like you do, and she always has a fantastic hand. Elaine is quite the gambler but is never a sore loser." "Hello, Sister Linda," Elaine exclaimed, eager to make a good impression. Linda smiled warmly and replied, "What a coincidence. I've been looking for another mahjong companion. If you're interested, you're more than welcome to join Hannah and me for games here in the future." Elaine's eyes lit up. "That sounds wonderful. I have a friend I usually play with, but she's heading to the United States soon. I was worried I wouldn't find anyone else to play with." Linda extended her hand in a polite gesture. "Hello, Elaine. I'm Linda. Welcome to my home." Elaine quickly shook her hand, feeling a sense of camaraderie forming. Linda continued, "You know, my villa has been sitting empty since the renovations were completed. I thought it would be a perfect spot for my sisters and me to enjoy some mahjong together." Elaine felt a tinge of envy. Linda's luxurious villa was a fantastic venue for their games, suggesting she was quite affluent, maybe even more so than Summer. As Elaine admired the Thompson First villa, she noted its elegance. While it was indeed luxurious, it wasn't as expansive as the villa Zeke had gifted to Charlie. That villa was the largest in Thompson First, whereas Linda's was the smallest. Yet, even the smallest villa was still impressive by most standards. Curiosity got the better of Elaine. "Sister Linda, how much did you spend on this villa?" Linda paused, then quickly responded, "Oh, it wasn't too expensive. I paid around $80 million for it." In reality, this villa didn't belong to Linda at all. It was owned by a film and television company. After renovation, it had been converted into an indoor filming location. Recently, a television series titled New Love Apartment was filmed here, but it was still in post-production and hadn't aired yet. Now that filming had wrapped and the villa was vacant, the company decided to temporarily rent it out to offset costs until the next project began in a month. Unknown to Elaine, Hannah had orchestrated this trap by renting the villa for $5,000 a day, aiming to reclaim her dignity and finances after being humiliated by Elaine and Christopher previously. Hannah hoped to not only win back her money but also take advantage of Charlie's villa, which would dramatically change her circumstances. Unaware of the scheme, Elaine thought she had struck gold by reconnecting with an acquaintance who could become a reliable source of income for her. With a bright smile, she said to Linda, "Sister Linda, it'll be so convenient for us to play mahjong together. My family and I are moving into my son-in-law's villa, Villa A05 at Thompson First, next month." Linda was already aware of Elaine's villa at Thompson First. Without that knowledge, she wouldn't have teamed up with Hannah to deceive Elaine out of her money. In her 50s and a seasoned croupier with over 30 years of experience in Macau, Linda was skilled in various card games, especially mahjong. Hannah had promised Linda technical support during their games, and they planned to split any profits they made. Thus, Elaine viewed Linda as a source of financial gain, while Linda saw Elaine as an easy target to exploit, ready to divide the spoils with Hannah. Everyone had their own strategies ready, and excitement filled the air as they prepared to begin the game. Linda clapped her hands cheerfully as she welcomed another woman into their circle. With a bright smile, she introduced, "By the way, this is Gianna Rowe. She's a close friend of mine. Since none of us are particularly skilled at gambling, let's kick off the game with just the four of us." Elaine chimed in eagerly, "Absolutely, let's dive right in. Honestly, my hands are itching to play." Linda beamed and suggested, "Since this is our first mahjong game together with Sister Elaine, let's keep the stakes modest. We'll start with $1,000 and cap it at 64 times. Sound good?" "What?" Elaine reacted with surprise at Linda's proposal. She exclaimed, $1,000 capped at 64 times? That could end up costing more than $60,000 by the end. Is this how you usually play mahjong? Linda chuckled and waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Sister Elaine, is that really considered a lot? To be honest, this is the smallest stake I've ever played with. Just the other day, with some friends, we were wagering between $3,000 to $5,000, and we even had rounds where we bet $10,000. She then pointed to Hannah, who was seated next to Elaine, and continued, "The last time Hannah and I played a $5,000 game, I think I lost nearly $1 million that day. But Hannah, I believe you won $300,000 that night, right?" Hannah quickly replied, "Oh, Sister Linda. You're just too wealthy. You can't even recall how much you lost that night? It was actually over $2 million. I won about $500,000, but the real star of the night was Gianna." At this moment, Gianna smiled and added, "Oh, I only won a bit more than $1 million that night. For Sister Linda, that's really not much." Linda smiled back and said, "Honestly, that small amount doesn't faze me at all. My husband makes hundreds of millions each year, so he hardly notices if I lose 30 to 50 million in a mahjong game." Elaine couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement at Linda's words. It struck her how naive Linda was. Plus, with Hannah as her partner, victory seemed almost guaranteed. Elaine swiftly cast aside her previous doubts and cheerfully said, "All right then, Sister Linda. Let's start with $1,000. Linda nodded and replied with a grin, "Let's roll the dice." "Okay." Elaine rubbed her hands together in anticipation. Once Linda dealt the tiles, she quickly took the lead to begin the game. The four players then started examining their tiles. Elaine felt a surge of excitement at the tiles she had drawn. She couldn't believe her luck. All she needed was a tile with 3 on one side and a 20,000 tile. If she could draw those, victory would be hers instantly. As anticipation built, Elaine hoped to draw the tile she required. However, after several rounds without drawing what she needed, she remembered her agreement with Hannah. She discreetly signaled her friend, requesting a 3. Hannah picked up on her cue and promptly discarded a 3 tile. 3. "Oh, I'll take that," Elaine exclaimed with joy as she claimed the tile and then discarded another, saying, 8. With a triumphant tone, Elaine announced, "I have a draw." Linda looked on in surprise, asking, "Oh, Sister Elaine. You've drawn so soon?" Elaine smiled widely and replied, "Yes, it seems I have a fantastic hand today." Linda nodded and said, "Well, let's hope I don't end up burning myself." With that, Linda reached out and discarded her tile, exclaiming, 20,000. Elaine was ecstatic when she noticed Linda discarding the 20,000 tile. She quickly flipped her tiles over and exclaimed, "Ha! I win! I take 20,000. Oh, no!" Linda feigned dismay, saying, "Ah! Why am I always so unlucky? Why did I discard that tile?" Elaine responded eagerly, "Hey, Sister Linda, we've already come to an agreement. Since you've lost, you can't go back on your word." Linda reassured her, "Don't worry, Sister Elaine. I'm not that kind of person. Since I discarded the wrong tile, I will definitely pay you the money you've won." Hannah chimed in, saying, "Yes, Elaine. Sister Linda is just betting a few $1,000s for fun during this mahjong game." At that moment, Linda handed over $24,000 to Elaine, saying, "You won $24,000, right? Why don't you count this money first?" Filled with excitement, Elaine quickly took the money, counted it, and set it aside to continue playing mahjong with her friends. From then on, Elaine's luck was astonishingly good. Every tile she drew was favorable, and with Hannah's help, she won nearly every game they played. After a few rounds, Elaine had only lost twice, winning the rest. By this point, she had amassed over $300,000. Though she was accustomed to playing mahjong, her previous biggest win was just $10,000. This was a whole new level for her, and when she counted her winnings, realizing she had surpassed $300,000, her excitement was overwhelming. As they shuffled the tiles, Hannah gave a subtle cough, signaling her accomplices. Linda's expression shifted. She knew it was time to tighten their strategy. Having already lured Elaine in, it was now time to reel her in. Linda stretched and said, "Oh. Playing for just $1,000 is so dull. I'm starting to nod off. How about we increase the stakes so I can feel more energized for the game?" Hannah smiled and replied, "I'm on board with that." Then, Hannah turned to Elaine, grinning as she asked, "What do you think, Elaine?" Unaware of the trap she was stepping into, Elaine felt confident after her wins. She thought that if she raised the stakes, she might even walk away with $3 million that night. Consumed by greed, she naively agreed, "Sure, let's play for a bigger amount." Linda nodded enthusiastically, "Let's start betting $10,000. It's really boring if we keep it small." Linda added, "If that amount feels too high for anyone, I can invite my neighbor over. She prefers lower bets and can take my place while I go upstairs for a nap." $10,000? Elaine was taken aback. Wasn't that a bit excessive? It was daunting to think about potentially losing $500,000 or $600,000 in one go. Hannah winked at Elaine, grinning as she said, $10,000 is still manageable, Elaine. You've been so lucky tonight. if we play for that amount, you could even win $5 million. As soon as she heard $5 million, Elaine's logic vanished. If she didn't go along with it, Linda would simply bring her neighbor into play. How could she possibly win millions that way? So, with excitement bubbling over, Elaine nodded and declared, "Okay. Let's go for the $10,000 bet." "Great." Linda smiled, "Let's get started. Since we're upping the stakes, let's use online banking to make the money transfers easier." The other three women agreed, exclaiming, "All right, let's play." After everyone reached an agreement, they started to draw their tiles once more. When Elaine completed her drawing, she flipped her tiles over and nearly screamed in delight as she arranged them. Her tiles were absolutely perfect. The term "heavenly hand" indicated that she was poised to win the moment she drew her tiles. She must have been incredibly lucky to draw such exceptional tiles. Moreover, the tiles she had drawn were truly outstanding. She held a pair of 7 and 80,000 tiles, meaning she could win with either a 60 or 90,000 tile. Typically, as long as the 10,000 and 90,000 tiles remained in someone else's possession, she wouldn't be able to win. This meant that from now on, if anyone discarded a 90,000 tile, Elaine would instantly win the game. Given these circumstances, she could potentially win at the highest multiplier. As she contemplated this, Elaine excitedly organized her tiles and announced, "I have a draw." Linda looked surprised and asked, "Elaine, that's incredible. You drew a winning hand with the tiles you just picked?" "Yes." Elaine replied, her face beaming with joy. "I really don't know how it happened, but I'm just so lucky today." Linda nodded, adding, "It seems like you're destined to win today." Once they finished talking, Linda, seated at the banker's position, aligned her tiles and declared, "Concealed Kong." Elaine exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow! Sister Linda, you've got a concealed Kong right after arranging your tiles. That's amazing." Linda smiled and replied, "My other tiles aren't as impressive." Elaine reminded her, "By the way, Sister Linda, if you draw another tile, you'll need to reveal your concealed tiles." "Of course." Linda nodded, smiling. "Don't worry. I'll show you my tiles as soon as I draw." Since Elaine had already called for a draw, she couldn't alter her hand anymore. She could only continue drawing and playing until someone discarded a tile or she drew a winning tile herself. However, Elaine was unaware that the 90,000 tile was actually hidden under Linda's concealed Kong. Additionally, both Hannah and Gianna held 2 of the 40 and 60,000 tiles. As Elaine anxiously drew and played her tiles, Linda suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, I also have a draw now." After saying this, Linda turned her tiles around to reveal the 4 hidden tiles making up her concealed Kong. Elaine felt a wave of dizziness upon seeing those 4 tiles. Such bad luck. Linda was concealing the 90,000 tile. No wonder she hadn't drawn it after so many attempts, and none of them had discarded a 90,000 tile either. Feeling a bit down, Elaine reminded herself that even if the 90,000 tile was out of play, the 60,000 tile was still available. This meant she still had a chance to win. She was tempted to signal Hannah discreetly for a 60,000 tile. However, upon reflection, Elaine realized that the best strategy in Mahjong was to draw her own winning tile, which would force everyone at the table to pay her 3-1. If Hannah gave her the 60,000 tile, she wouldn't be able to earn any money from her, which felt like a waste given her strong hand. So, she decided to rely on her own luck or wait for someone else to discard a tile rather than depending on Hannah. If Hannah discarded the 60,000 tile herself, Elaine would be thrilled, as Hannah would then owe her money. When it was Elaine's turn to draw, she felt a surge of excitement as she reached for her tile. Just as she was about to shout in joy, disappointment washed over her when she revealed the tile. It was an 80,000. What bad luck! If it had been just a bit lower, say a 60,000 tile, she would have already won. In that scenario, all 3 players would have had to pay her $640,000 each, totaling nearly $2 million. Nevertheless, Elaine consoled herself, thinking that since the 80,000 tile had appeared, it was only a matter of time before the 60,000 tile came out. With that, she casually discarded the 80,000 tile, announcing, 80,000. I win. Linda exclaimed with glee as she dramatically slammed her tiles down. I've got 58,000, all in one suit, a concealed hand, and a concealed Kong. That's a multiplier of 48, which means I win $480,000. Sorry, Sister Elaine. Elaine felt as if she had just tumbled into a freezing ice cellar. $480,000 lost simply because she discarded one tile? She had recently won $300,000 after a long stretch, and now it felt like she was relinquishing all of it in an instant. On top of that, she would need to add over $100,000 more to cover her losses. That was more than $100,000. Elaine felt deeply unsettled, as if her mind was unraveling. Hannah quickly tried to console her. Oh, Elaine, you can't expect to win every game. You've already had so many wins. Losing one game doesn't matter, you'll recover your losses in no time. Linda added with a smile, exactly. It's just one round. We have plenty more rounds to play today. Elaine felt a bit more reassured, but inside, she was still suffocating with the desire to recoup her losses. After using her online banking to transfer $480,000 to Linda, they dove into the next game. However, luck was not on Elaine's side this time. She received terrible tiles. She was stunned when she flipped her tiles over. How could she possibly have such a disastrous hand? She was either missing critical tiles or was stuck with broken combinations, without even a pair to her name. With tiles like these, she would need to draw at least 7 or 8 just to have a chance at winning. She felt on the brink of collapse. How could she possibly turn this around? Elaine sensed that winning was out of the question, especially since the others at the table had already formed 2 sets of tiles. Moreover, it appeared that the 3 other players were all enjoying fantastic hands, brimming with happiness and excitement. Hannah was the first to draw her tile. Next up were Linda and Gianna. As Elaine watched them draw their tiles, her heart raced uncontrollably. With each passing moment, her prospects appeared increasingly dire, heightening her anxiety. In a moment of desperation, she reached for a Yaoji tile, convinced that there was an 80% chance of safety in discarding it. Yaoji! I don't think any of you want this tile, right? She called out as she tossed it away. Gianna, seated next to Elaine, burst out joyfully, ha ha ha. This is unbelievable. I won. Hannah chimed in, a bit sheepish, oh my god. I won too. I have a dragon tile suit. Linda grinned, hey. I won as well. I got the 13 orphans. Elaine was utterly shocked as she looked at the tiles displayed by the other 3 players and realized that they had all won because she discarded her Yaoji tile. With just that one tile. This was a disaster. Elaine had already faced a loss of 180 times, which totaled $1,800,000. Her head spun in disbelief. What was going on? She had lost 2 consecutive games and, in a matter of moments, had seen over $2 million vanish due to these 2 games. It felt unbearably harsh. To make matters worse, Elaine's financial situation had dwindled. Her total savings had been over $2 million, but with today's losses, she would be left with only $200,000 to $300,000. Elaine felt the sting of tears welling up, but Gianna was already urging her, Sister Elaine, why don't we settle the accounts first? Then we can move on to the next game. Upon hearing Gianna's suggestion to settle up, Elaine's face fell. $1,800,000. How could she possibly agree to that? The 3 women exchanged looks, and Hannah began to persuade Elaine once more, Elaine, it's just a couple of losses. If luck turns, you could easily win back 2 more games. If you stop now, you'll never recover what you've lost. She continued, remember the last time we played, Gianna lost $2 to $3 million. But she turned it around with a big 4 win, followed by another $2 million from a big 3. She made back a lot that night. Despite Hannah's efforts to help stabilize Elaine's mental state, Elaine's mindset had already deteriorated significantly. To be frank, Elaine possessed some skill in mahjong. However, Her main issue was that she couldn't change the tiles she drew. If her hand was poor, there was nothing she could do about it. Her emotions were now clearly visible on her face. For instance, she could radiate excitement for an extended period if she won, but when it came to losing, she felt an overwhelming urge to tear her opponents apart. Earlier in the day, she had enjoyed a series of victories, managing to win around $300,000. Yet, after suffering losses in 2 significant games, she had lost a staggering amount. Not only did she forfeit the $300,000 she had previously won, but she also lost over $2 million. This was essentially half of her life savings. Elaine hadn't accumulated much wealth in her life, and her husband lacked any real skills, making it particularly challenging for her to save $2 million. In fact, she had come dangerously close to losing a significant amount when she invested in P2P financial management funds previously. It was only thanks to Charlie stepping in that she managed to retrieve her money. After that incident, she used her daughter's office rental refund, which exceeded $100,000, along with funds from Jacob's modest sale of antiques, to rebuild her $2 million in savings. Now, all of that hard-earned money was gone because of just 2 games. Seeing Elaine's face turn a sickly green, Linda decided to provoke her further, asking, "Sister Elaine, do you still want to play? Are you feeling heartbroken over your losses? It's just a little over $2 million. You can easily afford a villa in Thompson first, so why does losing this amount hurt so much?" "Of course we're playing," Elaine replied, her face twitching slightly. "This small amount of money is nothing. We're just having fun, right? Let's continue." "Yes, we're just playing for fun. Money isn't an issue," the other 2 women chimed in enthusiastically. At that moment, Elaine had no idea that the 3 women were actually collaborating to swindle her out of her money. This was an automatic mahjong machine, and while shuffling the tiles, Linda could manipulate the shuffle to follow a prearranged plan. This allowed her to control how the tiles were distributed. In the previous game, although Elaine had a fantastic hand, the winnings of $60,000 and $90,000 had been evenly split among the other 3 players. Consequently, Elaine was already at a disadvantage as soon as she received her tiles. Unless the 3 of them discarded their tiles, Elaine would never stand a chance of winning. Yet, Elaine was blissfully unaware of this. Filled with confidence after drawing a heavenly hand, she remained hopeful despite her eventual loss, attributing it to mere bad luck for not drawing the right tile. This mentality only fueled Elaine's determination to continue playing. Afterward, Linda used the automatic mahjong machine to ensure that Elaine would win the next game. Elaine went on to win 2 consecutive games, her tiles appearing very favorable. However, even with those victories, her winnings amounted to only $100,000 from the 3 women. This was merely a drop in the bucket compared to her previous losses. Elaine's emotions became even more volatile. Having lost over $2 million in just 2 games, how was it possible that she only won $100,000 after 2 wins? Why couldn't she have won 2 significant games instead? These thoughts raced through her mind as Elaine clenched her teeth, ready to confront the 3 women. They resumed their game. This time, Elaine held 3 east tiles, 3 west tiles, 3 south tiles, and 2 north tiles, along with 2 red tiles. Elaine was taken aback when she glanced at her tiles. This collection was yet another heavenly hand for Elaine. With just 2 north winds and a red tile, she could secure a win. Most crucially, if she managed to draw a north wind tile, she would be able to collect east, south, west, and north wind tiles, leading her to victory with a big 4. Winning with a big 4 was one of the most significant multipliers. If she could just get her hands on a north wind, she would recover her $2 million. As these thoughts raced through her mind, Elaine felt an overwhelming urge to shout in excitement at the prospect of drawing a north wind tile. She believed that north wind tiles and red tiles were typically not valuable to most players. As a result, average players often discarded these tiles when they had them. So even if she didn't draw the tile herself, she was sure someone would eventually throw one away. However, unbeknownst to her, the tiles in her possession were already a lost cause. The north wind and red tile she desperately needed were already held by Gianna. This meant that, like her previous heavenly hand, the combination of tiles she had was a dead end, leaving her unable to win this game at all. Elaine continued to wait for the north wind and the red tile, but after many rounds, they still hadn't shown up. After enduring a few more rounds, Linda drew a tile, flipped it over, and with a grin announced, "Oh. It seems I've drawn again. This time, I have another concealed hand. I win with a multiplier of 48 times." Gianna, noticing that Linda had drawn the last 6 tiles, quickly exclaimed, "Oh, Sister Linda. You've won with the last 6 tiles. I have 3 of them in my hand, which means you've won the last tile claim." "Oh. It truly is the last tile claim." Linda clapped her hands in delight as she added, "Then add another 8 times. That makes it a multiplier of 56 times, equaling $560,000. At that moment, Elaine felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. With just over $200,000 left in her bank account, how could she possibly pay Linda another $560,000? In her state of panic, Elaine pulled Hannah aside and whispered urgently, "Sister-in-law, I have to confess, I don't have that much money anymore. Can you lend me some?" Hannah felt a surge of frustration, thinking Elaine had brought this on herself. Yet, she feigned concern and replied, "Sister-in-law, I don't have that much money either. You know how the Wilson family is." Elaine pressed on, "But didn't you and brother-in-law just look at buying a villa recently? Even an old villa would cost more than $10 million. Couldn't you lend me a few $100,000 today?" With a sigh, Hannah explained, "That money has all been taken by that old lady to patch up the holes in the Wilson group." Elaine, increasingly anxious, exclaimed, "What should I do now? I can't cover the losses, and I can't keep playing like this. What can I do to turn things around?" Just then, Linda interjected, "Sister Elaine, are you out of money? Do you have enough to settle the account? If you're not going to continue playing, please settle up first." Feeling the pressure, Elaine forced a smile and replied, "Why would I be out of money? I just didn't bring enough with me today. Is it possible for me to owe you this small amount? I'll settle the account with you after we finish these last 8 rounds of mahjong." She was determined to find a way to win back her money today. If she didn't keep playing, she'd lose over $2 million. Elaine thought it would be easy to persuade Linda, especially since Linda was wealthy and often lost millions in these games. She assumed Linda wouldn't be overly concerned about money. To her surprise, Linda's expression turned icy as she retorted sharply, "Sister Elaine, you can't do this. Every mahjong game must be settled after each win or loss. How can you expect to owe anyone money? When I lost to you, I paid up right away, so why are you trying to delay your payment now that you've lost?" Linda continued, "Moreover, how can you expect to keep playing with us when you can't even settle your account now? It would be one thing if you won, but what happens if you keep losing and refuse to pay us?" Elaine's face flushed red, leaving her speechless. Seeing her reaction, Linda scoffed, "The only reason I invited you to play mahjong today is that Hannah told me you're pretty good at it. If you're not willing to pay to continue, please settle your account with me first. Give me the $560,000 I won, and we'll stop playing today." Elaine found herself in a deep predicament, completely unaware that she had walked into a trap. All that occupied her mind was the urgent desire to recover her lost money. Her anxiety peaked when she heard Linda express her reluctance to continue playing. Elaine exclaimed, "How can we stop just because you want to quit? We agreed to play 8 rounds, and so far, we've only completed 3. Linda responded with a sigh, "Sister Elaine, it's not that I don't want to play with you, but the reality is that you don't have the funds to keep going." After finishing her statement, Linda suggested, "How about we take a step back? You can settle your account first, and then we can play a smaller game. I'm happy to play, even if it's for $1,000 or $100. Does that work for you?" Elaine, feeling anxious, replied, "1,000. 100. How can we do that? I won't be able to win back my money with such small bets." Linda explained, "If you want to keep betting $10,000, you need to withdraw that amount first. Otherwise, I don't want to play anymore, and we should just stop for today." Hannah quickly intervened, saying, "Sister Linda, Elaine really doesn't have that much money right now. Since we're friends, can't you give her a break?" Hannah then exchanged a knowing wink with Linda, who understood the implicit message. "Alright, I'll give you a chance today because of Hannah," Linda said. "If you don't have cash, you can use something of equal value as collateral." Feeling a glimmer of hope, Elaine responded, "I live in a small 3-bedroom apartment. It should be worth at least $2 million. Can I put the house up as collateral?" "That works." Linda smiled. "But you'll need to bring me the house deed first, and we'll also need a mortgage contract." Elaine eagerly replied, "Okay. I'll go get the house deed right now." She jumped up to leave in a hurry. "Wait!" Linda called after her. "You haven't paid me the $560,000 you lost yet." Elaine quickly checked her bank balance and realized she only had $260,000 left. "Sister Linda, I can transfer that amount to you now. Then I'll go home for the house deed, and you can deduct the rest from my mortgage. How does that sound?" "That's fine," Linda replied. "But first, write me an IOU for $300,000. I need some assurance that you'll pay me back after you leave, right?" Desperate to secure her chance to continue playing mahjong, Elaine nodded without hesitation. "Alright, I'll write you the IOU right now." Linda quickly provided a piece of paper and a pen, and Elaine wrote the IOU for $300,000. Linda finally allowed her to leave after Elaine pressed her fingerprint on the document. Elaine rushed home, knowing her daughter was likely still at work and her husband and son-in-law would be out for a reunion. She was confident they wouldn't discover her plan to retrieve the house deed. With the deed in hand, Elaine returned to the villa at Thompson First shortly after. Once there, Linda checked the market value of homes in the same area on her phone and discovered that the lowest price for a similar house was only $1,800,000. She then turned to Elaine and said, "Sister Elaine, the bank usually accepts only 90% of the market value for mortgages. Given your house's value, you'll only receive $1,620,000. Desperate to keep playing, Elaine said, "Okay, I'll mortgage my house for $1,620,000. After paying off the $300,000 IOU, you can transfer me the remaining $1,320,000. Can we do that?" "That's acceptable," Linda agreed, "but we need to draft a mortgage contract first. I wouldn't want you to deny it if you end up losing the house. Let's hurry up and sign the contract so we can get back to playing," Elaine urged. After signing the mortgage contract and pressing her fingerprint on it, Linda transferred $1,320,000 to Elaine. Linda was unfazed by the transaction, knowing that even though she transferred that money to Elaine, it would soon find its way back to her. Elaine had made a secret decision. She was determined to recover all her lost money and even turn a profit this time. She poured everything she had into continuing the game. Yet, she could hardly believe it when she lost a staggering $1,320,000 in a mere half hour. At that moment, Elaine was utterly confused. Despite losing all her money, she was reluctant to stop playing and exclaimed, "Come on, let's play another round." Linda replied, "Sister Elaine, you no longer have any money. How do you plan to pay us if you lose again?" Elaine found herself at a loss for words. She had completely drained her finances. Not only had she used up all her savings, but she had also mortgaged her family's only home. There was nothing left for her to mortgage. However, Linda had a keen eye and quickly spotted the jade bracelet on Elaine's wrist. She exclaimed, "Oh, I see you have a valuable jade bracelet." "Jade bracelet?" Elaine looked down and suddenly remembered the precious item she still possessed. This bracelet had been a gift from Graham, the head of the Quinton family, as he sought to curry favor with Charlie. Originally, Charlie had given this jade bracelet to his daughter, Claire, but Elaine had taken it from her before Claire could even wear it. Ever since, Elaine had claimed it as her own. Charlie had never given it much thought, and Claire didn't want to confront her mother about returning it. Thus, Elaine continued to wear the jade bracelet without a second thought. Now, in a rush, Elaine removed the jade bracelet and handed it to Linda, saying, "This jade bracelet is one of the finest on the market. It was purchased for $5 million, but I'll mortgage it to you for $4 million instead. Linda examined the jade bracelet closely and was pleasantly surprised. The bracelet was indeed made from high-quality jade, and a price of $5 million seemed reasonable. However, having worked in a casino for many years, Linda was adept at spotting opportunities to exploit others. She smiled slightly, returned the jade bracelet to Elaine, and said, "Sister Elaine, while your jade bracelet is undoubtedly precious, I must be honest, I don't believe it's worth $5 million. It's really only worth a few $100,000 at most." "How can that be?" Elaine protested. "I saw the receipt, it cost $5 million. "Well, just because you bought it for that price doesn't mean you can sell it for the same amount," Linda replied dismissively. "You should know how the jade market operates. If you overpay for jade, it doesn't mean you can sell it at the same inflated price later. Do you understand?" Continuing, Linda said, "Since we're friends and getting along so well, I'm willing to offer you $1 million if you mortgage that jade bracelet to me. We can sign a mortgage contract, but if you're not interested, we can drop it." Desperation washed over Elaine, and she quickly replied, "I'm in." Hannah interjected, "Oh, Elaine. Why don't you just let it go? Even if you mortgage the jade bracelet for $1 million, you'll only manage to play a couple more rounds before it's gone. Why go through with it?" Linda nodded in agreement, adding, "Hannah is right. $1 million isn't a lot. Why don't we just end today's session and play another time?" "No!" Elaine shouted, her anxiety rising. "Do you really think I have no money left? Don't forget, I still own a villa at Thompson First. It's the largest and most luxurious one, Villa A05. It's worth $130 million. Hannah quickly responded, "But isn't that villa owned by Charlie? Can you really mortgage his property?" Elaine replied anxiously, "Of course I can. Why wouldn't I? He's my son-in-law. If he refuses my request, I'll handle it then." Hannah was already aware that Zeke was the one who had gifted Charlie the villa at Thompson First. This knowledge meant that if Hannah wanted to claim the villa from Elaine, she would need to push her to the edge. Hannah understood that Charlie would not simply stand by if Elaine acted irrationally. In that scenario, she would finally have her chance to take control of the villa. Hannah then proposed to Elaine, "You've already lost a significant amount of money. It'll be challenging to recover your losses if we keep betting just $10,000. Why not increase the stakes? Let's raise it to $50,000. You have enough resources with the villa to cover your losses, and if you win, you could easily recoup everything in just 2 games." At this point, Elaine was so overwhelmed by her losses that all she wanted was to reclaim her money. Without hesitation, she agreed, exclaiming, "All right. Let's bet $50,000 instead." Linda interjected, "But you don't actually have the deed to the villa, correct?" Elaine responded, "That doesn't matter at all. The villa is my son-in-law's, and anything he owns is mine too." Linda shook her head, saying, "I can't possibly lend you money for a mortgage without the house deed. It's just too risky for me." Then Linda raised 5 fingers and suggested, "How about you sign an agreement to mortgage the villa to me instead? I can lend you a total of $50 million. I'll give you $5 million up front, and then transfer another $5 million each time you lose everything." Elaine nodded and declared, "All right, I'll mortgage the villa to you for $50 million. That should be more than enough for me to win back my money." Linda smiled slightly and said, "Great. We can continue the game once we have the agreement signed." Elaine quickly signed the document, putting Villa A05 at Thompson First as collateral for $50 million without any hesitation. Shortly after, Linda transferred $5 million to her account. However, just a few rounds later, Elaine lost $5 million once again. Linda, maintaining her composure, reassured her, "Don't worry. You still have $45 million left. I'll transfer another $5 million now." Linda promptly sent the $5 million she had just recovered back to Elaine's bank account. As the game continued, Elaine lost the second $5 million in quick succession. At this point, Elaine felt as if she were on the verge of collapse. In a matter of moments, she had drained her savings of over $2 million and lost her home, not to mention the $10 million she lost after mortgaging Charlie's villa at Thompson First. Gambling creates a psychological abyss. Once someone falls into it, escaping becomes a monumental challenge. Instead, they find themselves increasingly consumed by its depths. This is why many gambling addicts struggle to regain control of their lives. They often lose all grip on their own mindset. Elaine was no different. She had invested everything she had into this game, driven by the desperate need to continue gambling in hopes of winning back her losses. Yet, winning in a meticulously orchestrated game was an impossible feat. She was merely a lamb being repeatedly slaughtered, with no chance for a comeback. $5 million vanished, one after another. In reality, the $5 million was comprised of Elaine's contributions, which included over $2 million from Hannah that had originally been used as bait. Essentially, Linda was repeatedly lending the same $5 million back to Elaine, who kept taking it and losing it again. After a single night, Elaine had already lost the $50 million she had obtained by mortgaging the villa. At this point, Linda informed Elaine, "Sister Elaine, I regret to say, but it appears you've exhausted the $50 million from the mortgage." Elaine felt as if she were losing her mind and exclaimed, "My villa is worth over $100 million. You can't just mortgage it for $50 million. You should be giving me another $50 million for it." "I'm sorry," Linda replied with a slight smile, "but we have a signed mortgage contract, and everything is clearly stated. You agreed to mortgage your villa to me for $50 million. According to our contract, you have 3 days to raise the funds. If you are trying to gather the money, it will be $50 million plus $5 million in interest. So, you owe me a total of $55 million. If you can pay that, you can keep your villa, otherwise, it will officially belong to me." Elaine quickly retorted, "No, that villa isn't mine. It belongs to my son-in-law, so what I said doesn't even count." In that moment, Elaine realized she couldn't involve the villa in this predicament since it was Charlie's property. If she tried to ask Charlie for the villa, her daughter and husband would surely discover that she had lost a significant amount of money, along with their house deed. They would also find out that she had mortgaged Charlie's villa and squandered all that money. Desperately, Elaine pleaded, "Sister Linda, you've already won a house and over $2 million from me today. So please, can't you just forget about the villa? You've already gained so much from me." Upon hearing Elaine's plea, Linda's expression shifted as she coldly responded, "Elaine, are you trying to escape your debt after losing to me? Do you really think I can be bullied so easily? Don't make me turn against you if you don't pay what you owe." Elaine cried out, "Sister Linda, I know you're a good person. I truly can't give you the villa because it doesn't belong to me." Linda remained unmoved, replying coldly, "Stop with the nonsense. You can either pay me what you owe or transfer the villa's ownership to me. If not, I'll send my nephew to collect the debt." She added, "My nephew is a gangster. If you refuse to pay, I'll have him deal with you." In tears, Elaine lamented, "Sister Linda, even if you kill me, I still can't come up with $55 million. After that, Elaine quickly turned to Hannah, begging, "Sister-in-law, can you please speak on my behalf? Isn't Sister Linda your friend? Didn't you say she isn't concerned about money? Please help me ask her to let me off this time." Hannah, however, said helplessly, "I'm sorry, Elaine, but I genuinely can't assist you with this. You've lost far too much money." Even though it seemed Hannah felt pity for Elaine, she was secretly reveling in her misfortune. "Ha ha ha. Elaine, you arrogant woman. Who told you to flaunt your wealth in front of me? Who asked you to mock and humiliate me initially? Now you're facing the consequences for offending me. Your savings, your house, and even your son-in-law's villa are all now mine." From this moment on, Elaine would be left with nothing. Realizing her pleas were futile, Elaine desperately knelt before Linda, grasping her legs, and said, "Sister Linda, you have so much money. Please don't push me into a corner. Can you just let me off this time? I truly can't find that kind of money." Linda kicked her away in disgust, saying, "Don't try to negotiate now. Why didn't you promise to return my money when you were winning? Why ask for mercy now that you've lost? You owe me tens of millions. How can you be so shameless? Elaine quickly got back up after being kicked down, continuing to cry and plead, Sister Linda, I really don't have that much money. Linda merely stared at her coldly, responding, then have your son-in-law transfer his villa to me. Elaine protested immediately, no, I can't do that. If my family finds out, my husband will divorce me. Linda glared at Elaine and said sternly, are you really refusing to pay what you owe? Fine, then. I'll call my nephew now and have him come teach you a lesson if you don't settle your debt today. You can either pay me or hand over the villa. Otherwise, my nephew will come and beat you until you're half dead. Linda had already revealed her true nature. She was in the final stages of butchering the pig. When Elaine noticed the murderous look on Linda's face, she felt a sinking realization that Linda could not possibly be a wealthy woman. At that moment, it struck her that she might have been duped. As she glanced at Hannah, an unsettling feeling washed over her. Why had Hannah decided to apologize to her today? Moreover, why had she invited Elaine to join them for a game of mahjong? Could this all be part of Hannah's scheme? Something was definitely off about Linda too. Wasn't she supposed to be terrible at mahjong? So how could she possibly win so much money from her? As these thoughts raced through Elaine's mind, it dawned on her that she had likely been tricked. In a fit of anger, Elaine pointed at Hannah and shouted, You, Wilson! You shameless bitch! You've teamed up with others to set a trap and steal my money. Hannah looked taken aback and quickly responded, Elaine, what are you saying? How can you accuse me of cheating when you lost the money all by yourself? Didn't you notice that I lost money too? Elaine continued her tirade, Don't try to play tricks on me. You told me to signal you before we started, so why didn't you give me any of the tiles I needed? With a dubious expression, Hannah replied, What are you talking about? I don't understand your accusations at all. You should just pay Sister Linda what you owe her and stop wasting time on this nonsense. Linda shot a cold glare at Elaine and said, Parker, you better pay me the money you owe, or I'll make sure you regret it tonight. In a fit of rage, Elaine pushed all the mahjong tiles onto the floor and cursed, You're all crooks. I know the three of you plotted against me to steal my money. I'm not giving you anything today. Linda frowned and said, So you refuse to pay? Fine, just wait. I'll call my nephew right now. With that, Linda pulled out her cell phone and made the call. When Elaine heard Linda mention calling her gangster nephew, panic set in. She shouted, No, don't. Please don't call him. Sister Linda, let's discuss this calmly. Linda ignored her pleas. The phone call connected quickly, and Linda spoke, Nephew. Someone owes me tens of millions but refuses to pay. Come help me collect my money. I'll buy you a BMW. On the other end, an angry voice replied, What? Someone actually won't pay you back? Is she looking for trouble in Oris Hill? Where are you? I'll bring my guys and teach her a lesson. Linda eagerly responded, Great. I'm at Villa C11 at Thompson First. Hurry over. After hanging up, Linda looked at Elaine with a smug expression and taunted, My nephew is on his way. I suggest you come up with the money fast, or have your son-in-law transfer the villa to me. Otherwise, you're in big trouble when he arrives. Elaine felt a wave of regret wash over her, wishing she could slap herself for being so foolish. Why had she been so consumed by the idea of money? Why had she agreed to play mahjong with Hannah and her group of scammers? Now she had lost all her savings, her house, and even mortgaged Charlie's villa to Linda. What would she do if Charlie refused to let her use his villa to settle her debts? A sense of desperation overwhelmed Elaine as these thoughts consumed her. Suddenly, she heard a commotion outside the villa. Moments later, a burly man entered through the front door, flanked by over a dozen rough-looking subordinates. Elaine could tell at a glance that they were not the kind of people she wanted to be around. As soon as he crossed the threshold, the man wore a frigid expression as he shouted, Damn it! Who is the one refusing to pay my second and the money she's owed? Linda pointed accusingly at Elaine, saying, Hudson, that's her. The newcomer was none other than her nephew, Hudson Howard. Hudson directed his piercing gaze at Elaine and asked, "What? You actually think you can get away with not paying my second aunt? Do you even know who I am? Are you tired of living in Orris Hill already?" Trembling with fear, Elaine replied, I honestly don't have the money to pay you." Linda coldly retorted, "Quit with the nonsense. If you don't have cash, then hand over your villa. Otherwise, you'll regret it today." On the verge of a breakdown, Elaine shouted, "I don't have any money. I have nothing to give you, even if it costs me my life." Hudson advanced, seized Elaine by her hair, and delivered a sharp slap to her face. Instantly, Elaine's cheeks turned red and swollen, and blood began to trickle from her nose. Collapsed on the floor, she cried out in pain. Hudson slapped her again, cursing, "Shut up. If you make another sound, I'll tear your mouth apart." Terrified, Elaine immediately silenced herself, staring at Hudson without daring to make a sound. Hudson then kicked her to the ground, continuing to stomp on her. He asked coldly, "Let me ask you again, are you really going to default on your payment?" Enduring severe pain from the kicks, Elaine sobbed, "Sister Linda, please, just let me off this once for the sake of our friendship." Linda frowned and replied, "I've just met you today, I wouldn't even consider you a friend. What kind of friend just overlooks a debt of $55 million? At that moment, Hudson, still standing over Elaine, threatened, "Are you seriously trying to negotiate with my second aunt? Have you seen my brothers? If you don't pay up, I'll make sure they take turns with you, and I'll record it. Given your age, it must be tough for your husband to satisfy you, right? I'll make sure my brothers handle that for you today." Elaine was utterly terrified. She pleaded desperately, "Sister Linda, please give me a chance. Let me call my son-in-law. I'll have him bring the house deed for the villa, and then you can let me off." She noticed the tattoos on the men surrounding her, recognizing them as dangerous and ruthless individuals. There was no way she could afford to provoke them. If she continued to resist, she risked either being beaten to death or being forced to make a humiliating video. It seemed Charlie might be her only hope for salvation. Hudson smirked coldly, saying, "Of course you can call your son-in-law, but how can I be sure you won't call the police?" "I promise I won't," Elaine quickly assured him. "How about I call him right in front of you?" Hudson responded, "Before I let you make that call, you need to strip and let me film you from every angle. That way, if you ever think of calling the police, I'll have this video ready to post online." Elaine felt as if she'd been struck by lightning. He wanted to film her naked? She was over 50. Why would he want that kind of video of her? If that footage leaked, she wouldn't know how to show her face in public. Elaine realized that agreeing to this would give him complete control over her. With such a threat looming, she could only expect the worst if she didn't comply. Her reputation would be ruined, turning her into a laughingstock in Orris Hill. There was no way she could agree to such a video. As soon as the thought crossed her mind, Elaine felt an overwhelming wave of humiliation wash over her, and she broke down in tears. Through her sobs, Elaine pleaded, "Please, don't make me record a video. I'll call my son-in-law right now and ask him to come without causing any issues for you. I'll have him bring the house deed immediately. I promise I won't say anything else." Hudson maintained an indifferent demeanor, his expression cold as he replied, "These are my rules, and this is how I operate. You must film this video, no matter what. Even if you refuse, you will still end up recording it. If you willingly remove your clothes, we can settle this matter peacefully. But if you choose not to cooperate, I will have my men strip you naked." As he spoke, Hudson scanned Elaine's figure with a lewd smile and added, "Oh, I almost forgot to mention, Japanese buyers are quite interested in this type of adult video from our country these days. A woman like you would certainly appeal to the Japanese market. If I sell your video in Japan, you might even become a celebrity." Elaine felt as if she might faint from terror. His words left her no room to negotiate. Overwhelmed with humiliation, she sobbed, "I'll cooperate, okay? I'll cooperate." Hudson nodded, then kicked Elaine, commanding, "Get into the room and take off your clothes now." After being kicked, Elaine crawled into the adjacent bedroom. Lying on the bed, she cried as she slowly began to undress. Once she had removed all her clothing, Elaine was engulfed by despair and cried uncontrollably, feeling mentally shattered. She believed she could no longer face the world. Hudson smirked as he pulled out his cell phone and began recording Elaine's exposed body. He remarked, "I didn't expect an older woman like you to have such a nice figure." With her face covered by her hands, Elaine continued to weep, utterly powerless as Hudson showed her no compassion. Unbeknownst to her, Linda had orchestrated everything in advance. While playing mahjong with Elaine, Linda had already contacted Hudson to prepare for this moment. Thus, Hudson arrived with his crew, waiting outside the villa community. Upon receiving Linda's call, he entered and forced Elaine into submission. After filming, Hudson exited the bedroom with a distraught and tearful Elaine. He coldly stated, "Now you can call your family and ask them to come over. If they refuse to pay, I'll distribute the video of you for everyone to see." Elaine nodded quickly, saying, "I'll call my son-in-law right away." Despite her disdain for Charlie, Elaine realized he was her only hope for rescue this time. Confident she wouldn't try any tricks now that he had recorded the video, Hudson casually urged, "Hurry up and get him here immediately, or you'll suffer dire consequences." Elaine didn't dare to scheme. She promptly pulled out her cell phone and dialed Charlie. At that moment, Charlie was enjoying time with Jacob in a private room on the 10th floor of the Glorious Club. They were reminiscing over tea, snacks, and music, and Charlie felt a pang of envy for their camaraderie. Suddenly, he heard his phone ring. Upon checking, he saw that it was his mother-in-law, Elaine, calling. Curiosity piqued, Charlie noted that Elaine rarely reached out unless she was in some sort of trouble. Though reluctant to answer, he worried Elaine might complain to Claire if he ignored her, as she was still Claire's mother. Reluctantly, he stepped out of room 1008 and answered the call. "Hello, Mom. What's going on?" Elaine's frantic voice came through the line. "Charlie, I've lost money playing mahjong, and these people won't let me go. You have to help me." Charlie hesitated, then replied, "Mom, I don't have much cash on hand, only about $10,000 to $20,000. Will that be enough?" Unaware of Charlie's financial situation, Elaine had no idea he was actually well off. However, Charlie didn't want to spend his money on her and pretended to be poor, claiming he had only $10,000 to $20,000. Elaine quickly exclaimed, "Charlie, Mom doesn't want your money." "What?" Charlie was taken aback. What was going on? His mother-in-law didn't want his money? When did she become so compassionate? His surprise turned to shock and anger when he heard Elaine's next words. She continued, "Charlie, you need to bring the house deed for the villa that Zeke White gave you." "What?" Charlie exclaimed. "Mom, do you realize how much that villa is worth? It's valued at $130 million. You couldn't possibly have lost over $100 million playing mahjong with some elderly women." Elaine hesitated, then replied, "No, I didn't lose that much. I lost more than $60 million in total, and I still owe her $55 million. Desperately, she pleaded, "My dear son-in-law, you must bring the house deed for the villa to help me. If you don't, I might really be in serious trouble." Charlie shouted, "Mom! The villa is worth $130 million. You're willing to trade it for just $55 million. Elaine, clearly anxious, urged, "Please, I need you to come up with $55 million. If that's not possible, then at least bring the house deed. Otherwise, I'm in real danger. If something happens to me, you and Claire will only be coming here to collect my body." Just then, a man's voice came through the line. "You're Elaine's son-in-law, right? You'd better hurry and bring the house deed, or your mother-in-law won't survive today." Charlie furrowed his brow and asked, "Who are you?" The man snapped back, "You don't need to know who I am. Just understand that your mother-in-law owes me $55 million. If you refuse to pay, be ready to collect her body." He continued, "Oh, and by the way, your mother-in-law just undressed for me so I could make a high-definition video. If you don't pay up, I'll make sure this video goes viral, even after she's gone." Charlie was furious upon hearing this. He didn't care if anyone hurt, scolded, or even killed Elaine. In fact, he might have even been grateful. But the thought of someone recording such a video of her and threatening to share it online was unbearable. His biggest concern was how Claire would react if she saw that video. She was such a kind-hearted person, willing to sacrifice her savings to help Mrs. Lewis from the orphanage, and she had even cried over it. Claire had endured countless jabs and pressure from her family when she asked Lady Wilson for help during her birthday banquet. If Claire found out that her mother, Elaine, had not only died but also had such a video circulating, it would devastate her. She would be in agony for the rest of her life. Charlie might not have cared about Elaine's fate, but he deeply cared for Claire. Over the years, Claire had always treated him with respect and kindness, never looking down on him even when the world did. She had been his rock, encouraging him in his darkest moments. How could he repay her kindness? How could he bear to see her suffer? With these thoughts racing through his mind, Charlie quickly said, "Please don't harm my mother-in-law. You want the villa, right? I'll give it to you. Just tell me your address, and I'll bring the house deed right away." As soon as the other party heard his words, he quickly responded, "Villa C11 at Thompson First. Make sure to bring your house deed with you. If you think about calling the police, I'll kill your mother-in-law right away." Charlie replied without hesitation, "Okay, I'll head there right away." After ending the call, Charlie returned to the private room and told Jacob, "Dad, I need to step out for a bit. You can keep enjoying yourself here with your friends. Just let the waitress know if you need anything, it's all on Albert's tab." "Alright," Jacob nodded and gave Charlie a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "My dear son-in-law, thank you so much for everything you've done for me today. Without your help, I would have felt so embarrassed and lost a lot of face." Charlie smiled gently and replied, "Dad, I've realized today that it hasn't been easy for you all these years. As your son-in-law, it's only natural for me to help you regain some face and respect." Jacob felt a wave of emotion wash over him as he nodded appreciatively. Charlie chose not to say anything more. He simply stood up and exited the room. Instead of going home to grab his house deed, he hailed a cab and directed the driver straight to the villa at Thompson First. On his way there, he immediately called Albert. As soon as Albert picked up, he said respectfully, "Mr. Wade, how can I assist you?" Charlie quickly explained, "I need your men to come to Thompson First. My mother-in-law has lost over $60 million in a mahjong game, and she's being held hostage. Something isn't right here, and I need you to accompany me to sort this out." Albert's anger flared at Charlie's words. How dare someone set a trap for Charlie's mother-in-law in Oris Hill? This was a clear invitation to disaster. "Mr. Wade, I'll gather my men and take care of that scoundrel right away," Albert vowed. Before long, Charlie arrived at the villa where his mother-in-law was being held. He knocked on the front door, and as he entered, he was met with a sight that made his heart sink. About a dozen gangsters surrounded his disheveled mother-in-law in the living room. Her face was bruised and swollen from the beating, and she looked utterly defeated. Charlie noticed two unfamiliar middle-aged women in the villa, and to his surprise, Hannah was among them. Taken aback, Charlie wondered why Hannah was there. Hannah felt a pang of guilt upon seeing him but quickly composed herself. She rationalized that it wasn't her fault Elaine had lost money to Linda. After all, she hadn't forced Elaine to play. She was merely a spectator, so what could Charlie possibly do to her? When Elaine spotted Charlie walking in, she broke down in tears, exclaiming, "Charlie, my dear son-in-law. Why did it take you so long? I was so worried." Charlie looked at her and asked, "Mom, how did you end up losing more than $60 million playing mahjong?" "I don't know how I got so unlucky," Elaine cried. "Your aunt invited me to join her and her friends for a few games, and I thought it would be fun. I didn't expect to lose so much money. They even forced me to mortgage your villa at Thompson First just to continue playing. I had no choice." Elaine's anger flared as she added, "I suspect they're all working together to cheat me." Charlie scoffed and replied, "You don't need to suspect anything. They're clearly trying to con you." Linda piped up, "Hey! Don't talk nonsense." Everyone agreed to play mahjong willingly. If your mother-in-law has bad luck, that's on her. Hudson quickly interjected, "Second aunt, why waste your breath on him? Let me handle this." He glared at Charlie and demanded, "Hand over your house deed now. I also want a voluntary transfer statement. If you don't comply, neither you nor your mother-in-law will leave this villa today." "Oh," Charlie responded nonchalantly. "I didn't bring my house deed with me." Elaine's anxiety spiked as she lost her composure. Her expression shifted to one of fury as she exclaimed, "Charlie! Are you trying to get me killed? Didn't I tell you to bring the house deed to save me? Are you deaf?" Charlie replied calmly, "I'm sorry, Mom. I promised Claire I'd move into the villa with her next month after the renovations are done. I can't break that promise." Elaine cursed angrily, "So you'd rather keep your promise to Claire than save my life? I'll be done for if you don't hand over the villa." Charlie assured her, "You won't die so easily with me here." "Based on your ability?" Elaine snapped back furiously. "Do you not see that there are over a dozen men here? You shouldn't be dragging me down, even if you plan to die here today." At that moment, Hudson shot a glare at Charlie, then smirked coldly, saying, "Young man, I specifically asked you to bring your house deed, and you dare to toy with me? Do you really think I'm going to let you leave alive today?" Charlie replied coolly, "I'm giving you one chance to save your life. If you answer my question correctly, I'll let you live today. Pay attention, who orchestrated this trap for my mother-in-law?" Hudson chuckled mockingly. "You're quite the character. You actually think you can threaten me while on my turf? You must be out of your mind." Charlie maintained a slight smile and asked, "And where exactly is your turf?" Hudson stomped his foot in frustration. "This villa is my territory." Charlie nodded, still smiling, then asked, "Would you like to know where my territory is?" Hudson sneered, "Why? Are you trying to compare territories? Fine, let's hear it. Where is your territory?" Charlie replied with calm confidence, "The entire Oris Hill is my territory." "What the hell?" Hudson exploded. "Are you messing with me? The whole of Oris Hill is your territory? Do you think Don Albert is nothing? Let me tell you this, my big boss is Don Albert's godson. No one in Oris Hill can touch me. Even Don Albert would have to kneel before me if he were here today. So, who do you think you are?" Charlie retorted with a snort, pointing at Hudson. "I'm giving you one last chance. Tell me the truth, who set up this trap today?" Damn it," Hudson was seething with rage. "How dare you show such disrespect to Don Albert? I'll kill you today." As he spoke, Hudson suddenly felt a powerful grip on his right hand. When he looked up, he saw Charlie had a firm hold on his wrist. With a grin, Charlie said, "Let's play a game of 12 rings." Hudson instinctively asked, "What 12 rings?" Without warning, Charlie seized his right thumb and bent it back slightly. With a sharp crack, Hudson's thumb broke, and he screamed in agony. Charlie chuckled softly. "That's the first ring." Next, Charlie grabbed Hudson's right index finger and broke it too. Another crack. "That's the second ring," Charlie said with a smile. Hudson was overwhelmed with pain and felt faint. Cold sweat dripped down his brow as he yelled at his subordinates, "Damn it! I want you to chop him to pieces now." As soon as he finished speaking, Charlie snapped the middle finger of Hudson's right hand. Crack! "That's the third ring," Charlie announced cheerfully. "Ah! I'm in excruciating pain." "What are you doing?" "Hack him to death now," Hudson screamed. Over a dozen men pulled out their machetes and charged at Charlie. Charlie stood unfazed. To him, these punks posed no threat at all. So, he continued with his task, breaking Hudson's ring finger. Crack! Hudson's fourth finger shattered instantly. Just then, the dozen machetes were already swinging toward Charlie. After Hudson endured the agony of having 4 of his fingers broken in succession, he was overwhelmed by pain, feeling as though he might faint at any moment. Yet a wave of joy surged through him when he noticed his men had already lunged at Charlie with their machetes. How dare he break my fingers? Hudson thought to himself. He planned to have his brothers take revenge by chopping off all of Charlie's fingers. Charlie, however, remained unfazed by the chaos around him. Just as the thugs were preparing to strike, a fierce voice boomed from the doorway. Damn it! Stop what you're doing right now. If anyone lays a finger on Mr. Wade, I will personally make you pay with your life. The group of thugs froze, terror gripping them as they realized who had spoken. It was Don Albert. Indeed, the infamous mob boss of Oris Hill had arrived. What could possibly bring him here? Don Albert had come with several of his most formidable subordinates, all of whom were armed, a clear indication that they were not your average gangsters. As the armed men entered the villa, they aimed their weapons at the machete-wielding gang. In an instant, the thugs dropped their weapons to the ground, panic-stricken. One of the younger members, trembling in fear, quickly knelt down and cried out, "Don Albert, please spare my life." As soon as he knelt, the others followed suit, collapsing to the ground in submission. They were merely low-level gangsters, and facing Don Albert filled them with sheer terror. Hudson was equally astonished. What was happening? Why was Don Albert here? Albert hurriedly approached Charlie, saying, "Mr. Wade, my apologies for arriving late." Charlie waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Have your men lock these guys up in a room first." Albert nodded and quickly ordered his men to confine the thugs in the adjacent room. Turning to Hudson, now ashen-faced, Charlie remarked, "I mentioned I'd give you 12 rings today, but so far you've only received 4. Let's continue." With that, Charlie proceeded to break Hudson's right pinky. Crack! Hudson couldn't help but scream in agony. Seeing this, Albert interjected, "Mr. Wade, you don't need to waste your time on someone so insignificant. Just leave him to me. I'll take him to my dog farm and let my Tibetan Mastiffs have their fun." Hudson was taken aback and exclaimed, "Don Albert. Don Albert. This is all a misunderstanding. Brother Wayne is my boss. I'm one of his men." "Wayne?" Albert frowned. "You're one of Wayne's men?" Hudson nodded vigorously, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, "Brother Wayne is my boss, which means I'm one of your followers, Don Albert." Albert scrutinized him and asked, "Do you even know whose disciple I am?" Hudson quickly replied, "Don Albert, you are the mob boss of Oris Hill. Of course, you're not anyone's disciple." Albert responded with a sharp slap to Hudson's face, gesturing toward Charlie as he declared, "I am Mr. Wade's disciple." What? He claimed to be Charlie's disciple, not even referring to himself as a younger brother. It was akin to having the head of a sect, with numerous masters beneath him, followed by hundreds of leaders and thousands of younger brothers, each with their own disciples. The renowned Don Albert had just proclaimed himself a disciple of this young man, an act of immense humility and respect. Hudson trembled at the implications. What was unfolding here? His second aunt had told him to plot against an elderly woman, intending to pressure her son-in-law into handing over his villa. He never imagined that the opposing party would be connected to Don Albert. Linda, equally terrified, felt her legs weaken. She turned to Hannah, her face pale, and whispered, "Who is this person you've offended? Are you trying to get us killed?" Hannah was just as bewildered. While she knew Charlie had a knack for fooling people with feng shui, she never imagined he wielded such power. Elaine stood there, utterly astonished. Her son-in-law was truly remarkable. Not only did he have connections with influential people, but he was also incredibly capable on his own. Charlie was indeed extraordinary. At that moment, Hudson was trembling with fear. He quickly pleaded with Charlie, saying, "Mr. Wade, I was mistaken. My second aunt deceived me into this. She orchestrated the trap for your mother-in-law, and I was completely misled and used by her." Charlie responded with a sharp slap to Hudson's face. His cold voice cut through the air. "If you utter another word before the 12th ring concludes, I will have Albert chop you into 100 pieces." Terrified by the intensity of Charlie's glare, Hudson fell silent immediately. Charlie glanced at Hudson's 5 broken fingers and said, Your right hand is nearly done. Now, are you ready? Once he finished speaking, Charlie seized Hudson's wrist and forcefully twisted it. Click! Hudson's right wrist shattered completely. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Although he wanted to plead for mercy, the memory of Charlie's threat left him speechless. The searing pain overwhelmed him, threatening to drive him mad. Charlie then declared, 12 rings. That was just 6. You still have 6 to go. With that, he leaned down and grasped Hudson's left hand. Hudson looked at Charlie, tears welling in his eyes, but he remained silent, his pitiful gaze begging for mercy. Charlie responded with a cruel smile. He grabbed Hudson's left thumb and announced, the 7th ring. Hudson shuddered in agony. Without giving him a moment to breathe, Charlie added, now, the 8th ring. The pain was unbearable, he felt he might faint. But the 9th ring jolted him back to consciousness. Charlie's expression was chillingly merciless. He lightly patted Hudson's face and smiled. Just 4 more rings. Don't miss it. With another punishing click, Hudson felt as though he were being slowly sliced apart. 3 rings left. Linda was frozen in terror, realizing she would likely be next after her nephew endured Charlie's 12 rings. Hannah, desperate to flee, was suddenly yanked back into the living room by one of Albert's men, who threatened her with a pistol pointed at her head. Hannah nearly collapsed at the sight of the gun aimed directly at her forehead. At this point, Hudson had suffered through 11 rings. His fingers hung limply like overripe beans on a vine, completely motionless. Now, he could only manage to move his left wrist. This is the final ring, Charlie told him. Overwhelmed by pain, Hudson couldn't even kneel. He simply let Charlie grip his left wrist and break it without resistance. 12 rings. Hudson howled in agony. He realized he had rendered himself useless for life. With both wrists and all 10 fingers broken, what future did he have? Continue as a gangster? How could he even wield a knife now? He would be killed by his enemies in no time. Charlie crouched in front of Hudson, his voice chilling. You still have 2 legs. If you don't answer my questions properly, I'll give you another 12 rings. Hudson's face drained of all color as he quickly responded, I'll answer all your questions truthfully, no matter what you ask. Charlie nodded, then glanced at the trembling figures of Hannah and Linda before commanding coldly. Tell me everything that happened today. If you leave out even a single detail, I'll make sure your legs are useless by nightfall.